Orders of the day.
Address en réponse au discours.
Address in response to the speech from the throne, resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to paragraph 84(1) of the standing orders, I have the honor to table a notice of motions for Ways and Means motions on the Income Tax Act pursuant to paragraph 84(2) of the standing orders. I ask that the study of the motion be included on the order of business. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you shall see that there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any usual item on the projected order of business, the recorded vote shall be deferred to Tuesday, December 19, at the usual time of adjournment. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? Agreed. The House has heard the motion. Does it please the House to adopt the motion? Yes, carried. Resuming debate, the Honourable
River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to be able to stand in this House for the first time. And before I get into what will be a list of thank yous, I want to reflect just a brief moment to the first time when my wife and I, after getting elected, we flew here during one of the orientation days. And although I had been to this chamber and many times to the chamber in the center block, it was an incredible experience to walk in to onto the floor of this House, to the very epicenter of Canadian democracy, to see that so clearly demonstrated through the traditions represented, the desks, the very carpet, and all that that means. It truly was a humbling experience, the burden that all 338 of us have, that we sit here representing people from across this country. As Danielle and I took a few moments, we reflected on the significance of what that means and our nation's more than 150-year history. And the phrase that kept coming to mind, that I repeated often throughout the election, was the short statement that's in Section 91 of the Constitution Act of 1867, and that it is that the House of Commons to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Canada. And although that talks primarily about delegated authority, when I would, over these last 7-8 months, spend a lot of time campaigning, talking with Canadians, talking with the people of Battle River Crowfoot, time and time again, the primacy of why we are here is that to ensure that we have peace, order, and good governance, and the responsibility that that is for each and every one of us, representing our many constituents, the diverse regions that make up this country, that we would all work towards in the midst of what often will be differences on policy items, sometimes passionate differences. As we work in a unique minority parliament, where there has to be a level of working together to some degree, that we would all strive for that which is peace, order, and good government. So, Mr. Speaker, I would be amiss if I did not go through a few thank yous. And I want to get to the people of Battle River Crowfoot here in a minute, but first, I need to say thank you to my family. Danielle, my wife, an amazing life partner. The support she has been over these last 8 months in this adventure called a campaign, a nomination campaign, and now as a member of Parliament, the early months of a member of Parliament. Thank you so much to Danielle. And my two boys, Matthew and Emerson, very, very proud of them. And although they're excited at the fact that Dad gets to now work in a castle. It's they're a little young to understand the dynamics of it, but they like the fact that I work in a castle. It's a lot of fun. my larger family, my dad, my siblings, aunts and uncles, and especially when you come from a farming family, you have a real understanding of the significance of what family is in a situation like this. So thank you to my family. And I want to specifically mention a huge thank you to two individuals, my late grandfathers, that throughout their lives were such an encouragement to me, Jim Hutchings and Felix Couric. The fact that they demonstrated so well, in very different ways, both of them very, very different people, but they demonstrated so well what it is to be Canadian and all that that represents. My one grandfather, Felix, a career in the energy industry. My grandfather, Jim Hutchings, a career farmer, demonstrated well what it is to be Canadian. I need to say thank you to my campaign team. We had, by the end of the campaign, more than 200 people that participated in the nomination and then election campaign, and it was incredible to have all of these people involved in the democratic process, so thank you to my campaign team. My office staff, some of who I've worked with before, and some who are new. I just want to say thank you to them, especially over these last weeks as I've been learning the ropes as a member of Parliament, for all the support and effort that they've put in. I want to also say thank you to my predecessor, Kevin Sorensen. He demonstrated well, yes. Kevin demonstrated well what it is to be a strong representative, a principled voice for East Central Alberta, and just a principled, good guy. Yeah. And I appreciate Kevin, his friendship and his mentorship, and I'm glad that he's still quick to offer me advice, even though I'm now the one sitting in the chamber, and he is both farming and taking, I think, some well-deserved rest. Now, I want to talk about the people of Battle River Crowfoot and my response to the throne speech and the amendment that we have brought forward as the Conservative caucus. They go hand in hand. I'm a fifth-generation farmer from the constituency of Battle River Crowfoot. And over these last 7 or 8 months, I spoke to thousands, over 10,000 people that are faced with the reality of the country in which we live. And I need to say first, thank you to them for the honor to represent them with a strong mandate in this House, to be able to be their voice in Parliament, making sure that the concerns, the issues, and all that makes up Battle River Crowfoot, that 52,000 square kilometers of East Central Alberta, to make sure that they get represented in our capital. I take that so seriously. And I say thank you to them for this honor. And as I traveled over these last 8 months and continued connecting with the people in Battle River Crowfoot since the election, I hear a consistent message that they're frustrated, that they are not content with the status of where our country is. And as a proud Canadian, that's difficult to hear. We've heard a number of speeches from some of my colleagues that have touched on this, but the level of alienation that is being heard is real. And I would urge members opposite to take it seriously, the fact that there are lifelong proud Canadians that feel like their country is not serving them. That's a problem, and something that needs to be acknowledged, and that unfortunately was not acknowledged in the throne speech. Speaking with energy workers, people who have spent a career in the oil and gas sector that have given up hope. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that these people are proud of the work they do, including the world-class environmental standards which they work hard to preserve each and every day. They were not recognized. They need champions. Yet, unfortunately, this throne speech does not even acknowledge them. The agricultural industry. I myself, being a fifth-generation farmer, proud of the legacy that means. as stewards of the land in Alberta's special areas. Yet, you have producers that have faced the devastating consequences, and let me outline a little bit of what that might look like for a producer, a farmer. You go from canola at $13 a bushel to $9 a bushel. That has a devastating impact on a farmer's bottom line in what is an industry that already has very slim margins. We didn't see those issues addressed in the throne speech. Yet, the government seems to brag about their relationship on the international stage when they're literally being laughed at on late-night television. You know, when I talk to other business owners and people within my constituency, they are all so close, so very close to giving up hope. And Mr. Speaker, that is devastating for a proud Canadian, whether it be manufacturing, whether it be those teachers, nurses, doctors in our small communities. Because if they don't have strong communities, those institutions cannot thrive. So, Mr. Speaker, seeing that my time is nearly done, I look forward to answering questions, but I would simply conclude once again to say I am so honored to be the Member of Parliament for Battle River Crowfoot. So I thank God for this country, and it is such an honor to be able to participate in this democratic process and all that that means for the future of Battle River Crowfoot and this nation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Battle River Crowfoot for his speech and welcome him to the House. I heard him speak about energy workers, and certainly in my riding of Burnaby North Seymour, I have talked about the plight of energy workers in Alberta. In fact, my riding being at the end of the Trans Mountain pipeline that has started construction. We can hear the pile driving happening from my house. It's happening right now. We've had over 500 days of protest in my riding over the last 4 years that I've been a member of Parliament. And so now that TMX is under construction, will this member support meeting our climate change targets and support the other underlying issues that my constituents are concerned about? Will they support the Oceans Protection Plan and making sure that we have world-class oil spill response? And most importantly, will he support the residents on Burnaby Mountain that's getting an expanded tank farm, 600 meters from an elementary school, next to tens of thousands of students at SFU and a growing community at university? And will he support the Burnaby firefighters and make sure that the investments are made so that we have world-class facilities to keep those people safe?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to being able to answer the question, but I would premise it by saying this. I have constituents that are developing world-class spill response technology, yet they can't even get a meeting with the minister from the other side. Right. So they talk about wanting to care about the environment when we have energy industry, energy investment fleeing this country each and every day. Canada is a world leader in sustainable, environmentally friendly energy production. I see it every day. And the people within my constituency are proud that they are on the cutting edge of that, yet that government has all but abandoned them. Now, I hope that pipeline gets built, and its terminus, I understand, is in the constituency of the member that asked the question. However, it needs to be understood that that pipeline, among the others that the Liberals have either abandoned or cancelled or whatever the case may be, we even saw this morning an announcement that more energy investment that was at first slated for Canada is being used in the Gulf of Mexico. Right on, yeah. An abandonment of Canadian energy. We need to make sure that we support the world-class, including environmental world-class industry that we have here in this country, and I hope that pipeline gets built, but quite frankly, with the record of the members opposite, until oil starts flowing through it, I don't believe it for a second. Good.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. I was listening to my colleague talk about the problems faced by producers and crop yields which are difficult and going down. Well, we have the same problem, and we suddenly got snow 3 weeks early, and this is due to climate change. Does my colleague recognize that climate change can be due to an increase in greenhouse gas emissions, including due to the oil sands? And does he recognize that we must help our producers, but that is contradictory with the oil sands?
Forward to being able to answer the question, because like her constituency, where there are producers in her constituency that are facing unpredictable weather patterns and whatnot that are affecting their yields, the same is the case in many places across the country. So we need to make sure that there are strong supports for our agricultural sectors. But let me take a moment to describe how producers in this country are on the cutting edge of making sure that we have the most sustainable crop production in the world. Things like zero-till technology, genetics research that will ensure that our crops can grow in a variety of climates. Mr. Speaker, we are a country filled with innovators, and instead of I think all the other parties in this House supporting a carbon tax which punishes Canadians, let's support innovations that empowers them to find solutions that not only benefit us, but truly change the world. So I'd encourage the member opposite to be a part of literally helping change the world, finding solutions that make a difference here in our country and around the world that will have a real environmental impact.
Before we go to the next presentation, I just want to compliment the honourable members for starting off well. I know last week we had some questions that went a little long, and I know there's a lot to be said, but those who asked questions, those who answered, stayed within about a minute and a half, and it allows more people to get their answers and questions and answers in. So I just want to start off with compliment you for a good start, and now we'll resume debate. The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Oakville North, Burlington. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today to deliver my maiden speech in this honourable House as a Member of Parliament for Don Valley North, and speaking in support to the speech from the throne. I would like to begin by thanking the people of Don Valley North for placing their trust in me to be their voice in Ottawa. I'm incredibly humbled by this great responsibility, and I will strive every day to ensure that perspectives, concerns, and diverse opinion and belief of my community are thoughtfully and comprehensively represented in this House. Throughout the fall's campaign, just like all of my honourable colleagues, I had a chance to speak to residents through the breadth and the width of my writing about issues they care most about, from traffic congestion, community safety, housing affordability, and to provide more support for our seniors. The residents of Don Valley North and Canadians from coast to coast have made it very clear. They ask us, all of us in this House, to work together to address issues that matters most to them and their families. And they expect us to deliver results not soon, not down the road, but now. That is why I'm proud of the ambitious agenda this government has presented to the House in its speech from the throne. This government has set forward a plan to address the most pressing issues faced by us as a society today. From fighting climate change, strengthening the middle class, walking the road of reconciliation, keeping Canadians safe and healthy, and positioning our country for success on the international stage. Canadians have chosen to keep our country moving forward, and that's exactly what this government's plan will do. While I stand here in this House speaking of the mandate handed to us by Canadian people, my mind turned immediately to an encounter I had on the campaign trail in Don Valley North. While knocking on doors on Van Horn Avenue, I met a young mother completing her final year of post-secondary study. Although beaming with pride as she told me about her daughter and how much she has accomplished over the years in the face of adversity and challenges, I could see her eyes slowly begin to fill with tears. She told me about the anxiety with regards to the possibility of not being able to complete her studies because of the recent cuts to the new OSAP funding by the current provincial government. She spoke about skyrocketing cost of living and childcare and her fear about the type of planet her children will inherit. It's encounters like this have brought me to public life and indeed to this House. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague will note that fears and anxiety expressed by this young mother is not unique to my riding. Indeed, they're not unique to people of Toronto, nor Ontario for that matter. They're concerns shared by many Canadians in every riding across this country. So, as we debate this ambitious plan set forward by the government, which directly address concerns and hopes and aspirations of Canadians from across our country, I asked this honorable House to think about the people who sent us here. As parliamentarians, we are presented with unique opportunities. We have been sent to Ottawa by our communities with the expectation that we not only govern, but more importantly, we lead, and we lead for them. Future generations of Canadians will judge us, not on the words delivered in this House today or tomorrow, but they will judge us on how we address the defining challenges facing our generation. As members of this honorable House, we have a clear mandate from the people, and that mandate demands action now. On climate change, Canadians have demanded that we take immediate action to tackle the crisis head-on. That is why our government is committed to protecting the environment by setting a target to achieve net zero emission by 2050, putting a price on pollution everywhere, protecting and conserving nature, and reducing plastic pollution. To address affordability and strengthening our middle class, we are taking actions to invest in affordable housing and make it easier for more people to achieve the goal of home ownership. We know that raising a family is expensive and that saving for retirement is a challenge. And that is why we will make before and after school programs and care for our children more affordable and accessible, while also strengthening pensions for our seniors. To keep Canadians safe and healthy, our government is taking direct action to crack down on gun crime, banning military-style assault weapons, and helping municipalities to ban handguns should they choose to, while also ensuring all Canadians have access to high-quality, affordable health care by working with the province, territory, professionals, and academia to ensure all Canadians have access to a good primary care doctor. Mr. Speaker, we know that as a government and as parliamentarians, we're not alone in taking leadership to provide a better future for Canadians. Across the country, countless community organizations are working tirelessly in helping Canadians who need and deserve our support. In my riding of Don Valley North, organizations like the Armenian Community Center, the Iranian Women's Organization of Ontario, the Center for Immigrant and Community Services, Working Women Community Center, Toronto North's local immigration partnership, Flemington Health, are offering crucial services to new Canadians. Access Employment, Center for Education and Training, the Springboard Employment Services are providing help to Canadians in search of employment and new skills. Willowdale Community Legal Services, Adventure Place, Community Information Fairview, North York Harvest Food Bank, and religious and cultural organizations are providing professional and social services to our country. I'm incredibly proud of the work those organizations and so many more in Don Valley North are doing. I'm honored to work alongside with them as a Member of Parliament to ensure all members of our community has an equal opportunity to succeed. Mr. Speaker, through you to all honorable members of this House, our constituents are looking to us to lead. They are looking to us to take decisive action to create a better Canada for everyone, regardless of race, religion, sex, age, or country of origin, can and will succeed. And I'm proud to say that the ambitious plan put forward by this government does just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague across the aisle for his first speech. He called for decisive action, and I think it's important that we have decisive action, but I was disheartened by the throne speech because it was a lot of word salad without a lot of actions. And so if we want to talk about climate change, it's clear that the current government's plan won't even meet their existing Paris targets, let alone the 2050 goals. And we know also that the carbon tax is not an effective way of getting there. Europe has had one for 19 years and has only reduced their footprint by 8%. So knowing that the government has declared a climate emergency in June, by now they ought to have some idea what specific actions they would take. I'd like to hear what those are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to thank the member across for her question. And the fact of the matter is that in our platform and in the throne speech, again, we heard that this government is committed to making a better future for our next generation, to planting more trees, to reduce emission. We're the only party during the campaign put forward a very decisive action plan to meet the 2050 goal. So I think we are on the right track. And obviously, I look across the floor for support from the opposition parties. Together, we can bring down the emission in this country.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is the first time I speak in this chamber, I want to thank everybody in Longueuil-Saint-Hubert who gave me their confidence and elected me, and I hope that I'll be worthy of it over the next few years, year and a half, 2.5 years, or however long this mandate will last. Mr. Speaker, the elephant in the room when it comes to everything that happened with the throne speech is oil. Oil is not in the throne speech. Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, the Liberal government invested $19 billion in different forms of aid to fossil fuels. Canada represents 0.5% of the world population, would produce 2% of greenhouse gases. September 27th, there were 500,000 people in Montreal. I was there for us to clearly and strongly act to fight climate change. What are the real measures that the Liberal government will take to face this issue in the next several years? Thank you.
Member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank the member for her question. And the fact of the matter is that bring down emission and having a good green energy sector is a good economic case. I think we have demonstrated with track record that we can make this work. So I look across across the floor and to all parliamentarians in this House. We need to stick together and implement actions right away to bring down emission and improve our environment. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain in about 30 seconds or less, and hopefully we'll get the same amount for an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member across for his speech. One of the things in the throne speech that we find very, very vague of what they're saying, the member, Mr. Speaker, has mentioned twice in his speech about strengthening the pensions and support for the seniors. And I find that very, very encouraging. However, the Minister of Seniors last week had stated in this House that what that meant is raises in the OAS payments would be for people 75 and over. So I asked the member, through you, Mr. Chair, what is the reasoning the people are eliminated that are 65 to 74 that need it just as much as all other Canadians?
Honourable member for Don Valley North.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and specifically, we have set out a plan to increase OAS security for most of the Canadians in this country. And we have done quite a bit of work on increasing GIS as well in the past 4 years. So again, I look for support from all members of this House when it comes to providing more help to our seniors and making their living more affordable. I think we're on the right track on doing that. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Since this is my first opportunity to speak in this 43rd Parliament, I'd like to start by congratulating you on your election as Speaker. I'd also like to thank the residents of Oakville North Burlington for the confidence that they have placed in me to represent them once again in this place. I'd also like to thank my son Fraser and his wife Taylor for their love and support, and my family, Jill, Rob, and their son Bailey, and my incredible staff and campaign team, without whom I wouldn't be here. I'm incredibly proud of the work done over the last 4 years, and I'm excited to continue that work in this new Parliament. During the campaign, I had many conversations with constituents about their expectations for this new Parliament. They and all Canadians expect us to work together as parliamentarians to make sure that we build an economy that leaves no one behind, take decisive action on climate change, make life more affordable, continue down the road to reconciliation, and ensure that the health and safety of Canadians remains our #1 priority through action on gun control and universal national pharmacare. The throne speech affirmed our commitment to delivering on those priorities. The residents of Oakville North Burlington are passionate about green space, the environment, and fighting climate change. During the campaign, I met with the group Grandmothers Acting to Save the Planet and others who want to see us take urgent action to save the planet. 2 weeks ago, I attended a climate strike in Burlington organized by Caleb Smolinares, a student in my riding. Climate change is the defining challenge of our time, which is why we are taking bold, decisive action. In my riding, we've made investments in Oakville and Burlington Transit and in GO Transit so that service can be improved and people can get home faster. We've invested in the Crosstown Trail and other walking and cycling infrastructure. We're offering incentives to get more people to use zero-emission vehicles. I've long advocated for better cycling infrastructure. Cycling is the ultimate zero-emission vehicle, and I will continue to work with the government and stakeholders to further advance cycling. While we've taken action by introducing a price on pollution, there is much more work to be done. We're setting a target to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, protecting and conserving nature, and reducing plastic pollution. Not long ago, I challenged local restaurants to stop using plastic straws, and today I'm pleased that most restaurants have stopped serving plastic straws automatically. Halton has some of the safest drinking water in Canada, so there's no need for plastic water bottles, and yet we still have much work to do to reduce our plastic use in everyday lives. In our last mandate, we took steps to foster a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples and deliver a better life for families and communities, but there remains much work to be done. We will take action to co-develop and introduce legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We will continue our work on eliminating long-term drinking water advisories on reserve by 2021 and co-develop legislation to ensure Indigenous peoples have access to high-quality and culturally relevant health care. In 2012, I visited the hospital in Sioux Lookout, a partnership between federal, provincial, municipal, and First Nations governments. This hospital provided culturally appropriate treatment and care, hospice and long-term stay care, and a wraparound continuum of care that ensured better health outcomes. We must also address the recommendations of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women report and continue to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations. I'm happy to see that in my community, we're working with the Mississaugas of the Credit, Indigenous knowledge keepers like Stephen Paquette and Sherry Seville, and the Sheridan College Centre for Indigenous Learning and Support and Elijah Williams to advance reconciliation. Today, the Mississaugas of the Credit flag flies permanently at Oakville Town Hall, and the Oakville Community Foundation and Oak Park Neighbourhood Centre are working with Indigenous leaders to move us forward on the path to reconciliation. As a government, the health and safety of Canadians is our #1 priority. Thoughts and prayers are not enough when it comes to gun violence. In my role on the Public Safety Committee during the last Parliament, I worked with my colleagues as well as stakeholders like Police Se Souvient, the Coalition for Gun Control, Dr. Alan Drummond and the emergency room physicians, and many others to strengthen our firearms legislation. I'm proud of my work on Bill C-71 last year to introduce amendments to protect those subjected to intimate partner violence. During the campaign, I was proud to run on our record of responsible firearms legislation and investments in law enforcement, border services, and programs that prevent young people from getting involved in guns and gangs. The action proposed in the throne speech to ban military-style assault weapons, like the one used at Polytechnique 30 years ago, are long overdue. We are the only country that has universal health care that does not have pharmacare as part of it. As the former parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health, I was able to work with the minister to make significant changes that will see the cost of drugs reduced for Canadians. No one should have to decide between putting food on the table and taking their medication. And yet we know that women are disproportionately impacted by the high cost of drugs because of the nature of their precarious work. I've heard stories of women who stop taking beta blockers after a heart attack because they can't afford them, or women who stay with an abusive partner simply for the drug plan that covers expensive medications that they need. This is unacceptable. That is why our move to a universal national pharmacare program is welcome news for Canadians. Too many Canadians have been touched by cancer. Certainly one of the highlights of my first term was the $150 million investment the Canadian government will make in the Terry Fox Research Institute to create the Marathon of Hope Cancer Centres with their partners. Through my volunteer work with the Terry Fox Foundation, I've had the pleasure of getting to know Dr. David Melkin and his work at Sick Kids with Profile. Cancer remains the #1 disease killer of children. During this term, I will honor children like Carson, Avery, and Tegan, who were taken far too young by this horrible disease, and support the work of Helena's Hope to ensure that our platform commitment to fund childhood cancer research is honored. Oakville North Burlington is an affluent community, but that doesn't mean that there are not those who struggle to make ends meet or live in poverty. We must make sure that we have an economy that works for all Canadians, including the most marginalized. Affordability is an issue in my community. I've had the pleasure to work with Habitat for Humanity, Halton, Mississauga, who have said that our national housing strategy has been transformative for their work. Recently, Affordable Housing Halton held an event where Andrew Balahura from the region of Halton talked about the work they are doing with the help of our federal government to support those who need a safe, affordable place to live. But we must also ensure that young people can buy their first home, and that is why the proposed changes to the First-Time Homebuyers Program will make a difference in my riding. Ford of Canada's assembly plant and head office in Oakville are of vital importance to Oakville and surrounding area. It will be critical to ensure its success not just today, but in the future. Small and medium-sized business are the drivers of our Canadian economy, and we will continue to provide an environment for them to grow and create good-paying middle-class jobs. Gender equality and ending gender-based violence remain a top priority for me personally and for our government. I've had the privilege of working with some incredible local and national organizations like Halton Women's Place, Savas, Cages, Acua, and many more, and I look forward to continuing our work. I will be pleased to launch the Young Women in Leadership program shortly that my team and I developed 3 years ago to give young women career mentors in Halton. The #1 obstacle to the full participation of women in the workplace is the lack of affordable quality childcare, and ensuring that women have access to childcare continue to be a priority for our government. Recently, I had the opportunity to attend the Nairobi Summit, reaffirming Canada's commitment to the agenda on the Conference of Population and Development. I heard time and again that other countries look to Canada's leadership when it comes to empowering women, ending gender-based violence and poverty, realizing gender equality, and taking urgent and sustained action to realize sexual and reproductive health and rights for all women, both at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are expecting us to listen and collaborate on many issues where there is common ground between us. It is a rare privilege to take a seat in this place, and one that I do not take for granted. I look forward to getting to work, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it certainly is an honour to be back here in the House of Commons and regrouped and ready to go for another session. The honourable member opposite from me just talked about the throne speech, and a part of the throne speech was conversation with regards to quote-unquote gun control. Now, the honourable member mentioned that it's time for stricter legislation, that it's time to move forward with greater gun control mechanisms in place. And she said that this was with the end goal in mind to protect Canadians, to create safe communities. Mr. Speaker, I would agree with this end, but I fail to see legislative points that actually provide for this end. We know that firearms are being smuggled across the U.S. border illegally. We know that there are straw exchanges being made, so firearms being purchased by one individual and then illegally transferred to another individual. And Mr. Speaker, we know that gang violence and organized crime is out of control in places like Toronto and Vancouver and Montreal. I see nothing in the throne speech with regards to these elements, with regards to looking after our border and the safety and security of Canadians, with regards to making sure that straw purchases are not being made, and with regards to reinforcing frontline policing and ensuring that gangs are taken off the streets. I see nothing with regards to harsher penalties, and I see nothing with regards to accountability. I'm wondering if the honourable member opposite from me can comment on these observations.
Honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable member for coming back to this place, and I thank her for this question. The fact is that during the last 4 years, we actually invested $500 million in Canadian Border Services, money that had actually been cut by the previous government, so that we can ensure that there's strict enforcement at the border. And we're also investing in law enforcement. We're investing in programs to prevent young people from joining gangs in the first place. And it's money that is well received by municipalities like Toronto, who had asked for additional support. The fact is that the vast majority of Canadians support our efforts to improve our firearms legislation and to ban handguns in municipalities, as well as ban military-style assault rifles. I find it quite troubling when members opposite hold fundraisers that combine alcohol and guns and don't look at the fact that women are being killed by their partners by firearms. In my own riding of Oakville North Burlington, there was just a woman killed not too long ago by her partner with a firearm. We know that women are more at risk if there's a firearm in the home. We know that 80% of women in Atlantic Canada said they would be less likely to come forward and report abuse if there was a firearm in the home. So I look forward to continuing our work on this important issue for Canadians.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your election as Speaker. It's a very prestigious and thankless task. I'd like to thank my constituents for giving me their confidence. My intervention will be very brief. We're talking about the climate emergency. I think emergency is major and very meaningful. The call to action has been launched repeatedly here in this House. I sincerely hope that all decisions that are to be made on the environment will be viewed through this filter of climate emergency. And we have to walk the talk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. I look forward to working with him on this, through you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to working with him on the climate change emergency, because it is an emergency. And in my communities of Oakville and Burlington, both municipalities have declared a climate emergency. I think young people are pushing governments at all levels to take action on this, because we don't have a lot of time left. And it's something our government will be planting 2 billion trees. We know that planting trees is an important component of reducing the emissions that are in the air, and it's so critical. I look at my son and think about what kind of world that I want all of us to leave for him, and certainly action on climate change is important. I look forward to working with the honourable member and members of his party in this House to make sure that we are taking the action that we need on climate change. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to share my time with the member for North Okanagan-Shuswap. And my congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker, on your election. So although I rose briefly during routine proceedings last Friday, this is my first speech in the 43rd Parliament, and I would like to take this occasion to give some additional words of thanks. So, as a temporary custodian of this seat in this Parliament, I am deeply honored to have the enormous responsibility of representing some 140,000 residents as part of a centuries-old tradition of protecting citizens by checking the otherwise unlimited power of the Crown. Parliaments exist in order to ensure that the Crown and its agents, the government, cannot impose itself on citizens without their consent, and that consent is granted through votes in this incredible institution. Once again, I thank the voters of Calgary Rocky Ridge for electing me to be their servant in this House. I also wish to thank the some 270-odd volunteers who assisted my election campaign. I thank them for their support, for their commitment to their community, and for their love of their country. I could not have done it without them. I'd like to thank the other candidates who contested the election in Calgary Rocky Ridge for giving the voters choice, without which there is no democracy. And finally, I wish to thank my family, my 3 daughters. It seems I began the last Parliament with 3 young girls who are now 3 young women. My loving wife, Kimberly, thank you for your love, for your understanding, for your patience, and for your unwavering support, and for always keeping it real in the Kelly house. And to my parents, Marnie and Dwayne Kelly, thank you for your constant love and encouragement. So, Mr. Speaker, today we're debating last Thursday's speech from the throne. And my response to the speech from the throne is colored by the recent experience of having knocked on a little under 30,000 doors with my re-election team. And what I heard on the doorsteps is what informs my remarks and my impressions from the speech from the throne. So to be blunt, Mr. Speaker, this government has virtually no support in my riding. Okay? That's simply a fact, and it's supported by the election results. I knocked on doors in the communities of Calgary Rocky Ridge in every provincial and federal election over the last 30 years as an activist, and in 2015 and 2019 as a candidate, and I've never experienced anything quite like it. It was never easier. People have never been more forthright in coming forward and identifying themselves as Conservative supporters. Yet at the same time, I have never had more difficult conversations on doorsteps than I did in this election, and that's with people that had suggested that they intended to support me and to support my party and my leader. For most candidates in most elections, conversations with their own supporters are the easy ones, but not in 2019 in Calgary Rocky Ridge. Some of the conversations I had with supporters were downright heartbreaking. I spoke with people who haven't worked in years. I heard from people who told me that they were on the verge of losing their homes. I talked with people whose spouses were working in Texas and coming home for a couple of weekends a month, or were working in the Middle East or other parts of the world and only coming home a few times over the course of a year. I talked with a man who has lived in his neighborhood for 20 years, and he said that since 2015, 7 previously stable families on his block had come apart in divorce. Economic stress and anxiety from unemployment and failing businesses has taken their toll on families, tearing apart the very fabric of our communities. I spoke with people who openly and candidly expressed their despair, their anger, and their incredulity over what they see as a failure of their country to respect their province. A province which for decades has welcomed Canadians from across Canada, and indeed people from around the world, to be a part of Alberta's economic opportunities. A province that has transferred much of that wealth back to other provinces and continues to do so despite a recession that has been going on for 5 years. My constituents are demanding action. They cannot wait. They made it abundantly clear to me that regardless of which party was to form a government after the election, they would expect me to speak clearly and without ambiguity about just how devastating these past 4 years have been. They expect me to be candid about just how upset they are with their federal government. They told me that they wanted the No More Pipelines bill reversed. They told me they were stunned that a tanker ban on Alberta exports was brought in while tankers continue to bring in oil to eastern refiners from Saudi Arabia. They told me they couldn't understand why a government was running such large deficits at a time of economic expansion. They told me that they were appalled by the constant parade of ministers to the ethics commissioner and by a prime minister prepared to bully his own cabinet and break the law just to get his own way. And by the way, this prime minister's personal conduct never matches his moral preening. They told me at door after door that the prime minister is a constant source of embarrassment on the world stage and that they do not believe that he is up to the diplomatic challenges of our times because they believe that he is fundamentally an unserious person. And so with the campaign behind us, with the country's divisions laid bare in a minority parliament, last week the Prime Minister had an opportunity to acknowledge the failings of the last parliament, which cost him seats and votes in every region of the country. He had an opportunity to chart a new course to address the concerns of Canadians who rejected his government's track record. Instead, he delivered a speech full of the same flowery language and grand aspirations we heard throughout the last parliament, with inadequate words, only a few inadequate words for my constituents, partial sentence, kind of as an afterthought, where he claimed that they would, quote, or they said they will, quote, also work just as hard to get Canadian resources to new markets and offer unwavering support to the hard-working men and women in Canada's natural resources sectors, many of whom have faced tough times recently. Really? Mr. Speaker, unwavering support have faced tough times recently? That's it? Since 2015, hundreds of thousands of energy workers have lost their jobs. Over 100,000 of them are out of work in Alberta right now. $100 billion in energy investment has left Canada since this government took office. Encana, which was once Canada's largest company, and Trans-Pacific Pipeline are changing their names to remove Canada from the names of these businesses and relocate to the United States because that's where the work is. And all this Prime Minister had to say in his speech from the throne was unwavering support in tough times recently. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has been unwavering in his stated desire to phase out the natural resources sector, and he's succeeding. One incredibly insulting sentence that contains a flagrant untruth is all he had to say about it in his entire speech. If this Prime Minister meant what he said about getting Canadian resources to market, it would require him to undo much of the work of the last Parliament. It would require him to repeal Bill C-69 or implement every single one of the Senate amendments that were rejected last spring. It would require him to repeal C-48. It would require him to champion Canada as a reliable source of ethically extracted resources and disown his own prior anti-Canadian energy rhetoric. It would require him to actually take concrete steps to ensure Trans Mountain can be completed, and it would require him to apologize for chasing its private sector proponent out of Canada and for having to send $4.5 billion in Texas so they could compete with us by building pipelines elsewhere. Yet these Liberals think they deserve some kind of credit for buying a pipeline that should never have been for sale in the first place. I can assure them that not one single person I've met in my riding, where pipelines are a huge issue, thought that buying it was anything other than a last-ditch solution to a problem 100% of their own making. So to sum up, Mr. Speaker, this speech contains nothing for my constituents. I received a strong mandate from the people of Calgary Rocky Ridge, and I expect them to hold me to a high standard. My constituents expect nothing less.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, it's interesting. I'd love the opportunity maybe to sit aside with the member and contrast the response I got from the constituents in which I represent versus the constituents in which he represents. But what I do know is that Canadians want and desire to see opposition parties and the government working together, more so than they have in the previous 4 years. And that means, at the end of the day, looking for ways in which we can see policies that will further advance Canadians as a whole. For example, today we talked about the TMX. The TMX is actually moving forward. Would he not agree that that is a positive thing? Something in which I must remind the member opposite that the Conservatives were not able to do. So even though he's been very critical, and often the Conservatives like to take personal attacks at the Prime Minister, let me assure Canadians and those that are following the debate that this is a government that will continue to focus on strengthening Canada's middle class and has a strong willingness to work with all members of this chamber to make a positive difference for all Canadians in all regions.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, the member from Winnipeg North already, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I thank him. And I would ask him, he's talking about his constituents, and I do congratulate him on his re-election. I have no doubt that he has support in his riding. I note that in his city and mine, he lost colleagues. We gained colleagues. I think that at the doors in both cities, I'd be surprised if there was widespread support for his government. But to his point about cooperation in this Parliament, if the government on the other side proposes measures that will be helpful to my constituents and to Canadians more broadly, I am more than happy to offer my cooperation and my support. We are here to support Canadians and to represent our ridings, and I will cooperate fully with any measures that this government can propose that will help my constituents. I saw none in this speech from the throne, and I invite him to come and knock on doors in Calgary, Rocky Ridge with that speech from the throne and see what kind of response he would get.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say hello to my constituents in Laurentides-Labelle for having placed their trust in me. For a while now, we've heard talk of prosperity, but let's not forget that there is one important issue. People are vulnerable. A little earlier, we talked about community organizations. We talked about the fact that there are not enough skilled workers generally. In my riding of Laurentides-Labelle, 1 person out of 6 is low income, and this is an alarming fact. Those people are not working, and they are having a very difficult time to making ends meet, even finding a simple apartment or place to live. So I have a simple question for you. What are we all going to do to help all these people who today are suffering, who cannot contribute to the prosperity of this country, which we all want? I'm putting my question to you. What do you believe the answer is? Thank you.
Ridge. I thank the member for her question and welcome her to this chamber. I have some very, I think, simple and concrete steps that would benefit the well-being of all Canadians, and that is for this government to become a champion of our resource sector. It supplies jobs to Canadians all across the country. There have been thousands of workers in Quebec that used to come and work in Alberta, and they had good, high-paying jobs that contributed to the prosperity of the province of Quebec, not only from the income that they earned in Alberta, but also, of course, through the enormous transfers that have taken place over the years. So the economic opportunities that have been lost under this government represent billions of dollars that could be used for all manner of social programs. With the investment that has left Canada and gone to the United States, we are literally exporting hospitals, exporting schools, exporting social services to the United States. The lost tax revenue, the lost income revenue has been appalling under this government.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time I've risen in this 43rd Parliament, so I would like to take a short moment to thank the voters of North Okanagan Shuswap for placing me in their seat in this House to serve as their representative. I'm scheduled to have an opportunity later today, and will wait until then to expand on how grateful I am for the opportunity to be here. At this time, I am rising to speak to the speech from the throne, so I will use this valuable time to do so. We are expected to use this time to respond to the speech from the throne and express a position in respect to the mandate given to us by the voters in our ridings and in relation to the portfolios we have been assigned to. I honor that opportunity and intend to capture what I heard from constituents of the North Okanagan Shuswap on the doorsteps, at 15 all-candidates forums, and at countless meetings across the riding over the past 4 years. I also plan to address issues related to the Ministry of Fisheries, Oceans, and Canadian Coast Guard that I am honored to be Shadow Minister for. Regarding the North Okanagan Shuswap, one of the key issues I heard over the past 4 years was the issue of affordability. Mr. Speaker, life became more unaffordable under the previous Liberal government. I heard continuously that people are concerned about the debt load that is being passed on to future generations, passed on to children and grandchildren that will be forced to pay for the short-sightedness of a tax and spend government. Unfortunately, little has changed. The suggestion to cut taxes for the middle class, a class that has never been defined, with no plan to equivalently reduce government spending, is once again a reckless one. This is even more reckless when there is no real mention in the speech of how the Prime Minister plans to rebuild the confidence in Canada's business sector. For Canadian investors and in foreign investors whose confidence is needed to build our economy, an area that should be foremost if we are truly concerned about keeping life affordable for Canadians. Business owners in the North Okanagan Shuswap have told me that they're not willing to invest in expansion or capital projects under the current government direction. Sectors like the forest industry, where in March of 2016 we were told that within 100 days there would be a framework for a softwood lumber agreement. 3.5 years later, there is still no deal and no mention of forestry in the throne speech. Sectors like agriculture, which have suffered from strained international relationships and lackluster trade negotiations. Another economic driver not even mentioned in this speech from the throne. If this government is truly responsive to the messages the electors gave at the polls, they should recognize these sectors. They're an important and large component of life in the regions of the country where they lost seats, and should recognize that actions are needed, more than words of platitude, in order to bring a sense of Canadian unity back to those regions. Regions that have been a source of relative wealth for all of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take part of my time today to address issues related to fisheries, my portfolio in the official opposition shadow cabinet. Fishermen, Indigenous and non-Indigenous groups across the country have grave concerns for Canada's fish stocks, their livelihoods, and the future of their communities. The fishers, processors, and communities that rely on stability of access and stability of markets in order to make investments in their boats, their plants, their infrastructure, are all looking for certainty. Unfortunately, what we're seeing are more signs of uncertainty. Signals of closures of access to the fishing grounds, conflict over who has access and when access may be granted, and uncertainty of whether or not they will be consulted before decisions are made that will affect their work, their business, their communities, and their future. Canada already has some of the strongest protection measures for our waterways and marine areas through fishing and operational regulation and legislation. These factors must be taken into account when negotiating with global forces set upon locking up Canada as the world's park. The commitment to protect 25% of our oceans by 2025 cannot be done without abandoning meaningful consultation processes with affected communities and current operators. I often refer to the difference I see between conservation and preservation. Conservation being the wise and conservative use of resources so that there is a benefit or a revenue attained from that use, allowing for a portion of those benefits to be turned back into the health and growth of that resource, whether it be forestry, land use, fish and wildlife, or other natural resources. Preservation, on the other hand, to me means locking up those resources so there is no benefit, no revenue coming back in to use or to divide up and put back into maintaining that resource. Requiring funding from somewhere else, from other resources to be tapped into from somewhere so that they can be used to support that resource that is now locked up. I will always defend the value of conservation over preservation. There must also be action on the ground and in the streams if Canada is to rebuild our salmon stocks to the abundance that is possible. We have seen little in the past 4 years that actually made any difference in any place other than meeting rooms. Limited resources have actually hit the ground. And now we have seen nothing in this throne speech to even recognize Canada's fisheries and the people that rely on them. It is a pleasant dream to live in a world where nothing is taken and nothing is used. But it is not sustainable in a world where everyone wants more than we had yesterday. In speaking today, I respect the viewpoint that criticism should not be given directly without offering an alternative or solution. So I offer that instead of implementing legislation and policies that will only make life more difficult and expensive for Canadians and make them more dependent on government, let us look for ways to promote our Canadian ingenuity and technology here in Canada and abroad to tackle things like climate change and ocean pollution in areas of the world where it is the worst, not here in Canada, not only here in Canada. Consult with resource users and developers on how we can do things better and continue to grow and prosper. Work with our local, remote, and coastal communities. Listen to them and their willingness to protect our lands and oceans while still deriving a living from those resources available to us. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of working together and cooperation, I offer these alternatives to the way things have been laid out. And while holding this government to account during the coming term, I also offer to work together towards solutions that are best for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from across the way. And I think of Bill C-55, which was the Oceans Protections Act. There is legislation, but there's also been budgetary measures. Budgetary measures, getting close to hundreds of millions of dollars that were put in over the last number of years. So I think that there is some common ground in which we can both agree on in terms of just how important these issues are. And my question to the member, because he kind of raised it in terms of other areas of the world, that if you take a look at Canada's population overall, contrasted to other populations around the world, you'll find that the amount of clout, of political clout that we have is fairly significant given our population base. And by taking progressive measures, that would he not agree that that allows Canada to have a greater influence on the things that take place around the world? And that's why it's important that we bring forward legislation like C-55 and others to ensure that we do continue to have that clout.
Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his comments. And I'm glad that he brought up C-55 because that is exactly what I was alluding to in my speech this morning. I was heavily involved in the debate, in the committee study of C-55, and in fact, before that bill even came to the committee for study, I had put forward a motion at the Fisheries Committee that we study how marine protected areas are implemented in Canada and the consultation process that was there previous to Bill C-55. Now we see areas of interest being closed to access without consultation. Those local fishing communities have been ignored. The fishermen have been ignored. So even though you say you have, this member says the government has put funding in place and resources in place, they've cut out the consultation process that I see as so important.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire à la députée de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, if I may, I would like to thank the voters in the riding of Montcalm who placed their trust in me yet again, and I will do everything I can to meet those expectations. Mr. Speaker, governments come and go, especially governments represented by the old parties, and yet the climate crisis is not going away. There are good intentions on all sides, but we're still waiting for concrete action. After COP22, the parliamentary budget officer told the Liberal government that it had to do more to hit the Harper targets on the environment. But what did the Liberal government do? Well, they bought an old pipeline nobody wanted. They invested $19 billion in the oil sector, and yet that was not even enough for the Conservatives. So what I'm asking my colleagues, since the Conservatives claimed they had a plan for the environment, what would they do to protect the environment in this time of climate crisis?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the colleague down the way for his questions. This is what we talked about in our election platform. We recognize that Canada can make a difference in our emissions, but we have to work on a global scale. When China emits over 25% of global emissions, why should we punish Canadians with a carbon tax when we could use Canadian technology, Canadian ingenuity, market that worldwide, and make a bigger difference in places where the pollution is the worst? Thank you.
Time for one more question. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a quick question to my colleague with regards to single event sports betting as we start to reach areas of common interest. Again, I've tabled my private members legislation that would allow each province to allow single event sports betting. Currently in Canada, about $10 billion goes to organized crime or to offshore betting. That money could be redirected to priorities and accountable sports betting could take place. The United States is actually moving towards this and the rest of the world has. Just a quick question to that member. Does he support this as a unifying thing amongst parties right here and ourselves, making sure we move this money from organized crime and the black market and the basements and the back rooms and actually accountable, taxable, and more importantly, safe single-event sports betting to modernize our act?
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting question. I look forward to seeing the private members' bill coming forward. I'm certainly not going to say how I'm going to vote on a bill that I haven't even seen yet, but I would agree with them that we need to deal with corruption. We need to deal with organized crime. We need to deal with criminals that are preying on the most vulnerable here in Canada. That is what we have not seen from the previous Liberal government, and I don't expect we're going to see it from this one unless they can understand what this side of the House sees as making a larger difference. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to be back in this chamber, and I want to start off by, first of all, thanking my constituents from Parkdale High Park who have returned me for the second time to this chamber. It is an honor to serve them and a privilege to serve them, one which I do not take lightly. I wanted to also thank the people that are the most important in my life in terms of getting me to where I am today, the people that gave me guidance as a young child and then as a young man, my parents, Lou and Sewell Varani. My dad just celebrated his 78th birthday on this past Saturday, and also my sister, Shakufe. My immediate family has been a rock of support through all of this, and I will confess to you that it has been a little bit more troubling and difficult for my youngest son this go-around. In 2015, he was 1. not having much conscious memory of what transpired in 2015. This go around, he was 5, and he did miss his dad a great deal during the election, as did my 8-year-old son. But it is for them that I do this work, and it's for children around the country that we all do this work. It's important to keep them in mind. But Zakir and Nitin, I love you very much. I'm not wearing a shirt with cufflinks today, but I have the cufflinks with your initials on them in my pocket, as I always do on important occasions. And the most important person is obviously the person who is my significant other, my wife, Suchita, who has been a rock of support. We don't come from a political family, Mr. Speaker, but she's nevertheless been steadfast by my side constantly throughout this entire endeavor, even getting to the point of coming out to pull the vote on Election Day this past year, which is a first for her. But thank you to my wife, Suchita. I love you dearly. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do and to serve this country and to serve my riding. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to start out by saying, first of all, that we've just had the speech from the throne. And with the speech from the throne contains a series of initiatives that the government is pursuing. And among those initiatives, I wanted to highlight 6. You recollect from our days in the previous Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I remain a litigator who likes to say organized in his prepared comments. So point number 1, Mr. Speaker, climate action. We know that climate action is urgent. We heard about it all throughout this country during the course of the campaign and prior to it. We know that we need to be taking bold action. We've taken the steps to take that bold action, but I'm going to highlight one important thing because I think it dovetails with the message that was sent to us by constituents right around the country, that what they're looking for in returning a minority parliament is more cooperation. This idea that there's no monopoly on a good idea. This idea that we need to take best practices from across the aisle and from across the country and really from around the world and implement those as best practices here in Canada. And I'll point to one. We've taken some very bold action with our carbon price, with our plan to phase out coal, with our initiatives on the just transition. One thing that we need to do actually was not contained in our platform, it was contained in the platform of a party opposite, actually, the NDP. And they talked about a climate accountability mechanism that government would report to. I think that's exactly the kind of mechanism that's worth studying. Why do I think that? Because when I was at COP24 last year in Katowice, that's the model that is used in Britain that was championed at COP24. I brought that idea back here to Parliament and immediately started talking about it. I'm glad to see it in the platforms of other parties. It's the kind of idea that we need to take up because there's nothing more pressing than addressing climate change as an initiative. Mr. Speaker, I would also say, in terms of a second idea, in terms of the throne speech, that affordability rang true throughout the country. Again, this is not something that's germane to my riding of Toronto or my city of Toronto or urban centres. This rings true regardless of where you are, from region to region, rural to urban. And what I would point to in the throne speech is a very important commitment that was reiterated when the throne speech was read, which is that the very first act we will be taking as a government is to reduce the taxation burden on low and middle income Canadians. How are we doing that? We're increasing the basic personal exemption. Again, not a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker, but I'll point out a subtle difference that lays bare the difference between the two major parties in this chamber. Conservatives presented the same idea and would have had it universally applicable. We said, that's a great idea, but we're going to make it applicable to everyone except for the top 1%. Why? Because we fundamentally believe in targeting our measures towards those who need it the most. And we were criticized in the past, perhaps fairly, for having a middle-class tax cut that applied to people approximately the portion of your earnings between about $42,000 and $85,000, roughly, if I remember correctly, from the last Parliament. People said rightfully that low-income people need taxation relief as much as anyone else. We are delivering that in this campaign platform and with this first initiative. And that subtle difference, by ensuring that the benefit goes to those who need it the most, not to those who don't need it, is what definitely identifies us as a centrist Liberal Party attempting to address the needs of the most vulnerable. The third theme I want to touch on is housing, Mr. Speaker. Housing is critical. Again, something that was heard time and time again by me knocking on doors during the past campaign is this issue about housing, whether it's supportive housing, whether it's affordable rental housing, whether it's the ability to buy your first home. People are feeling a pinch. People are feeling squeezed out of the housing market. It's incumbent upon all of us to address that pinch and to address it clearly and vigorously. We are doing just that with a $55 billion plan that is 12 years deep to address housing. The campaign is over. The time to get onto the action of implementing those policies is now, starting with the Canada Housing Benefit, which will be a portable benefit, so you're not attached to a particular apartment or unit. You take that benefit with you wherever you move in my riding, in my city, or around the country. The fourth important theme is critical, Mr. Speaker. It is gun control. And I want to talk about this a little bit because, Mr. Speaker, when you speak about gun control, you're speaking about the needs of all Canadians. This is not an urban. This need not be an urban, rural-urban issue. Mr. Speaker, I neglect. I'm so excited to get going with my throne speech. I neglected to mention that I'd be splitting my time with the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge, and I congratulate him on his return to the House. Mr. Speaker, with respect to gun control, This past Friday was a noted anniversary. It was the 30th anniversary of the Montreal Massacre. Je me rappelle très bien cette année, il y a...
I remember 30 years ago that my sister was a young student in Montreal at McGill. When she was in Montreal, in the city itself, we got many calls asking if she was okay. Is she safe? And we answered yes. We got news from her, but we were lucky. Our family was lucky.
Forever that evening. And what troubles me is that sometimes people think, well, Jacinta Ardern has done really well on gun control, hard on the heels of a massacre, a brutal massacre in New Zealand. We don't need to wait for another massacre to act. We've had our share of troubles. We continue to have our share of troubles. 30 years ago in Montreal, on January 29th, 2017 in Quebec City, we have had incidences of people being slaughtered through guns that are used only for the purposes of mass killing. Those are not hunting rifles. Those are not legitimately pursued weapons. Those are weapons that have no place in Canadian society. We made a bold commitment to get rid of military-style assault weapons. That was reiterated in the throne speech, and I'm determined to ensure that we see that through to its course and see it through quickly. But it doesn't just stop there, Mr. Speaker. As a Toronto Member of Parliament, I believe firmly in gun control and the need for gun control. Yes, there are many facets that contribute to the gun problem and to violence in cities like mine, and they're multifaceted. There's gang problems, there are border control problems. But part of the problem is also the availability of readily accessible handguns, again, that serve no place in a city like Toronto, in many of our urban centers and centers otherwise. When we talk about this issue, there's an aspect of how it impacts upon our communities, including our racialized communities. There's an aspect of how it affects mental health in those who pass via suicide, and there's an aspect of how it dovetails with domestic violence, particularly violence perpetrated against women. We will address all of those issues by addressing the nub of the issue, which is gun control. Mr. Speaker, the fifth theme that I want to touch on is Indigenous reconciliation. I was very proud to see that reiterated again in the speech, as it needs to be. This will take 7 generations to resolve. We made gigantic progress during the last Parliament in terms of addressing monetary needs, lifting boil water advisories, in terms of the child welfare legislation, and also the Indigenous Language Protection Act, which I was very privileged to work upon as the Parliamentary Secretary to the then Minister of Heritage. What I learned on that file, Mr. Speaker, is that notwithstanding my own background on equity issues and on fighting discrimination, you will get nowhere in this country in rectifying all sorts of other issues that deal with inequality unless we address the core and foundational issue, which is 400 years of colonialism and racism fomented against Indigenous people. And the sixth theme I wanted to talk about is pharmacare. Again, in an effort to reach across the aisle, we've heard about this from many, many different parties in this House. The time is now to address the lacuna in our current situation of policy. The lacuna is this. In the entire OECD, we stand alone as the only country that supports medical care and not medicine with publicly financed support. That is a minority of one that I personally do not want to be in, and I know the colleagues opposite share that view. Exploring dental care is another fine suggestion that was brought forward in the NDP campaign platform that I believe is worth exploring, and that's why it was mentioned in the throne speech. Mr. Speaker, you know I came to this chamber as a human rights and constitutional lawyer. You know, because we served together, that I came here as a refugee from Uganda, and I've taken advantage of the opportunities and that were provided to me in this fine country and worked to make it better. We have made great strides over the last 4 years, but there's so much more work to be done. I just want to finish on this note and say 4 things I thought about after getting reelected, what I would commit to myself to do, what I would commit to my constituents and to this chamber. The first is to continue to speak out about what I've always believed in, fighting discrimination, promoting equality, and making Canada more inclusive for all. The second is continuing to champion human rights, both here and abroad, at every opportunity that presents itself. The third is ensuring that housing is not a fanciful ideal, but is something that manifests for people in my community. And the fourth is ensuring that we're always working harder, faster, and more ambitiously on climate change, because climate change is the most pressing issue of our time. On a spirit of cooperation, on a spirit of collegiality, I offer congratulations to all of the new members and all of the returning members to this House. I hope to work with you collaboratively to better this nation and this Parliament. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the honourable member on the opposite side. We do share one thing in common, is that we're the only 2 members in the House of Commons who participated in the Canadian Parliamentary Internship Program. My question's pretty straightforward. In your remarks today, Mr. Speaker, the member mentioned targeting measures for those who need it the most. And I wanted to ask the member, does the member believe it's appropriate for the Government of Canada to provide incentives or to subsidize the purchase of electric cars for what he's termed the wealthiest 1%? Thank you so much.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
It is a tremendous honor to receive my first question in this chamber in this new parliament from a former parliamentary intern. Congratulations to you. We are now a group of three. Judy Washa-Lisa Lease, whose name I can now pronounce out loud because she's no longer here, was the first intern to be elected. Congratulations to you, sir. In terms of the actual substantive question that you asked me, it's a delicate one. Yes, we have provided a universal incentive for people in terms of purchasing zero-emission vehicles. But you should note, sir, that what we've done is we've actually targeted it to low-income zero-emission vehicles, so $50,000 or less. Clearly, there are Tesla vehicles that are out there and other types of vehicles that are in the $80,000, $90,000 range. We specifically excluded them because those are in the reach of a certain purview of the population, but not in the reach of low and middle-income individuals. It is low and middle-income individuals we're targeting. That's why the ZEV tax credit was targeted at that price threshold and not beyond it. Merci.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak once again to the House of Commons as representative for St. John's East, and I want to thank the honourable member for Parkdale Hyde Park for his speech. But I do want to say and reflect on his talk about cooperation, and that is what Canadians want. I think they've spoken in that regard. But unfortunately, and I don't like to be cynical when we're talking about cooperation, but when I see two of the issues that he brought forward, the issue of pharmacare, where our party called for a universal comprehensive system, and the throne speech talks about taking certain steps along the way. And when he talks about when we talked about dental care, we talked about a specific, practical, doable program that could be implemented immediately. And the throne speech talked about a universal program being studied. That seems to me to be a cynical approach to these two important issues. I'd like the member to comment on that and try to reconcile that about cooperation.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank the member for St. John's East for his question and congratulate him on his return to this House. I know he's an experienced member who had a brief involuntary interregnum, but welcome back, sir, to the chamber. What I would say on both of those 2 points is that it is an absolute good faith that we are engaging with pharmacare and starting a dialogue on dental care. On the dental care, taking them in reverse order, I heard about this a great deal from people in my riding during the campaign, specifically, and I'm not sure if this is germane only to Ontario, but this lacuna that exists for those people who age, if they're on what's called the Ontario Disability Support Program, they receive dental coverage, but the second they hit 65 and access CPPD, all of a sudden dental coverage stops. That's a problem. That has to be a problem. People are living to about 80, 90 years old. We need to address that, but we need to study it. I think on the issue about timing, these are massive, massive changes, structural changes of the same scope of what we did in the 60s with Medicare or in the 50s with pensions, if I remember correctly. But what we need to do is do it methodically and make sure that we get it right. That is the reason for the study in the Hoskins report, and that is how we will be proceeding. Merci.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please let me take the opportunity to thank the citizens who voted for me. My father sat here for 20 years, so this is very special to me. And I'm very pleased with the situation. In the context of climate change, we're all talking about it. It's very important. But the Liberals had promised in 2015 to cut subsidies to the oil sector. In that context, if we're going towards the transition to a green economy, why subsidize the oil industry if we want to get to the other end of the spectrum? My question to my Liberal colleague is, does he not believe that we should stop subsidizing oil and gas, the oil and gas sector? The honourable member for Parkdale High Park. Thank you very much for the question, and I would like to congratulate my colleague on the other side for his election and for the family history. What I want to highlight is two things. First of all, oil subsidies are not as clear as he makes them. What we call oil subsidies has an aspect where we subsidize Indigenous communities, especially those in the north. They're the ones who told us in the previous Parliament that if those subsidies were eliminated, it would eliminate that community's link to a source of energy, and that was the first thing. The second thing is that oil subsidies are something that we've already highlighted, and we had committed to do this by 2020-25, and we're going to achieve that objective. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Speaker. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate the member from Nipissing-Témiscamingue for his election to the Speaker. Je suis très contente pour the member from...
I'm very happy for the member of that riding.
Wonderful job for everyone in this House. C'est un plaisir pour moi de prendre la...
It's a pleasure for me to rise to speak today during the opening days of the 43rd session of Parliament.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais commencer...
In response to the throne speech, I want to first start with a big thank you.
...in their faith and trust in me for a second term. The citizens of my riding humbled me with a strong vote of confidence in my ability to represent them, tripling the margin of victory and achieving over 50% of the votes cast that evening is a wonderful vote of confidence. I just wish to say thank you to them. The results, I believe, speak to a lot of hard work, Mr. Speaker, and with that, an unwavering commitment to my residents that I always will represent them to the best of my capacity and will always be their strong voice in Ottawa. Whether it is visiting residents at their homes to listen to their concerns and issues, to always being available to my wonderful seniors who I love dearly, to ensuring that the opinion of the dynamic, entrepreneurial, and very successful business community that is located in my riding, and which over the last 5 years has created over 60,000 new full-time jobs in the city of Vaughan, is always heard. To my team of volunteers, those individuals who canvassed, put up signs, sent positive vibes, made the phone calls that count, you were an inspiration to me. A gracious thank you. Merci beaucoup. Grazie mille. To my wife Rose and my children Natalia and Eliana who are watching today, Daddy loves you so much, and I thank you all every day for your patience, much patience, and love while I do this remarkable job here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, the speech from the throne, in my view, is analogous to a blueprint for a more prosperous and inclusive Canada for all Canadians, a blueprint to move the country forward and ensure that we are facing not only the challenges today, Mr. Speaker, but as important, preparing for the ones that come tomorrow to this beautiful country we call home. As an MP, we have many duties or personal responsibilities to fulfill, and I believe the most important responsibility we have as a member of Parliament is to advocate for policies to provide Canadians what I call the equality of opportunity. Let me elaborate, Monsieur le Président. It is the utmost responsibility for every single MP to ensure that every Canadian, every citizen, has the opportunity to fulfill their capacity as individuals. But, Monsieur le Président, that can only be achieved through one thing, and one thing only. We ourselves need to demonstrate leadership. But leadership, for me, only comes from when we serve, and that every single member of Parliament is a servant. As noted by Martin Luther King Jr., life's most urgent question is, what are you doing of others? And from the writer and businessman Max Dupree, the first responsibility of a leader is to define reality. The last is to say thank you. And in between, the leader is a servant. So, Mr. Speaker, it is time for all 338 MPs in this wonderful House in the 43rd session of Parliament to be servants, to listen, to act with humility, and ensure that we build a stronger, more inclusive country for all Canadians, from coast to coast to coast. One that leaves a healthier environment as well as a prosperous and optimistic future for my children and all the children across this wonderful country. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech laid out a number of themes that our government will focus on, together, working with all parties, including fighting climate change, reconciliation, making life more affordable while we continue to strengthen the middle class, and much important work. I would like to focus my remaining time on the last theme, about the middle class and strengthening our economy. Monsieur le Président, capitalism in the 20th and 21st century has created enormous wealth across this world, lifted billions of people out of poverty across this globe, and allowed innovation from an exponential increase in agricultural yields to advances in technology and medicine and social innovation to occur. The world is more connected than we ever know it, and who knows what will happen in the years to come, but it's a very exciting future. We as a government will continue to ensure that our policies, the policies that we believe in based on the values that we fundamentally believe in and care about in this country, are in place that aim to grow the Canadian economy and create good jobs and optimistic future for Canadians. Continuing from our first mandate, we will encourage competition, encourage risk-taking, and investment by entrepreneurs, give Canadians the skills to respond and adapt in an ever-changing global marketplace. provide for tax fairness, and put more money in the pockets of Canadian families with, yes, that goal that we as a government continue to strengthen the middle class, create a more optimistic future, and remain the envy of the world. We saw the results over the first 4 years with over 1 million jobs created, primarily full-time and what I like to see private sector, and over 800,000 Canadians lifted out of poverty, including over 200,000 or 300,000 children. Those are real stories across the Canada. Pick a province, pick a city. There are Canadians that benefited directly from the policies that we put in place in our first session. As in 2015, our government will again provide tax relief for millions of Canadians. We did it once, we're going to do it again. Promise made will be a promise kept. With a tax cut aimed at those Canadians that need it the most. All Canadians that earn income, whether it is income earning at work, pension income, or even investment income, will see a rise in the basic personal exemption amount. And this is something that I argued to be put in our platform, and I'm great to see it there. The amount that we earn before paying federal taxes will be increased quicker than it would happen naturally, from $12,000 to $15,000 while remaining to be indexed. For every taxpayer in Canada who earns approximately $15,000, that will be $300 more in your pocket to spend on the things that you deem to be important, whether it's saving for your kids' future, whether it's paying for everyday necessities. It's your money, and we're going to give it back to you. This tax cut will provide over $5 billion annually in tax relief to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that is focused on lowering taxes for middle-class Canadians. I'm proud to be a part of a government that will provide tax relief to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. In the first time, 9 million Canadians benefited from our tax reduction of approximately $20 billion over 5 years of the introduction. And again, over the next 2 to 3 years, you'll see $15 to $20 billion of tax relief dedicated to those families that need it the most. Not the wealthiest 1%, not those earning over $200,000 or $300,000, but for the average middle-class family in Canada, say $70,000 or so, $75,000, you'll see over $600 more in your pockets, which to me is great news. Mr. Speaker, I'm blessed to represent a riding that is defined by dynamic entrepreneurial spirit and a can-do attitude, an attitude that I see every day in the nearly 12,000 small businesses that are located in the city of Vaughan, and approximately 4,000 are located in my riding. A spirit that says, what can I do for this country, rather the opposite. A spirit that says, I want to hire and grow our economy. A spirit that says, let's get to work and make things happen. These business owners and entrepreneurs have my utmost respect, and their success is not due to luck, but only due to hard work and perseverance. So some of the most successful entrepreneurs and private enterprises in this country reside in my riding, and with it I know firsthand that we must focus on policies that encourage investment, but also provide what I call for inclusive growth. That when growth occurs, that all Canadians are benefiting. And that's been the focus of our government from the beginning. A focus on returning money back to Canadians through a middle-class tax cut. A focus on the Canada Child Benefit, where 8 or 9 out of 10 families in Canada were made better off. In my riding, every month, $5 million comes tax-free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Arrives tax-free to the families in my riding, helping almost 18,000 children, over 10,000 families. Mr. Speaker, that is real change. That is the change that Canadians elected us in our first mandate, and in this session, I'm glad to see in our platform further adjustments to the Canada Child Benefit that will help families in my riding, but also more importantly, help families from coast to coast to coast. We will continue lifting children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. We will continue creating those good full-time jobs in the private sector that we saw in our first 4 years. And in fact, for the first 12 months starting November 2018 till today, almost 300,000 new full-time jobs have been generated in Canada or created in Canada. We still have one of the lowest unemployment rates across the world, depending on how you want to use measurements. But if you compare apples to apples, we are amongst the lowest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as someone who spent over 2 decades working in the global financial markets and who grew up in a small town, working at a pulp mill and a grain elevator and working at McDonald's when I first started one of my first jobs, I know the value of hard work. And hard work is what defines this country. It's what defines the constituents in my riding. That is why, as we as a government, we will continue to listen to the hardworking Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We'll continue to be putting in place policies that grow our economy. Yes, I see some of my colleagues from the opposition parties who reside in that beautiful province of Alberta, and I attend it, and we'll make sure that TMX pipeline gets built, and it is being built, and we'll bring our resources to new markets and make sure we're capturing that full price and lower that differential between oil prices that's hampered the economy of Alberta for the last several years. We need to make sure we get full price for our products and our resources. I want to end off this note that I look forward to working with all my colleagues from all parties in this 43rd session of Parliament. One of my hallmarks for the first session was to reach out to individuals from our parties, become friends with them, get to know them, and just say hi. And I think if many of us do that in this House, we'll see a much more congenial place, a much more nicer attitude, and I see some smiles across the aisle. So with that, I look forward to questions and comments. I'd like to say good morning, bonjour à tous. I'd especially like to say a special morning to my kids, and there's some reasons behind that. Daddy loves you, and we'll see you soon enough, and be strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. As always, his words were good, and his intent is good. And I'm concerned, though, that the rosy picture he painted of the situation in our country doesn't reflect what we're hearing. We know we lost 71,000 jobs in Canada this month. We know that $80 billion of investment has left, and that, in fact, foreign investment is reduced 50%. We know that the economy is supposed to be flat and not growing over the next 1 to 2 year term. And so if we really are going to help the middle class, I think we need to admit where we are at and that this is the result of disastrous policies in the Liberal government. We've seen a lack of action, most recently with the CN strike, the propane that impacted farmers. Again, 3 slaughterhouses shut down, 60,000 cows in the backlog. So there was a total lack of action there. What specific actions is this government going to take to cure the state of the nation?
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Je vous dis merci pour la question de la member of Parliament de Sarnia-Lambton and a dear friend. I would say, as an economist and someone who follows the numbers here in Canada quite closely, what's behind those numbers are stories of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And we've seen net full-time employment rise in this country by over 1.1 million, if not more, in the last 5 years. We've seen our government take action, whether it's the accelerated investment incentive that we put in place in a prior budget to encourage manufacturers to invest, and that's what they're doing. We have seen a resilient economy, and that is backed by resilient Canadians investing in our country. Our foreign direct investment numbers, I would love to sit down with the member of Parliament, Sarnia-Lambton, explain some of the nuances with that. We were actually seeing an increase in our FDI numbers, especially in the province of Ontario. We've become a leader in fintech. We've become a leader in innovation. In Montreal and Waterloo, we've become a leader in AI. We have a lot of good things happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his speech. I remember what he said about connecting Canadians, and I would just like to talk to him about the digital aspect. The throne speech talked about the differences in regional areas with regard to broadband, and I have a lot of rural areas in my riding, and my concern is to ensure that there are not 2 classes of Canadians, that is, that people in the urban areas who have cell phones, who have reliable service, and who also receive broadband internet, and then other people in the rural areas who don't have that. So I'm worrying about the prosperity of our villages. How can we keep our families in Abitibi-Témiscamingue if we can't do homework assistance with our kids because we don't have a proper broadband? And how are we going to attract small and medium-sized businesses to our regions if they can't count on broadband for economic development? So my question is, can we ensure that all Canadians will be connected regardless of where they live in this country? Thank you.
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and I agree.
Quebec. All Canadians, if in my comments on the throne speech, I fundamentally believe in equality of opportunity for all Canadians to succeed. We need to ensure that Canadians living in rural Canada, in the beautiful parts of our country, that they are connected to the internet. The internet is very equivalent to the telephone from 20, 30 years ago. Every person in Canada needs to be connected to the internet to fulfill their responsibilities, but to be able to undertake the actions that they need to succeed. And we need to ensure, and we've done it in the prior session, we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars. We formed partnerships with our telecom companies across Canada. We need to ensure that rural Canada is as connected as urban Canada. There cannot be two, there just has to be one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have the time for a brief question and answer. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide further comment as to why it was so important that the government continue to invest and support Canada's middle class and the positive impact that that has on the overall economy. Healthy middle class, healthier economy. If he can just provide his thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank my colleague for the question. Our economy can only grow and only benefit all Canadians, what's called inclusive growth. We need to target policies that benefit middle-class Canadians. We did it with the first tax cut, benefiting 9 million Canadians. This tax cut will actually take out 700,000 people from our tax rolls. That'll be 700,000 people across Canada not paying any more federal tax. That is real change, but that's also putting money back in Canadians who will spend it. Their marginal propensity to what we call in economics to consume and spend is actually very high. It'll benefit themselves and it'll benefit the economy the most. And we can only move forward as a country if all Canadians are lifted, if all Canadians benefit from economic growth, and Canadians benefit from tax cuts, tax reductions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to indicate that I will be splitting my time with the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London. I look forward to those remarks as well. I cannot begin, Mr. Speaker, without starting with thanking the constituents of Calgary-Midnapore for sending me here back again. I'm so very overjoyed to be back in this House representing them. I'm truly grateful. And Mr. Speaker, I will have you know that my parents are my constituents. So my mom is probably watching, so I promise to be extra good in the House at this time. I will say that. Aussi, Monsieur le Président.
But also, Mr. Speaker, I can say that today I am very saddened, and that's because of my family as well. Because my mother is from Quebec, my father is from Saskatchewan, and so I think that we have a lot of families in Canada like that, perhaps with one parent who comes from the west and the other from the east. And I think that there's a similar story to that on the other side of the House from last week. But I can say that even though this is a Canadian story, that now we are a divided family, a family divided, and that is a really sad thing. But I can also say that we are divided because there was a lot of policies from the other side of the House over the past 4 years that really divided us, that completely divided Canadians. There were a great many situations where, people were pitted against each other, and that is a very sad thing. And I'm thinking of my region, Alberta. Regions were pitted against each other, and Alberta had no support at all for the energy industry. We can think of a number of bills passed in this House. For example, C-69, obviously. With C-69, it's now virtually impossible to develop any new energy projects. With C-48, it's virtually impossible to go forward with any pipelines in order to transport oil, and that's really, really sad. And obviously, the carbon tax is a bad thing too. But with their bill against the energy sector, that comes with consequences, Mr. Speaker. Very dire consequences for families, for individuals. In fact, bills like that one destroy families. Those bills destroy people's lives because the government says that it wants to eliminate poverty, but it's creating poverty with bills like this one. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister on many occasions has said one thing to one region of the country and something completely different to another region of the country. So I think that the President of the United States used a sentence for that. He called the Prime Minister two-faced, Mr. Speaker. And people from Canada saw this, just as the President of the U.S. did. So with the speech from the throne, the Prime Minister had an opportunity to reach out to all regions of the country. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. There were a number of actions. For example, he designated a minister specifically to shore up relations among the provinces. There were a number of meetings with the provincial premiers across the country, the premiers from the territories as well. And in fact, the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister promised that they would listen very, very hard to all provinces. And so this speech from the throne was a true opportunity to show that they did listen. But unfortunately, the speech from the throne did not show any evidence of that. Unfortunately, it was just the same old thing all over again.
But not much was said. There were platitudes like talking about the good of our community, and cliches such as, no challenges are too big. There were also false attempts to show empathy and understanding for regions. Mr. Speaker, there were parts of the speech that said things like, as much as they have instructed you to work together, Canadians have also spoken clearly about the importance of their regions and their local needs. But what did they say, Mr. Speaker, when they spoke? Did they say how their father hasn't been able to find a job in 3 years because the corporation he was working for left because of instability due to political regulation? Did they say how their neighbor can't get out of a deep depression because they have spent their entire retirement savings on just surviving? Did they say that they sent a suicide note to their member of parliament because they've absolutely given up hope of ever finding a job? We don't know, Mr. Speaker, and we'll never know because it wasn't in the speech from the throne. The speech said, regional needs and differences really matter. Today's regional economic concerns are both justified and important. But, Mr. Speaker, in what year is it on the planetary spacecraft that Canada's energy workers get an apology from this Prime Minister when he sheds a tear for those who've committed suicide because they're completely destitute, or for the women and children who've been beaten because after years of not having a job, Dad finally snapped? What year on the spaceship is that, Mr. Speaker? Is that when we know that regional differences really matter? For now, we don't, because this speech doesn't say so. And this was the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to demonstrate action. If not action, true understanding. If not true understanding, Mr. Speaker, at least respect. And it wouldn't have taken much. A timeline for the TMX pipeline, a promise to just look into the National Energy Corridor. But it wasn't there. Nous pouvons faire semblant que la...
We can pretend that the world is simple and that complexity and details are not necessary to solve our problems here in Canada. But that's not the truth. We can pretend that we don't need other people and that we are not interdependent. But that's not true either, Mr. Speaker. And people who ignore this are going to make us suffer, even though they might refuse to recognize that today.
I can tell you, this is not the way of Albertans. And, Mr. Speaker, what a great day to be in the House. The day when my predecessor and now Premier, the incomparable, the Honourable Jason Kenney, is here to get a fair deal for Alberta. Yeah. He brings with him, Mr. Speaker, my counterpart, Minister of Children's Services and MLA for Calgary Shaw, Rebecca Schultz. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, together, Minister Schultz and I will work tirelessly for the children of this nation. Mr. Speaker, in closing, we Albertans love Canada. We love Canada. We have always been proud to work hard and to share the fruits of our labor with the nation, to do our part for Confederation. We have never told others how to live their lives or that their way of life is not welcome in our country. So we will not let this Prime Minister divide us, and we will not let this government push us out of Confederation. We will not allow it to happen. This government had an opportunity to do something profound, to say something profound, to unify, and they didn't. Et ça, c'est la raison pour laquelle...
And that's why today, Mr. Speaker, I am sad. I am a woman from Alberta, but my mother's from Quebec and my father's from Saskatchewan. And I'm here for unity. I'm here for Canada. But the speech from the throne, unfortunately, no, it didn't work for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a native Albertan, and when I was a young fella, the Turner Valley, southwest of Calgary, was pumping more oil than any other place in the Commonwealth at the time. But Turner Valley is dry now. The oil's gone. There should have been a lesson there for Alberta to diversify. But here it is all these years later, and perhaps not enough has been done. We also see, and this gets to my question for the Honourable Member, that in spite of the obvious difficulties that Alberta and many families are having there, Albertans' mean family income after taxes is still the highest in Canada. So I would submit that while I agree as an Albertan that we need, as a country, to do more for our province, at the same time, would the member not agree that diversification also has to be a priority, and that income inequity in Alberta is also a major problem that her predecessor and now Premier of Alberta should also invest some time into solving?
For Calgary Midnapore.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the aisle for the question. Congratulations on your re-election. It's great to see you back here. You know, Mr. Speaker, I will say I think we only need look at the world economy. We have the natural resources, Mr. Speaker. They perhaps not in Turner Valley, sadly, anymore, but lots of other places. And the world needs these resources. Our own nation needs these resources, Mr. Speaker. And so there is no need for us to bring these resources in from other nations which do not honor the rule of law, which do not honor democracy. We have all of these resources within our backyard still. And we need them, and we need to use them. And you know, I look forward to the path forward, where we explore new energy sources, where we bring these new energy sources to market. But we must evaluate the reality as it stands right now, Mr. Speaker, and that is that we have the resources. The world needs these resources. This government has not allowed us to use these resources for our benefit and the world's benefit and Canada's benefit. And with that, we would definitely see a continuation in the quality of life of all Canadians, as we have for many years as a result of these resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for our friends in the Conservative Party. Various colleagues this morning have talked about how hard it is today in the farming sector, and this is in part due to climate change. Everyone in this chamber agrees that there is a climate crisis. So, are the Conservatives open to working on an energy transition plan? Conservatives mentioned the oil sands, getting oil to market a lot. They talk about equalization. And I could go on for half an hour about equalization, which is a compensation for Quebec in this federation. Over $4 billion of Quebec's money was invested in the oil sands this year, so no one should feel sorry for anyone else in here. Back to my main question, are Conservatives open to an energy transition plan to invest in research into transitioning our energy sources? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to warmly welcome my colleague who has just been elected. Congratulations and welcome to the House. I would also like to thank my colleague because he talked about the farm sector. And in my view, and it's not just my opinion, my caucus colleagues believe that farmers have received almost nothing from this government. Farmers as a group have mostly been ignored by this government. So thank you for bringing that up. Of course, we're open. We're open to any option out there with regard to the environment. I would also like to thank my colleague who talked about the energy which comes from Alberta. It's not that we need to share our resources better, but our energy is the cleanest in the world. It's something I'm very proud about that, and maybe we should have a debate on that, talking about how together we can move forward in this area.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Speaker. It's an absolute delight to present my first speech in the 43rd Parliament. And to begin, I would have to thank so many people in Elgin, Middlesex, London for re-electing me. So just to take a moment of time, I would really like to thank all of my incredible campaign team. They're out there on the doors, putting out signs, and just having a great time out there, really spreading the word of what we can do here. My office staff, you know, it's one of those things. I know I got back here because I have one of the most incredible staff. They know about my constituents. They know what their needs are, and they're always there to serve them. So a special thanks to Kathy, Jenna, Scott, Jill, and Charlie. But of course, my family. Without the support that I have from my family, my mom, dad, sisters, brother, and of course my husband, Mike, I would not be here as well. We know that this job, especially for any of the new parliamentarians, it is not a job, it is a life. That when you take this role on, it's not a career choice. You live and breathe being a member of parliament, trying to always work for your constituents, making sure that what you're doing is in the best needs of your community as well as the country. So going on to that, there are two other things I would like to say. Following the election, I lost two dear friends. One was my former campaign manager, Brian Clements. Brian, may you rest in peace. You're my uncle, my dad, and everything under the sky, and I'll miss you forever. And to Dave Dillon, our regional coordinator, who I worked with as a Conservative Party person for over the last 16 years. And thank you, Dave, for always having that smile and that crazy giggle when you go. But, you know, it's because of the people like that I am here today. And it's because of the people like that I have the courage and strength to talk about what the throne speech actually talked about and listening to the debate in here today on how Canada needs to move forward. You know, it's very simple. We returned to a minority government. Within Ontario, within Quebec, within the Atlantic provinces, we saw huge changes. But we also saw the wiping out of the Liberal Party in the region of the West. When we talk about Saskatchewan, when we talk about Alberta, we are all Canadians. So it doesn't matter if my friends are living in Alberta or where they're living. My job is to worry about them as well. And that's the one thing that I'd have to say, that throughout this debate, I see that division is so strong. And it's very hard as I'm listening to the people who are talking from the Calgary area, talking about the job losses, talking about suicides, and the fact that no one's taking those seriously because they need to diversify. Well, yes, that's fine, but let's please have compassion for those people in the West that are being impacted by some of these laws and regulations that are being made by our government. It's great to say that, but you're not losing friends and neighbors like our people from Alberta and Saskatchewan are losing, so I ask for a bit of compassion. I have had the fortunate time of working for the last number of weeks on many files, and one of the big files that I worked on was the CN rail strike. The reason I'm bringing this to your attention is one of the biggest things that this government has said is that they're going to work with people. And I wanted to bring up the CN rail strike because it impacted Ontario in a great deal, especially in southwestern Ontario. I received a call from Dowler Karn, the CFO, Dan Kelly, who is also the chair of the board for the Canadian Propane Association. He let me know that they were going to stop delivering all propane to anyone who was a farmer who was going to be drying their crops. Now, if you live in Ontario, last year we had a bad mold on our crops, and this year we have grain that's not being able to be dried. So whether it's your soybeans or your wheat or your corn, they cannot be dried. And with that, you're going to have a lot of damage and a lot of loss, and lots of financial losses. The reason I'm bringing this forward is I received the call on the Thursday night. By the Friday morning, we were working with our team. The member from Chatham-Leamington came in, Chatham-Kent-Leamington came in. We sat down with about 50 of our farmers and stakeholders, and we got this issue being pushed. The next thing I did was reach out to my Liberal counterparts. And I would like to say a very special thank you to the member from London West, who actually picked up the phone and actually said what this government was going to do was pick up the phone and call people and find out from the stakeholders what was going on. Because I can tell you that she did not know until she had that conversation with my propane stakeholder what the impact was to our farmers, what the impact was to people who did not have natural gas flowing down their pipelines because we live in rural parts of Ontario. She was willing to take that phone call. But I can say that was one member of Parliament from the Liberals, and I can say no others returned my calls, and others sent messages saying, hey, we're not getting involved. If we're going to work together, if they're my stakeholders, they're your stakeholders too. So that is a warning, that is my telling you that when I want to do something, I am going to make that phone call. I want you to hear from my stakeholders. And if I'm wrong on something, please have the Liberal stakeholders, have them contact me too. I want to know the whole picture. But instead of slamming the door saying this issue is not important, please remember it is important. The reason I bring this up is back to what I'm hearing from Calgary. It went very viral on Facebook. We saw lots of comments on this. I had people from Alberta and out west saying, we don't care about Quebec. Who cares if they get propane? I have people from Quebec saying different things about there, recognizing that their propane that is heating their homes. And we hear about nursing homes that are on one final day of not having propane. The reason I bring this clear and forward was I did not hear a single word from this government. Yet we knew that our grain producers were going to lose money. We knew that people were having problems with home heating. And this government would not stand up for them. If it wasn't for Conservatives, we don't know what would have been happening when it came to some of these grain farmers because their voice was not heard. One of the other things I've heard a lot about is climate change. And of course, that is going to be a theme throughout this government. I don't think there's a person in this room that doesn't talk about climate change with their constituents. And I know we have various ideas of how, is that me? Golly gee, I'm so sorry. Here, take my call there, Mr. Broussard. So for me, it's one of those things that, you know, as we're moving forward and talking about climate change, we all have different ways of looking at climate change. But one of the things that I noticed is I was talking about the carbon tax in Elgin Middlesex, London. Now, if you're talking about the carbon tax in downtown Toronto, you're not going to talk about what my farmers are talking about in Elgin Middlesex, London. You're not going to talk about the propane tax or the carbon tax that was put on your propane bill or put on your energy bills. I had people that had $400 carbon taxes when they were trying to dry their tobacco. Now, how are they actually going to go forward if they have a new $400 tax that's already put on that? Those are the things that we're seeing all of the time, and those are things that are extremely concerning to me. People in the downtown cities do not understand the impact, and I shouldn't say that, that's horrible for me to say, but people who are in the downtowns may not understand as well as those people who receive the bills what a carbon tax looks like when trying to dry your grain, when trying to load up your kids and take them going to the grocery store that's 20 minutes away. When you're buying those grocery store items and knowing that there's been a carbon tax applied to that because of the cost of transportation being increased. All of these things impact us. Now, a carbon tax is the decision that this government has decided to go with, though I think there are many other ways that we can look at this and other technologies that we need to address. And I'm asking for this government to please be listening. Listen to our farmers. Listen to our agricultural producers and the agricultural businesses that are wrapped around that. Make sure that you understand that, you know, when they're drying corn, how much does it actually cost? And understand what the carbon tax has on that. There's lots of things that our farmers are are doing throughout this country to make farming work. But we know that the cost of inputs, when that becomes higher, that at the end of the day, farmers are not going to be able to succeed. And so I'm asking that you work very closely on that. Mr. Speaker, much time do I have left? A few minutes, okay. Just keep talking, all right, great. You know, yesterday I was fortunate enough to be in Elmer, and I was at an event with about 700 people from the Bradley Street Church of God. And I can tell you that when we do speak to Canadians, there is a lot that we do agree on. In this church assembly, there were 700 people, families that were gathering for the Christmas season. Their issues were the top three that I think many of us hear. It's about seniors, it's about veterans, it's about our drug epidemic. Those are some of the social issues that we need to address as well. We know our seniors are having a really tough time. We know that with the interest rates not being as high as they used to be, that they are relying on their old age security and they're relying on their Canada Pension Plan. And some of the savings that they do have is kind of drying up. We have to be cognizant of that, and we have to make sure that we have things to make sure for housing and making sure that they have a good way of life. We need to be there as this government. Our veterans, I will applaud them. I do applaud this government on the fact that we're looking at veterans and homelessness. That is something that we all need to do, and we all need to get together. And so I appreciate that. But also, I'm asking about the drug epidemic. We've had over 10,000 people die in this country, and we could be doing better. It's not just the fentanyl that we're talking about, it's the crystal meth, and it's all of those drugs. We need to work with all levels of government. And so I ask this government, learn how to work with all levels of government, learn how to work with the Conservative Party, learn how to work with the provincial premier of Ontario, unlike you've done over the last months. And please work with our municipalities. If you really want to get something done, please work with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question to the member opposite, she spoke at great length about the CN rail strike. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, our government, we listened. I'm from Kings Hants. I have a lot of agricultural producers in my riding. I heard those concerns. So for the member opposite to suggest that Liberal members were not paying attention to this issue, we were. And my question to the member opposite would be, would you ask that the government stepped in and take away the legislative right and the collective bargaining that was available to those CN workers? Is that what she would propose that this government should have done?
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Let's not get tied up in the weeds here about the CN rail strike. Let's talk about the actual agricultural issue. It is weeds. What I'm talking about is the fact that we returned to Parliament about a week and a half after we had to. If this issue continued to go along, there would be farmers who could still not dry their corn. There would be all of these things happening. I can tell you that it's fine to say we're listening, but listening goes both ways. And it's not just about hearing the words, it's about what are you going to do about that. A little compassion would be nice there as well. So it's not about the CN strike, it's not about that, it's about the fact that we did not have a plan B ready. We were waiting for plan A, and if plan A didn't work out, we would still have crops that are right now in our fields, falling apart and losing billions of dollars. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take advantage of the first time I'm rising in the House to thank all of my constituents who have placed their trust in me. As everyone here knows, Drummond is the most beautiful of all the 338 ridings in the country. Oops, I'm hearing laughter. Could people be doubting me? Well, if you do, please come to my riding and you'll see for yourself that I'm right. But don't stay too long because you might want to stay for good. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to be the voice of my constituents. They care about cell phone coverage in rural areas and broadband. I know that all rural MPs understand what I'm talking about. In some ridings, there are independent workers, businesses, farmers who can't connect online and are cut off from the reality of their sectors. So sometimes they have to move to cities to be connected to the people they do business with and others. In Quebec as well, and this might be the case elsewhere in the country, where paramedic services are are not up to par. And in Amherst, for instance, there is such a lack of paramedics that people's lives are in danger, and it's a huge issue of concern for us, and I'm sure it's the case elsewhere. So when the health and safety of our citizens is in peril, something needs to be done. My question is, if the government working on connecting more people to high-speed internet? Order, please. We have, unfortunately, time only for one more question. The honourable member.
Small providers, and we've worked, especially in Elgin Middlesex London, knowing that there are pockets of my riding that does not receive high speed. We know that it hurts the farmers, it hurts small businesses, it hurts our students and families. So that is something that we'll continue to work to achieve, and I think it should be an important mandate for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member from Elgin Middlesex London on a return to the House. It's always a pleasure to be working with her. In her beautiful speech that she made, she mentioned about seniors. And the way it's been said into the throne speech is that they want to strengthen our pensions. She mentioned the pensions and making sure that our seniors are having a healthy living. However, we were told last week in this House by the Minister of Seniors that the old age security would be strengthened, but only at the age of 75. So my question is, does she support what's in the throne speech, or does she believe it should be at the age of 65 for all pensioners on the old age security?
Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
The member, I'll be honest, if I have a right answer, it's not a yes or a no. We do need to look at this because we have to understand that people's RIFs are drying up. People are coming in at the age of 75 and their RIFs already dried up and they still have time to go. The government is supposed to be there as the backstop for many of these programs with the guaranteed income supplement and things like that, but we do have more seniors in need. So I think what we need to do is we need to do an overall view of this. Because of the rising taxes, because of the carbon tax, because of all of these things that seniors did not have at one time, what they used to have is not enough. So I believe that we do need to do a full study on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise and address this beautiful chamber. And I first thank constituents of Winnipeg North for affording me the opportunity once again to be able to be here representing what I believe is the best and most diversified riding in our country. Now, I suspect there might be 337 other people that might challenge that thought, but from my perspective, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute privilege to be representing the residents of Winnipeg North. Having said that, what I really wanted to be able to do is to reflect on a number of the issues that constituents, we come out of an election and there was another member that stood in his place and gave his perspective in terms of what people at the door had to actually say. And we often hear about the middle class. When I sat in opposition, it was very rare under the Stephen Harper era that we ever heard about Canada's middle class. It was actually quite rare to even hear it. And if you did word searches, you'll find that be the case. Now, you would hear it periodically, but that was coming from the third party at the time, the Liberal Party, in particular the leader of the Liberal Party, talking about Canada's middle class. And nothing has really changed in the sense of this government's priority. Whether we were in third party or we are now having received a second mandate and now talking about the importance of Canada's middle class. Because, Mr. Speaker, we understand and we appreciate just how important the middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it really are to our society, to our economy, and the very social fabric that we call Canada today. If you will, think in terms of some of the actions that we had taken place. Already, the Minister of Finance talked about today another tax break coming to Canada's middle class. What was the first action, or one of the very first actions we had taken back in 2015 after that election? Was a tax break to Canada's middle class. So we have seen consistency from this government in regards to Canada's middle class. And that is the reason why I believe we have seen, with the help of Canadians in all regions of our country, the generation of a lot of good, positive news, which is actually highlighted by the fact that there was over 1 million jobs created in the last 4 years. Now, I know that there have been some significant areas of the country, portions of the country, that has not done as well as others, Mr. Speaker. And if you take a look at the history of Canada, you will find that in different parts in time that there are some areas that are more challenged, and at times it's necessary for the government to be more involved. And we have seen that in terms of the prairies, specifically the province of Alberta, where we have a federal government when one region has been suffering more economically than others, a government that has actually listened very closely and has supported those regional interests where we could, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to members that they take a look, for example, at issues surrounding Western diversification funds and the allocations towards that. Or I would suggest that members take a look in terms of infrastructure dollars and the actual dollars and some of those percentages that have been committed and in many ways spent, Mr. Speaker, in some of those areas. Working with municipalities. This federal government has worked more with municipalities than Stephen Harper ever worked with municipalities. Because we recognize that in many ways it's the municipalities that deliver so many of those services. And in particular with relation to infrastructure services, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about Canada's middle class, you'll see that we have made huge strides in the whole area of trade, international trade. We have seen a government that has not only had discussions, but have actually signed off on some very important trade agreements around the world. In fact, this government has signed off on more trade agreements than any other government prior, Mr. Speaker, in terms of with other countries. No other government. We even did more than Stephen Harper did, Mr. Speaker, because we understand and appreciate the value of those trade agreements. Now, no matter what it is that the Conservative Party will attempt to stand up and say about a trade, they cannot rewrite history, Mr. Speaker, on the facts. And what I just stated was, in fact, factual. There are many things in which we have done over the last 4.5 years that have had a very profound positive impact on all regions of our country. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we think about the years ahead and we reflect on the mandate, I believe, based on the discussions that I've had with the constituents in which I represent, that they want us to be able to continue moving forward on the very many progressive policies that we have brought in over the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. And that a vast majority of them would want me to be saying that and lobbying and advocating for those progressive policies, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which I am committed to doing, and I believe the government as a whole will continue to do. But I also recognize that they want to see a higher sense of cooperation, a higher sense of responsibility coming from all sides of the House, not just from government side, but from all sides, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that the biggest disappointment at the door that I received was the negative attitudes towards politics, Mr. Speaker. So many people that did not go out and vote did not vote because they were discouraged by the negative attitude that too many politicians have. And we see it virtually every day in which you take a look at the sitting of the House. If you were to reflect on some of the things, my previous comments or previous speeches inside this House, I often talked about the character assassination that the official opposition would have, whether it's on the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, or other very selected individuals, Mr. Speaker, whether it was justified or not. They put politics before people, Mr. Speaker. It's that sense of negative, the prince of darkness, whatever it is you want to call it, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, Canadians do want to see a higher standard coming from the House. And I would suggest it could start right from the floor of the House. That you do not need to make things as personal as we have witnessed over the last 4 years. It's not warranted, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague would say, park the politics. As much as possible, that whole personal character assassination does not do well in terms of trying to build upon a consensus. There are many areas in which we, I believe, can agree to be very supportive of. The previous speaker talked about how important it is in terms of our children and how she's going to work with the minister in Alberta with regards to our children. Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has done a great deal with the children of Canada. We have literally lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty through the Canada Child Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker. This has helped every region of our country. Imagine, in Winnipeg North alone, over $9 million a month goes into Winnipeg North through the Canada Child Benefit Program. The impact that that has on disposable income to support our children is incredible. It helps lift children out of poverty. Well, I've got good news for members opposite. This government is going to continue to support our children in all regions. So as the member opposite, the Conservative member, just alluded to, when you have positive measures, and there are a lot of positive measures, you can in fact support what it is that the government is doing. Now you listen in terms of some of the criticisms about the throne speech. You know, I've been a parliamentarian for 30 years. I've been in opposition for most of those years, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope to tie it up at the government level at some point, Mr. Speaker. It was 20 years plus in opposition, 5 or 6 in government. I'm an optimistic person. But I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I can tell you that when you look at throne speeches, they are very much a general document. You are always going to find things, whether it's this throne speech or Harper's throne speech or the 10-plus provincial and territorial throne speeches that come out, Mr. Speaker. It's very rare where you get into the real nitty-gritty specifics. You're always going to find things that you would have liked to have seen incorporated into a throne speech. But if you take a look at the important issues that we are highlighting, such as Canada's middle class, the environment, reconciliation. These are all ideas that I believe should be able to generate support from both sides of the House. You know, you don't have to vote against it because it's a government throne speech. There are many things within this throne speech that I suspect that everyone will in fact support. I would suggest to you that a vast majority of the things that are being stated in this throne speech, members on both sides of the House should get behind and support. You know, I've heard members across the way talk about seniors. Well, you know, we've done a great deal, not only in the previous 4 years, but even moving forward. Remember, again, one of the very first initiatives that we did is we reversed the Conservative decision to increase the age of retirement for OAS. You see, Mr. Speaker, because when I was first elected, you had to be 65 in order to collect OAS, old age supplement. But then the Stephen Harper government increased it to 67. One of the very first things we did is we brought it back to 65.
Hear, hear.
Recognizing that. Now, in addition to doing that, we recognize that you know, that there's always a limited amount of finances that you can put into any given envelope, and we wanted to help the poorest of our seniors. So what we did is we gave an increase, a substantial increase, to the guaranteed income supplement, which lifted, again, hundreds plus thousand of seniors in every region of our country out of poverty. Yeah. In Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker, alone, hundreds of Canada's poorest seniors were actually lifted out of poverty because of that particular initiative. But it doesn't stop there. When we talk about moving forward with our seniors, there's a couple of other items, one of them which is, I think, highlighted quite well inside the throne speech. What about, and you know, my New Democratic friends talk about, well, what about the increase at age 75 and why not have it at 65? It's a good question. It's a very good question. But you know, I've raised this issue at the door of my constituents. And if you have X number of dollars and you're putting it into supporting seniors and trying to assist seniors in the best way you can, there's a big difference between a senior that's 65 years old and 75 years old. And if you had a choice where you could give a greater increase for those that are 75 as opposed to those at a younger age of 65. Now, I'm going to be at 65 pretty soon myself. I'm 57, turning 58. I'll suggest to you that there's a greater benefit to society if we can give a larger percentage increase to those that are 75 and over, Mr. Speaker. Because as a direct result of targeting it that way, we are going to be able to assist them more. You will find that there are many 65-year-olds that choose to want to continue to work. But it doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, that we have to stop there. At the end of the day, one of the good things that we did is we brought forward a seniors directorate. This is a government that genuinely and truly cares about the future of our seniors, and that's one of the reasons why we have been very selective and we have been effective at getting more money in the pockets of the seniors that need it the most, Mr. Speaker. And that's what it is that we should be striving to do, and we've been very effective at doing that. Now, stop and think about that. You know, we're increasing 75 plus, we're giving another tax break to Canada's middle class. These are things in which reinforce the tax cuts and the increases that we gave to our the Child Canada benefit and the GIS and the previous. All of that money, all those money breaks are going to be going into the pockets of Canadians in every region of this country. By doing that, Mr. Speaker, you're increasing the overall disposable income. And by doing that, you're allowing Canada's economy to do even that much better. Because with an increase in disposable income, you are seeing more expenditures in our communities.
Hear, hear. Yes.
And that is one of the reasons why this government has been so successful. Investing in people. By investing in people, that we have had an economy that has done relatively well, Mr. Speaker. Relatively well. You can point to industries, and I was a little bit discouraged, you know, when one member tries to point out, well, because of job losses, there's been people committing suicides, and somehow the government should feel guilty, Mr. Speaker. As a government, whether you're in government or whether you're in opposition, when the hundreds of thousands of people were finding themselves out of work from manufacturing industries, in particular in the province of Ontario and so forth, the Liberal Party cared. We are compassionate towards that, Mr. Speaker. Equally, we care and we're compassionate towards those that have been losing jobs in our natural resources sector, Mr. Speaker. And sadly, when a person loses a job, it doesn't matter what region of the country, Mr. Speaker, it can be a very trying time. And to try to say, well, it's X person's fault directly, Mr. Speaker, or the government's fault, I find is somewhat irresponsible. When you take a look at the bottom numbers and the way in which the economy and the policies have really been brought and presented, I would suggest to you that in the last 4 years, and if you follow and you listen to what's being said in the throne speech, and if you listen to what it is that the Prime Minister is saying on the many speeches that he delivers, along with ministers, and many of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, you will see that we are on the right course. And that's why a major theme for us going into that election was we want to continue to move forward on what's important to Canadians. And we know it's important to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because we have a Prime Minister that has continuously said to members of Parliament, in particular Liberal members of Parliament, that we represent the constituents, Mr. Speaker, first here in Ottawa. Not Ottawa to our constituents. It's the constituents that we represent first here in Ottawa and their interests. And that is why we have the relationships that we've built within our caucus, Mr. Speaker. We have a great caucus that is committed to the long-term viability and strength of building Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, that understand the importance of the economy and social programs. And one of those social programs that has to be highlighted, with only a minute to go, Mr. Speaker, has got to be Canada's Pharmacare program. Prior to this Prime Minister, I very rarely heard the word Pharmacare. It's only because this Prime Minister and this government and through the members of Parliament and their constituents that we have seen that whole issue raised to the point in which it is today, where I feel very confident that we will have a national Pharmacare program. I would like to see all members of this chamber, whether you're a New Democrat, Bloc, Conservative, Green, or Independent, get behind a national Pharmacare program. This has taken a great deal of time to be able to put together, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, we do have a government that's prepared to work with all the different stakeholders, listen to what they have to say, but if the need is there to make a decision, to make that decision, Mr. Speaker, for the betterment of all Canadians. This is a government that understands that every day is an opportunity to work hard and provide better results for all Canadians in all regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. I see there's lots of interest in questions and comments. That's always good to see. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my friend on his nail-biting return to this House. He said that the government cares about the middle class, and he said, as evidence, just do a word search. Look in Hansard, look at the record, look at how many times that word is done. So I took him up on the challenge. I went to openparliament.ca, and there's a feature on there where you can find a member's favorite word, the word they use most frequently in the House of Commons. You know what the favorite word of the member for Winnipeg North is? Conservatives. He doesn't talk. When he talks in the House, the thing he talks about most, it isn't the middle class, it's not Pharmacare, it's the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. So I think that is revealing in many ways about his speech. In the last 4 years, taxes went up for the middle class. The government did everything they could to increase taxes for the middle class. They took away income splitting. They brought in the carbon tax. Can I ask the member, why is he so much more interested in the Conservatives than he is in the middle class?
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's a simple answer to that. It's because I'm constantly trying to compel the Conservative Party to do the right thing. So when you're compelling a party to do something, it's much better to say the Conservative Party than, hey, you over there on the other side. So you will find that if you actually look beyond my favorite word, what you will likely find is me saying, when will the Conservatives do this? Or when will the Conservatives do this? Or why do the Conservatives complain about that? Why do the Conservatives complain about that? That's the reason why it's likely been listed as my favorite word. But I can tell you, one of the issues that I raise more and more is the benefit to the tax cut that the Conservative Party voted against in the first session, but we're going to get another chance. Hopefully you'll vote in favor of it this time.
Question commentaire. Questions or comments? Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, it's my honor to arrive in this House for the first time in the 43rd Parliament and have an opportunity to thank the great people of Vancouver Kingsway for once again placing their trust in me. It's a privilege and an honor to represent them in this Parliament. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I'm glad that he raised the very critical issue of pharmacare. The throne speech did talk about his government's desire to take steps towards national pharmacare. Those are the words that were in the throne speech. And we know that the Liberal Party has been promising universal pharmacare and a timeline to accomplish it ever since 1997. So the New Democrats, we campaigned on this issue in 2015 and worked hard to put this issue onto the national stage, and I'm glad that his government is paying attention to it. My question to him is this. Will Canadians be able to see his Liberal government introduce legislation, this Parliament, to establish universal, comprehensive, and publicly delivered pharmacare through the single-payer system?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that it would be wonderful if all we had to do is just make that decision internally here within the House of Commons on the floor of the chamber. But that's not possible. There is a need for us to work with provinces. You know, as an example, Mr. Speaker, as I was an MLA for many years, I was the healthcare critic. The provinces have a very important role ultimately on healthcare, and if we are going to have a truly national healthcare program for every region, for all Canadians, we do need to work with provinces. And that's why I said at the very end of my comments, you know, that we will have to potentially make some very tough decisions. But right now, there's many different stakeholders that are out there. I am a very optimistic person on the National Pharmacare Plan. I've been talking about it for many years. I hope to see it in place, Mr. Speaker, and the sooner that it happens, the better it is. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague. I understood that he often uses the word conservative, but what about the word Quebec? He should use that maybe a couple of times. And I would have liked to hear him say when the government wants to increase the health transfers so that Quebec manages this file so that Quebec can receive transfers so that it can invest in green technology and so that the government makes better investment. So less conservative, more Quebec. He can say Quebec as many times as he wants. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House, to the Government House Leader.
If he does the word search, you'll find that I often said Quebec too in the past. In fact, in the last budget, I gave Quebec credit as a province because one of the initiatives that they had dealing with the environment was to have a rebate for electric cars. And that is an initiative in which we have adopted as a national government. Many wonderful, positive policy initiatives originate out of the province of Quebec. And because of that, we've been able to ensure, in some cases, that it becomes a national policy. We need to recognize, as a confederation, there are many things that happen in the different regions, and Ottawa can play a role in ensuring that some of those wonderful things, such as the electric car rebate that was brought in by Quebec, can be carried forward to other jurisdictions. And now you have, today, the opportunity to get a national rebate and a provincial rebate in the province of Quebec, and I believe that might have even now extended to one or two other provinces. So, Quebec is always a part of my thinking. After all, my historical roots ultimately go back to the province of Quebec.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Listen to my honourable colleague's speech, and it seems that he prescribes to the former Minister of Environment's rule that if you speak loud enough, that people will believe them. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you this. My province of British Columbia is the largest producer of softwood. Over 140 communities are dependent on forestry. Just 2 weeks ago, we saw in one fell swoop Mosaic Forest go out of business. That's 2,000 jobs. The next day, Canfor Forest Products, the largest producer of forestry products in our country, announced curtailments all across our province. This is on top of the thousands of jobs lost over the summer and indeed over the last year. Yet, not one mention in the speech from the throne. Shame. Not this time, not the previous time. So it seems like we're going back in time. Mr. Speaker, they talk about that it's the Prime Minister's job to stand up for Canadian jobs. The only jobs that they're standing up for, it seems, is their own or SNC's. Why?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not necessarily true, what the member is saying. Does it make reference to the word forest in the throne speech? I don't believe so. Does it make reference to our industries and the importance of working hard for our industries? Yes, it does. We have had all sorts of industries, some that have done better, relatively speaking, than others. Some have challenges that others might not have challenges on. When I think of our forestry and industry as a whole, we have had some very lively debates, not only here on the floor of the House of Commons over the years, we have also had it within our caucus. We have a very progressive ministers, such as our Deputy Prime Minister, who is very much familiar with the issue, has a good history with the issue, and I believe will take the interests of that particular industry to heart and ensure, as many of my colleagues, in particular those from BC and the province of Quebec and others, at heart, and will continue to move forward on what is a very important issue that provides tens of thousands of jobs throughout the country.
We have time for a very brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague, and it's about the fight against tax havens. We can see in the throne speech that's a certain openness to the topic. There is people who use it illegally, but there's the legal use of tax havens as well, and it's by the people on Bay Street. So the government should make what is immoral illegal, and on this side, we're open to collaborating with that initiative. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
As the member points out, there's a reference within the throne speech, and I would remind the member across the way, as he was here, in the last few years, this government has actually invested close to $1 billion in terms of going after individuals that try to avoid paying taxes, literally hundreds of millions of dollars, to ensure that those individuals are paying their fair share. This is something in which the government is committed to doing and has actually made reference to it. I can appreciate the fact that the member across the way raised the issue. Thank you.
Before recognizing the Honourable Member for La Prairie for his speech, I must tell him that there are about 10 minutes remaining, and I will have to interrupt him at 2 o'clock. But he will have time after question period to continue. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, because it's my first official speech, and so I'd like to thank my campaign team for having worked so hard so that we could have an extra Bloc MP in this House of Commons, so I'd like to commend them. I'd also like to thank my electoral committee, because without them it would have been very difficult to win the election, because I have to say that, the Liberal machine is a tough one to beat. So I'd also like to thank my friends who have always been there for me and who have always ensured that taking part in political life was fun, because I felt that I was cared for by those people, so I'd like to thank them. And I'd also like to thank my family. I can't forget them. My wife, without whom nothing would have been possible. My children, who agreed to share their father with Quebec politics. And so I'm very happy to have their support in my efforts, and also I need to thank the citizens of La Prairie for their trust. But I'd like to say something. I'm very modest because they put their trust in me, but I'm lucid. What they really trust is the Bloc Québécois. They trust my leader. They voted for my leader and for the party, and I'm going to work to represent them properly. And you know, we have to congratulate people when they deserve it. And so I would like to commend the two teams from my region, the hockey teams. They played matches and they performed excellently. Hockey is our national sport, so I want to commend them. First of all, the Richelieu Étoile, Adams 2B, who won the tournament in Blainville, a provincial tournament. And it was an overtime goal. And so it's very suspenseful. So I'd like to thank those young people who worked very hard. And obviously the coach, Nicolas Leclerc, and Martin Tétrault. We need to commend their coaches as well. And when they raised the cup, it was in front of parents who were beside themselves with joy. And I'd also like to commend the Étoile of Saint Laurent. And they were finalists. But they're a very talented team. They work very hard. They're very energetic. And they really did well this season. So I'd like to complete this congratulatory initiative by saying, Go Étoile, go. My father always told me, if you want to understand reality, if you want to understand politics, the economy, then you have to understand your history, your background. And it's through history that we can understand and predict what will happen next. And I would say that the speech from the throne is no exception to this adage that my father used to tell me about. And if we look at the creation of Canada, in 1867, we have to look at how Canada was created to see how it works today. Canada was not created by a mass movement or by people who went into the streets and said, we want to be part of a nation that resembles us. Why was Canada created? Simply for economic reasons. In 1840, our main trading partner was Great Britain, and Great Britain decided in the 1840s to turn to Europe for trade, and they turned their back on Canada in a way. And so Canada was discouraged, and because it couldn't export to the motherland. So in 1864, they signed a reciprocity treaty to ensure that producers from Canada, it was still not Canada yet, but the producers from here could export to the United States to achieve economies of scale and make profits. So they signed this treaty reciprocity, but it was not renewed because of the War of Secession, and so they supported the South, and so to take revenge, the United States said, too bad for you, Canada, we're not going to trade with you anymore. So the fathers of Confederation panicked, and they said, we absolutely need to protect the rich people of our country, and so we have to provide them with a market so that they can export, so that they can sell what they have. So they did create a market, an artificial market. That's what the Canada of today is, ladies and gentlemen. It was created to pander to rich people in 1867. That was the main motivation of the Fathers of Confederation. And so that's how we saw the birth of the Canadian Federation. So they wanted a strong central government. The people from the Liberals and the NDP are applauding, but they're descendants of these Fathers of Confederation. So to avoid a war of secession, then all of the powers were given to the central government, the federal government, and the provinces got very little in terms of spending. They got maritime transport, they got the borders, rail transport. What did they give to the provinces? Barely anything. Peanuts. Health and education. Why? Because it was the clergy who looked after that. Because there was no secularism at the time. You might remember that. And to be sure that it was a centralizing government, all the revenues became excise taxes. And that went to the government. What did the provinces get? Well, didn't really matter. Wasn't important. That was the creation of Canada, ladies and gentlemen. That is how your country, I'm not going to say our country, your country, was the foundation of your country, and that's how we function to this day. The fundamental problem is that the Canadian Federation was unable to predict what happened next. What happened next? Well, education and health, as of the 1960s, became the main expenses of the country. Today, Quebec sends 50% of all the money it has on health. The federal government is simply not there for it, to support it. And it's the same thing for education. And so, you know, what the Federation thought might be negligible at the time has become significant. And the only way for the Canadian Federation to intervene is because in 1867, they put the provinces they basically beggared the provinces. And so the provinces were obviously forced to ask for fiscal transfers. In 54, when the federal government tried to take revenue from the provinces, all of the provinces finally, they gave in. Only one province stood up for itself, because it's important for a people like ours to have a tool, a financial tool that allows us to achieve our dreams and our objectives. And so Duplessis in 1954 said, we are going to keep that. That's another reality. What does that mean? Well, in the speech from the throne, it mentioned health care. But you know what? It's none of your business. Health is the responsibility of Quebec. It's the responsibility of the provinces. So when you start to say, well, you know, we'd like to see this and this, well, you know what? It's none of your business. What is important is that you need to give the money that is owed to those provinces to Quebec. You need to give it to them, because our absolute priority is health. And we want to do with it as we see fit, not as the speech from the throne sets out. That's important as well. The Thompson Report, which was tabled in 2014, said to maintain health services to this country, given the aging of the population, given demographics and technology, they said that it took a 5.6% increase in spending. That's what this report said. Harper and his gang started to cap it at 3%, which is scandalous. So that was a good idea, but it was scandalous. The provinces are calling for 5.2% minimum. That's what the provinces are asking for. If you want to ensure that the provincial healthcare system is decent, then that's the percentage that we need. So hence the importance of increasing transfers to the provinces and ensure that Quebec and the other provinces are listened to. I think I'm done for now. The honourable member will have 10 minutes once we resume after question period.
By members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, in 2017, Prime Minister Trudeau's government signed an agreement with
Let's hold the clock. I know there's a lot of new members in the House. and we get carried away, but I just want to remind the honourable members, when we refer to someone else in the House, we refer to them by their writing or by their title, but not by their proper name. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I do apologize. In 2017, this government signed an agreement with the province of New Brunswick to invest $299.2 million in housing for homeless and housing insecure New Brunswickers, which began on April 1st of this year. Unfortunately, the funding seems to be trickling into the province too slowly to help the people who are desperately in need of affordable and secure housing today. According to a CBC story from last Wednesday, 500 New Brunswickers are currently homeless, and 5,000 New Brunswickers households are waiting for an affordable housing unit to become available. I see that the supplementary estimates are increasing funding to the CMHC by $9 million. It is my hope that some of this funding will be spent to help those facing homelessness as we enter the coldest season of the year.
Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this year Sikhs across Canada and around the globe are celebrating the 550th Gurpurb of Guru Nanak, the founder of the Sikh faith. Guru Nanak Dev Ji walked over 25,000 kilometers across the globe to promote social equality, fight against discrimination, and help the less fortunate. He delivered his message through action and verse, treated everyone as one, and believed in the equality of all. However, since 1947, millions of Sikhs were unable to visit his final home in Kartarpur, only to stare at it from across the border. But their prayers did not go unanswered. For this year, Pakistan and India agreed to build a corridor from the India side of Punjab to the Pakistan side of Punjab for pilgrims to visit Guru Nanak's final home in Kartarpur, Pakistan. This corridor has now become a symbol of global cooperation and peace. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the second largest community of Sikhs in the world, and it's truly an honor for me to rise in the House to speak on this very special event. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, it is truly an honor to be once again entrusted by the voters of the North Okanagan Shuswap to be their voice in the 43rd. Last week, the Leader of the Opposition stated, and I quote, "None of these seats in this chamber belong to any of us, including the Prime Minister's seat. Instead, these seats all belong to the people who sent us here, and they sent us here to get to work. Canadians sent us here to make sure the country works for them," end quote. We all share a duty to work for a Canada that works for all Canadians, and I pledge to assist every constituent equally, regardless of partisan orientation. There are so many to thank for this honor, for it is their work and their support that made this possible. Campaign teams, volunteers, staff, donors, friends, family, and voters who stand with us as we strive to do our best to serve all Canadians. We take our seats for them. I am truly honored to be here.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
I rise to commemorate the 86th anniversary of the Holodomor, the famine genocide in Ukraine in 1932-33. 19 people per minute, 1,200 per hour, and 28,000 per day were dying of famine at the height of the Holodomor. The world was silent, and millions died as a result. My grandmother Olena was a survivor of the Holodomor, and she once told me that she hoped that the victims of the Holodomor would not only be remembered, but that they would be honored. Honoring them, she said, meant not just remembering them, but learning the mistakes of the Holodomor and taking steps to make sure a crime like this never happens again. Unfortunately, recently, a University of Alberta lecturer, Douglas MacDonald, did just the opposite. He denied the existence of the Holodomor, and he called it a lie and a myth. I join the calls of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, the Ukrainian Canadian Students' Union, and thousands of Canadians who called on the university to take significant and meaningful action against this genocide denial. Speaker, let us do as my grandmother would have asked if she were here today. Let us remember the victims. Let us commemorate the victims. Let us honor them. Vічна їм пам'ять.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this morning, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine of the University of Montreal in Saint-Hyacinthe is welcoming until December 12 members of the American Veterinary Association with a view to renewing its certification. This is the only French-speaking veterinary school in North America. It has 400 doctorate students in veterinary medicine and is a unique and recognized center for research and a first-class medical place, and it is a source of pride for all of Quebec. In 1999, it lost its certification, and it was clear that it was due to a lack of funding compared to the three other veterinary schools in Canada. My predecessor of the Bloc Québécois, Yvan Doubié, fought for this veterinary school because Ottawa refused to invest enough funding. But the government of Bernard Landry did give money to the school. After efforts by the Bloc, the money went to the veterinary school in 2012, and it received its certification again. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to thank the constituents of Châteauguay-Lacolle for putting their trust in me again and into my team of volunteers, and I would also like to thank my family. The propane shortages caused by the CN rail strike hit many farmers hard, especially grain producers. The people from my area and the people in all of Quebec were hit especially hard. About 100 or so farmers came to my office on November 22nd during a peaceful march organized by the Montérégie branch of the UPA. I would like to thank the leaders who explained to me the human and economic repercussions of the strike, and I transferred these concerns to the minister. We're happy the strike was over quickly and that the supply of propane was back on track. Thank you so much for the UPA for their peaceful demonstration for their minute, and I'm looking forward to continue to working with them.
Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by saying how grateful I am to the constituents of Niagara West for putting their trust in me once again. They gave me their support and confidence, and I will work hard every day to make sure their interests are brought here to Parliament. Our beautiful community of Pelham, Lincoln, West Lincoln, Grimsby, Waynfleet, and part of West St. Catharines offers terrific attractions by our warm, welcoming residents. There are, however, common challenges in my riding. First, the odor and light pollution created and produced by cannabis greenhouses, and second, issues presented by cannabis co-ops. I heard my constituents loud and clear prior to and during the campaign. They asked me to take further action on these two issues, and I will continue to do exactly that. I will be exploring all avenues to tackle odor and light pollution created by cannabis greenhouses, as well as ways that we can address the issues of cannabis co-ops. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank again my constituents for sending me to Ottawa to represent them, and I look forward to serving them in this new 43rd Parliament.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to congratulate the former member for Kings Hants, the Honourable Scott Bryson, for being named Chancellor of Dalhousie University. The graduate of Hants West Rural High succeeds the former Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Anne McClellan, who was a graduate of Hants North Rural High in the role. Mr. Speaker, I think it is worth noting that Mr. Bryson becomes the third resident of Kings Hants to be named Chancellor at Dalhousie after Sir Graham Day of Hantsport served in the role during the 1990s. Mr. Speaker, education and innovation plays an important role of shaping a future Canada and ensuring we remain competitive in a global economy. Scott will be an asset for Dalhousie, and I have no doubt that Scott will serve the University, Nova Scotia, and Canada well in the role moving forward, and I would ask all members of this House to join me in wishing him well.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to say that next year marks the 125th anniversary of the town of Verner. It's important for me to recognize my Franco-Ontarian heritage, and I'd like to pay tribute to every person who's played a key role in Francophone Ontario, including Francophiles. The actions of some parties stand in the way of the development and growth of Francophone communities outside of Quebec. I'm proud of my Nickel Belt ancestors. My great-grandparents, Aubin and Serré, immigrated to Field and Sturgeon Falls in 1870. My great-grandparents, Racine and Etier, came to Verner and Cache Bay in 1880. I'm proud of my grandmother, Victoire Aubin Trudel, a descendant of the first Algonquin nation in North Bay, Mattawa. Francophone Ontario is well established and alive. Many thanks to the community leaders and volunteers for their dedication. Congratulations. Happy 125th birthday, Werner.
For Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your election. As I rise in this House for the first time, I express my gratitude to the constituents of Yellowhead for placing their trust and confidence in me to be their representative in Ottawa. To build unity across this country, we must support each other. I want to remind the Prime Minister that he said we all need to work together. I recommend that we eliminate the use of foreign oil in Canada. The majority of countries we are importing from have low environmental standards and a record of violating human rights. Instead, we should rely solely on Canadian oil to fulfill our energy needs. Also, we need to produce more direct consumer products from all our industries, particularly agricultural and forestry. If you want to build a strong economy, we need to start at home by supporting each other. Time for words is long past. Now is the time for action.
Hear, hear. Well, member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise for the very first time in this House to address this special place as the Member of Parliament for Cape Breton, Canso. I would like to first thank the people of Cape Breton, Canso for putting their trust in me as their voice in Ottawa. I'd also like to thank the extremely dedicated group of volunteers that helped me to get here. And of course, I'd like to recognize the long-serving member before me that I know is very familiar to the House, Mr. Roger Cuzner. I know that not only his poetry and sharp wit will be missed, but his collegiality. The past 6 months have been a truly remarkable experience getting to know so many community members and leaders, knocking on thousands of doors, making thousands and thousands of calls, and I'm inspired by the level of dedication and commitment I witnessed at every level within my riding. And I'm ready to get to work with our Prime Minister and this government to take serious action on climate change, investing in infrastructure and jobs, and implementing a universal farmer care plan, and advancing reconciliation for Indigenous people, and making life more affordable to Canadians. I'm ready, and I know everyone here is ready, to move this country forward. Thank you.
Honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
I want to say thank you to the people of Simcoe Grey for putting their trust in me as their Member of Parliament. It's an amazing honor. I want to thank my wife Colleen, my daughters Lexi and Sarah. Their love and support have been so valuable throughout this whole time. Simcoe Grey is one of the largest and greatest ridings in the country. We are blessed with a diverse economy, from Honda Canada manufacturing plant in Alliston to productive farms and orchards throughout. We are a year-round tourist destination, from skiing at Blue Mountains, and we have Canada's longest freshwater beach at Wasaga Beach. We are also home to Canadian Forces Base Borden, the largest military training base in Canada. As such, Mr. Speaker, one of my top priorities will be ensuring that current armed force members get the right equipment and that they and all our veterans get the treatment that they rightly deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a tremendous honor it is for me to be standing in my place, making my first remarks as the newly elected Member of Parliament for the riding of Niagara Falls. Mr. Speaker, I want to first congratulate you on your recent election. I look forward to working with you and all the honourable members of this House as we work to serve the needs and interests of all Canadians across this great country. On the date of my swearing in, I was honored to have the Clerk of the House conduct my ceremony. His words and advice that day to enjoy the moment and to realize what an honor and privilege and responsibility it is to serve resonate with me still. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the good people of Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and Niagara-on-the-Lake for sending me here to represent them. I stand here today humbled by their decision and for the trust they have placed in me. For a young man who always dreamed this day could one day be possible, I will never forget this moment and the tremendous responsibility they have now placed in me to represent them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
housing crisis is one of the most important issues that we face. I've long advocated for access to safe, secure, affordable housing as a basic human right. In 1993, the federal Liberals canceled the National Social Housing Program. That one action caused Canada to lose more than 500,000 units of social and co-op housing that would otherwise have been built in communities all across the country. Having those units would put Canada's housing affordability in a dramatically different position than where we are today. In East Vancouver, the situation is so severe that we have a tent city at Oppenheimer Park for more than a year. Solving the homelessness crisis is entirely plausible. If people can go on the moon, surely we can actually get housing built. During the election, the NDP called for 500,000 units of affordable housing to be built and for those funds to flow now. I believe the federal government must step up and do their part. We need to work with the city, the province, and nonprofits to get the housing built. Together, we can end homelessness.
Hear, hear. L'honorable. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to acknowledge the constituents of Thérèse de Blainville and thank them for their trust. But I would also and especially like to recognize Émilie Saint-Fasson, who's with us today, who had 2 different types of cancer in the same year. 2 types of cancer, that's too much for anyone. And it seems it's also too much for the employment insurance system because, Mr. Speaker, EI sickness benefits are capped at 15 weeks. If treatment goes on longer, well, too bad. And if, as with Émilie, cancer strikes twice, well, she'll have to get by without employment insurance, which she paid into her entire adult life. Émilie had to remortgage her house, took on debt, and had to count on her family because she could not count on us. When you face adversity, you can give up or you can fight. Émilie Saint-Fasson chose to fight, as did Marie-Hélène Dubé, who's been fighting cancer for 10 years. We can fix this problem, Mr. Speaker, once and for all. It is up to us.
Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand for the first time as the Member of Parliament for Mission, Matsui, Fraser Canyon. During the election, I asked voters to consider the following, which bears repeating. Was I open, transparent, and accessible? Did I do my honest part to build positive relationships with Indigenous communities? Did I fight for key sectors of our economy, such as the struggling forestry sector? Did I advocate for needed infrastructure, such as the Mission Sewage Pipeline? Did I fight for a cleaner environment to protect the Fraser River for future generations? Did I fight for a more accountable federal government? And was I there when people really needed my help? To the entire electorate of my riding, hold me to these standards. I stand here to serve you. Thank you for this honor.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, as we begin this 43rd Parliament, where 338 women and men take their place to better represent their Canadians across the country, I would like to make a modest proposal. À tous mes collègues parlementaires,
I say to all of my parliamentary colleagues, we must, all of us, listen to each other and do a better job of it. Too often in this chamber, we interrupt each other and argue when, in fact, we should actually be taking the time to listen to each other. Being a member of Parliament is one of the greatest honors in this country. We've all worked extremely hard to get to this place where legendary people rose before us.
made by our constituents, and respect each other more. Let us listen to each other. It is only by doing so that we will all build a better Canada. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says that the economy is going well, but that's not the case. Last month, 71,000 Canadians lost their jobs. Last month was the greatest number of personal bankruptcies. And Nearly half of Canadians are less than $200 away from declaring bankruptcy. Will there be tax breaks for small businesses, reducing the administrative burden, and a plan to reestablish a balanced budget? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there are families who have suffered, who have recently lost employment. That's why we will continue to invest to help those families. We recognize that even if the economy is going well enough to add 1 million jobs over the last 4 years, it's not the same situation for everyone. That's why we've chosen to invest in families, to invest in communities, and to cut taxes. That was the first thing we did when we came to power in 2015, and it's the first thing we're doing now. We're going to cut taxes for Canadians who need it. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the last time this Prime Minister promised to lower taxes, he actually raised them for the majority of the population.
That's right.
The failed economic policies of this Prime Minister have left Canadians with an economy that isn't working for anyone. Businesses are leaving Canada, and foreign direct investment has dropped by 56% under this government. Government spending is out of control, Canada's debt is blooming, and we are on the edge of a recession. Will the Prime Minister act and provide a fall economic update that includes a plan to balance the budget and so businesses will stay in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Instead of talking down the Canadian economy, on this side of the aisle, we're focused on investing in it. The very first thing we did in 2015, and the member opposite remembers it well, was to lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. Today, we're doing exactly the same thing. We are lowering taxes for tens of millions of Canadians that will lift tens of thousands of Canadians out of poverty and let hundreds of thousands more no longer have to pay any income taxes. We know that supporting Canadians, investing in the economy, and lowering taxes for people who need it is the way to continue serving this great country into the future.
The member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it's this Prime Minister who's actively working to constrain Canada's economy, and this approach has left Canada on the brink of a recession. Canada's productivity and competitiveness continues to decline. Wages have barely increased, and the U.S. economy has outgrown Canada's in 3 of the last 4 years. 5 of the G8 countries have lower unemployment rates than Canada, and we lost 71,000 jobs last month. When will this Prime Minister open his eyes, stop doubling down on failed policies, and just change course?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the decision we made 4 years ago and the decision we continue to make is to invest in Canadians who need support, invest in our communities, invest in a brighter future for all. That is exactly what we've been doing. This is what we will continue to do. And the next step of that is the very first thing we're doing today is announcing that we will be lowering taxes as promised for tens of millions of Canadians, lifting 40,000 people out of poverty, making sure that hundreds of thousands of Canadians no longer have to pay any income taxes. This is help for Canadians at a time when they need it.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are mindful that this could be the second Christmas that Canadian citizens Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig spend in a Chinese prison. All Canadians stand in solidarity with their family and friends, and we must send a signal that such conduct by the Chinese is unacceptable. What steps will the Prime Minister take to show that diplomatic hostage-taking is unacceptable for a world power?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our heart goes out to the 2 Canadians detained in China unjustly. Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor are have spent a long time in detention in China. We think of their families, we think of their communities, we think of their loved ones, but we also stay focused on them as we have over the past year. We have continued to engage directly, including myself directly with President Xi, to highlight how much it is important to bring these Canadians home. We will continue to work very hard, as I know all Canadians will, to send that clear message that those Canadians must be returned home.
I just want to remind the honourable members, the honourable member for Durham is asking questions and he's trying to hear the answer. I don't want him to be disrupted. So I don't want anybody to shout from either side while the question is being asked or while the answer is coming forward. The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, 75 years ago this week, thousands of Canadians were fighting to defend Hong Kong in the Battle of Hong Kong during the Second World War. In the last few months, millions of Hong Kongers have taken to the streets to protest the erosion of their rights under the One Country, Two Systems agreement with mainland China. Canadians value liberty. We have 300,000 Canadian citizens in Hong Kong, and we have spilled blood there as a nation. Will the Prime Minister stand in this House today to show his support for the civil liberties of Hong Kongers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we have been very clear over the past months in our support for the people of Hong Kong in their defense of their human rights. We have been long-standing supporters of the One Country, Two Systems principles and the rule of law. We've been calling consistently for a de-escalation of violence and hostilities and ask the authorities to continue to engage. We ask the authorities to engage in a respectful and non-violent manner with the citizens of Hong Kong, including those 300,000 Canadians with whom we are very concerned.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish you a very great week. Imagine that I have a cousin called Marcel who works in a factory. The factory closes. Marcel paid into EI and can have up to 50 weeks, could have up to 50 weeks of benefits if he accumulated enough. And among us, we have Émilie. Émilie is ill. She has cancer. And she can have 15 weeks of leave, even though she paid into EI. 26 weeks seems more fair, but what would really be fair is 50 weeks. Will the Prime Minister agree that in this situation there's a serious issue about compassion and equity? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We recognize that there are Canadians who suffer from serious illnesses and they're worried about their ability to get the treatment they need and to ensure that their family is there for them. We recognize how important it is to increase EI benefits in cases of illness. We recognize that there are many families that suffer because of this, and we are going to work to increase, as we promised, sick leave benefits through EI. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Given the time that we have, I'm sure eventually we'll be able to do something, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I clearly ask the Prime Minister if he agrees to consider 50 weeks in all fairness. We can't prove compassion by talking about 35 million people, but we can prove our compassion by talking about a single person. I invite him to meet this afternoon Émilie, who is here with us and who traveled to Ottawa to meet him. Will he meet her? Before the Prime Minister responds, I would like to remind the members, I know that there are many who are new, that we cannot refer to anybody who is in the gallery. Just a little reminder for everybody. We will continue. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are doing our work in the House of Commons to well represent Canadians whom we wish to serve. We want to serve 35 million Canadians who all have their own challenges. I would be very pleased to meet people that we can better assist. MPs have to learn from their stories and do everything, and I will do everything to meet this person and to help her with the troubles that she is going through now.
For Burnaby South.
Le plan fiscal des libéraux.
The Liberals' tax plan will not help 47% of people, but we do have a plan that will help them.
To help only those who need it most, we can free up $1.6 billion to fund a national dental care program. This would help 4.3 million Canadians and save our healthcare system millions of dollars. Est-ce que le Premier ministre va faire ce qu'il...
Will the Prime Minister do what's necessary to help people who need it most?
L'honorable Premier ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Class tax cut we're putting forward today will not only lift tens of thousands of people out of poverty, it'll allow hundreds of thousands more to not have to pay income taxes at all. We know that by lowering taxes for around 20 million Canadians, we will make an appreciable difference in the lives of many people. This is the focus that we're taking. This is a commitment we made to Canadians during the election campaign, and we certainly hope to see support from all sides of the House on this measure.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Fine words can't hide the fact.
Prime Minister condemned Stephen Harper's cuts to health care, mais elle a continué avec les...
But he continued with the same cuts to health and gave $14 billion to the wealthiest businesses.
Crisis right now. Will the Prime Minister commit today to increasing healthcare funding to help out people, or is he too busy helping out his corporate friends?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the last mandate, we were pleased to work out health transfers with the provinces. We signed agreements with all 10 provinces and territories, 3 territories, to move forward on funding for health care on things like home care, like mental health services and others. We know there is more to do, which is why we allocated $6 billion in our electoral platform for investments in our healthcare system, including in things like universal pharmacare. We will continue to work with the provinces and invest. This year, we're spending $40 billion to the provinces on healthcare transfer.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, families in Western Canada are desperate. Jobs are being lost and people are feeling completely hopeless. The throne speech was a chance for the Prime Minister to show Western Canadians that he understands the struggles they're going through, that he cares, and that he was prepared to act. But that didn't happen. Not only is this Prime Minister ignoring the crisis, but he's moving ahead with destructive policies like his No More Pipelines bill. Does the Prime Minister realize that the path that he is on when it comes to addressing the concerns of Western Canadians is taking all of us in this country in the wrong direction?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to assure the members opposite and all Canadians that our government takes very seriously the economic challenges that the Canadian prairies are facing. And if I may, I would like to quote Premier Tenney, who said at lunchtime today that he believes a strong Alberta is essential for a strong Canada. I would add a strong Manitoba and a strong Saskatchewan. We will achieve that if all of us in this
Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the crisis that's being ignored is not only in Alberta and Saskatchewan. There's a crisis going on with forestry workers in British Columbia. Mills are shutting down. People are out of work, but no mention of a softwood lumber deal in the speech from the throne. At every turn, and we just saw it, Mr. Speaker, these Liberals are turning a blind eye to half of this country. This is no way to lead this great nation. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister start acting in the interests of all Canadians, not just those who are trying to get votes?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
In 2017, our government has made over $1.49 billion in funding and financing available to the forest sector. We launched our Softwood Lumber Action Plan to support workers and communities, and we introduced funding through the Strategic Innovation Fund specifically for forestry. Building on our work to date, we will be including additional investments to help this sector innovate, diversify, and grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to say some members have wonderful voices and it just goes very well. They don't realize how strong their voices are. I'm sure they're just whispering to the person next to them. So I just want to remind them to whisper even lower. L'honorable député de Richmond, Athabasca.
Mr. Speaker, the throne speech clearly demonstrates that aside from fine words, the Liberals have no real measures to meet Quebec's specific requests. Even more surprising, the Bloc Québécois, which got all worked up during the campaign about Quebec's requests, decided to support the Liberals unreservedly about the throne speech. Can the Prime Minister tell us what he plans to do to meet the specific requests of Quebec's government. The Right Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. We work very well in culture, infrastructure, or the environment with Quebec. Mr. Speaker, there are 35 MPs from Quebec who have Quebec tattooed on their hearts and who always stand up for Quebec. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, there was a request for a single tax return for Quebecers, a third link for Quebec's greater city area, and a solution for illegal entry at the border. On Friday, the Minister of Infrastructure let it be understood that there was no third link project in the greater Quebec City area, but $350 million have been set aside for that project. So that Quebecers know what's happening, can the Prime Minister tell me if yes or no he will support the third link project in the greater city Quebec area, yes or no? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. I have the privilege of being in Quebec City last week with the Deputy Prime Minister, and we had excellent discussions with the Mayor. We had excellent discussions with ministers of Quebec's government, and we discussed a number of subjects. If you read the press releases after we were there, it reflects the openness of Canada's government to work with the City of Quebec and the Government of Quebec for the well-being of all Quebecers.
For York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund produced real results for the lake by improving water quality and restoring wildlife. But with more to do, the Liberals cancelled the fund in 2017. After Canada's Conservatives committed to bringing it back, the Liberals finally followed suit. At least they know what a good idea is when they see one. But it looks like just another example of all talk and no action. There was no response from my letter to the Prime Minister and no mention in the throne speech. Will this Liberal government restore the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. This government has invested significant dollars in water, in cleaning up water in the Great Lakes, in Lake Winnipeg, in lakes and rivers across this country. We will continue to move forward to ensure that we are ensuring that water quality is safe and is effective on a go-forward basis.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, canola farmers in my riding and across the country have had a difficult year under these Liberals. They're in a desperate position because of lost access to markets in China, a railway strike, and the higher cost of drying their oilseed and grain because of the carbon tax. There are also 3 million acres of canola still buried by snow, yet last week's throne speech made no mention whatsoever of addressing this crisis. Why don't the Liberals have a plan to help these struggling canola farmers?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Our government always stood shoulder to shoulder with our farmers and ranchers from the very beginning. We have reopened the market in China for beef and pork, and we are working very hard to reopen the market for canola. We are also making improvement to the business risk management programs because we know that the risks that our farmers are facing are different regarding climate, regarding commercial disruption as well, and we are working on that. Thank you. Yes.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this question is asked during each election in the polls, and the answer is always the same. What is Quebecers' priority? Health. Quebec and all of the provinces have heard the will of their public. Last week, they all demanded an increase in health transfers of 5.2%. Will the government respect Quebec's priorities as well as the province's priority and the priority of the entire population? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our healthcare system is a symbol of pride, and we are making necessary investments for it to remain so. This year, more than $40 billion are going to the provinces and territories to maintain our healthcare system. We continue to work with provinces and territories to ensure that our system meets the needs of people all over the country. The member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, increasing health care transfers by 5.2% is the absolute minimum to take care of our people in Quebec. That's what the money we need to hire nurses and to hire doctors. That's money to offer better quality of life for our seniors, to offer home care. Will the government listen to Quebecers and increase transfers to 5.2%? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I agree with the member opposite that our healthcare system is a symbol of who we are as Canadians, and we've been making significant investments to keep it strong. This year, for example, we'll provide over $40 billion to the provinces and territories to support the system, over $6 billion more than the Harper Conservatives last year in office. And this is accompanied by our $11 billion investment in mental health and home care services, the largest in Canadian history. We're going to continue to work hard together to make sure that our healthcare system delivers for all Canadians so they have equal access to quality care close to home. Thank you very much.
Le député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. 5.2%, we're not going to get an answer. Mr. Speaker, increasing health transfers is one of Quebec's requests. That's why the Bloc sub-amended the throne speech to include it. We're also adding the requirement to collect royalties from web giants. There should not ever be any more breaches in the supply management system and trade agreements either. We want Quebec's environmental and land use planning legislation to be respected. These are all priorities for Quebec. Will the government vote in favor of our sub-amendment to include them in the throne speech, yes or no? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, we are very sensitive to the requests of Quebec's government, and we work very well with them. We've worked on agriculture, infrastructure, and the environment together, and so on. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that for the government, the issue of culture, the importance of investing in our content creators and artists, that's what we're doing. The government invested more than any other government in Canada into culture. I've mentioned it before to my colleague. We're always ready to discuss and to look at other people's ideas.
For Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, Huawei and other Chinese telecommunication firms have been deemed a risk by Canadian national security experts. China is known to have hacked Canadian companies and governments and spread disinformation in our own country. China is not acting like a friend or a partner. We know that Huawei is a real threat to compromise our internet communications. When will the Liberal government finally make the decision to ban Huawei?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, while it's entirely inappropriate to speak of a particular company, a very thorough examination of the associated security and economic considerations in the 5G decision is well underway. We want to make sure that Canadians have access to the most beneficial 5G technology, and at the same time, we will make sure that Canadians are safe and that their systems will not be compromised. Thank you very much, sir.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins, On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, it's very relevant to talk about Huawei because our four partners from Five Eyes excluded this Chinese company from development of 5G because they suspect that Huawei is a national security problem and will intrude into personal data. The US, Australia, UK, they all excluded Huawei. Even the Americans have told us that Huawei could be a problem and could be required to divulge personal data to the Chinese government. What are the Liberals waiting for to exclude Huawei, or would they prefer that Canadians' personal data end up in China?
Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes the security of Canada's telecommunication networks very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, since 2013, the Canadian Security Review Program has worked to mitigate the cybersecurity risks that stem from designated equipment and services, including the companies mentioned. We'll continue to work with telecommunication service providers and the vendors through this collaborative program to mitigate the security concerns. We will examine all the security, economic, and global considerations in making this determination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis asked a question. I was having a hard time hearing the answer. I just want to remind everyone when there is someone answering a question not to shout across the floor. Again, what I said when we first started, What if your children are watching? We don't want to be embarrassed by it. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I would like to thank the voters of Cloverdale, Langley City for the honour of serving them in this House as their Member of Parliament. Now, Mr. Speaker, the recently defeated former Minister of Public Safety, Ralph Goodale, had promised a decision on whether to ban Huawei before the recent election. Then he flip-flopped and said it would come immediately after. Well, here we are, Mr. Speaker. Canada's allies have found serious security concerns about Huawei. Will the Liberals do the right thing to protect Canadians from Chinese espionage and immediately ban Huawei from Canada's 5G network?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure the member opposite and every member of this House that our national security agencies work tirelessly to identify all security threats and to protect Canadian interests. Our government respects the scientific integrity, but we will continue to listen carefully to the advice of our public security officials as we make this important decision for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I am a very proud Albertan, and my family has been amongst the proud workers that have helped build our province and our country for generations. Now these same workers are struggling, but this government isn't listening. Mr. Speaker, the government needs to commit to working with Albertans to diversify our economy and to help create new jobs. Mr. Speaker, the federal government can help people who have lost their jobs before they lose hope. When will Albertans finally get the support they deserve?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank my colleague for her important question. Definitely, we've invested massively, more than $500 million in our Western Diversification Agency, but we know that we have to do more, and we know that we have to be there for the workers of Western Canada. It will be a pleasure to be working with my colleague on this file. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. There are workers in Alberta who need new jobs in the new economy, and it's time to act, Mr. Speaker. And speaking of inaction, the Liberals dragged their feet for years and allowed their web giants to not pay their fair share and to not obey the law. That hurts our artists, our creators, our businesses, and our local and regional media. The Minister of Heritage is getting used to his new environment, but can he assure us today that when he comes back in January, he will have a clear plan to keep that promise and tax the web giants? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take a few seconds to thank the voters of Laurier-Sainte-Marie who gave me the honour of representing them here in this House. And I'd like to commend you on your election, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague from Rosemont-Petite-Patrie, our position is clear. If you benefit from the system, you have to contribute to it. We will protect our web industry, and we have pledged to put this law in the first year of our mandate. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank the citizens of Vimy for the honour that they have done me by allowing me to become their Member of Parliament.
Mr. tabled a notice of Ways and Means motion that proposes to lower taxes for the middle class and people working hard to join it by increasing the basic personal amount to $15,000 by 2023. Est-ce que la ministre de
Can the Minister of Middle-Class Prosperity tell this House what this change means for middle-class families? The Honourable Minister of Middle-Class Prosperity.
Mr. Speaker, as our first order of business, we're lowering taxes for the middle class and people working hard to join it in the members of the Vimy riding and all across the country. À compter de 20
As of 2020, this change will put more money in the pockets of Canadians by increasing the amount that they can earn before paying federal income tax. This measure will allow close to 20 million Canadians to save hundreds of dollars a year in taxes once it has been completely rolled out in 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, over the course of the Prime Minister's time in office, Canada's status on the world stage has taken more hits than one could imagine. Whether it's dancing his way through India or suggesting that he admires China's basic dictatorship, the Prime Minister has embarrassed Canada every step of the way. Last week, the Prime Minister was caught mocking the leader of our closest ally and biggest trading partner behind his back like a high school gossip. The Prime Minister is being parodied on network television. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister grow up and start taking his role seriously?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the honourable member and all Canadians that thanks very much to the Prime Minister's work, we have an excellent working relationship with our American neighbours. And let me say, in the lives of ordinary Canadians, there is perhaps no issue in our relationship with the United States that matters more than trade. The Prime Minister raised the ratification of the new NAFTA and other trade issues in his meeting last week with the President, and we have been working intensively, including many conversations over the weekend and this morning with our American partners on getting the deal finalized.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take advantage of my first intervention in this House to thank the voters of Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord for my re-election. Another international encounter for the Prime Minister, another diplomatic incident. In the meantime, it's our relationship and trade ties that bear the brunt and our industries that suffer. As long as no softwood lumber agreement has been signed, our forestry industry is vulnerable. When will the Prime Minister, how does he think that we can help this forestry industry that is already hurting? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure my honourable colleague and all Canadians that we have an excellent relationship with our neighbours to the south, especially as concerns international trade. I would just like to point out to all colleagues here and to all Canadians that today Canada is the country that has the most easy access to the United States market of all countries in the world. That's a great advantage for all Canadians, and we must continue to do this important work.
Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the Environment Minister says liquefied natural gas is a long way off from helping reduce greenhouse gas emissions. LNG can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by replacing coal-generated electricity 60 to 90 megatons annually, the equivalent of 10% of Canada's annual greenhouse gas emissions, not to mention all the jobs it's going to create. So why is the minister looking down on LNG when the minister should be trying to promote it?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
What my honourable colleague refers to is the discussions under Article 6 that are going on at the Conference of the Parties in Madrid, where I and members of all of the other parties in the House are attending for the rest of this week. The focus of the discussions on Article 6 are to set in place a framework to allow us to establish the basis for trades between parties. It is important that those are transparent, that there is no double counting, that there is integrity to the system. We are focused on ensuring that the architecture is in place to enable us to look at an emissions trading system, but the first step is to ensure that it's real.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, liquefied natural gas represents a great opportunity for Canada to be a world leader in clean energy, job creation, and the global fight against climate change. However, this Environment Minister now says we've got to be very careful with LNG. 18,000 British Columbians lost their jobs last month. Right. LNG is an amazing opportunity to help people get back to work. Mr. Speaker, instead of the minister thumbing his nose at new jobs, why won't he stand up and defend LNG?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, the first step in this process is to ensure that we have in place rules that are real. Climate change is real. If we are going to allow for emissions trading in this world, it needs to be under a system that has integrity, that there is no double counting, that there is transparency in the system. At the end of the day, the focus for all of us coming out of the election should be fighting climate change, ensuring we're doing our part from a domestic perspective to meet the targets to which we committed to our international partners, and that is exactly what this government is going to do.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, we were all moved on Friday during the ceremony commemorating the Polytechnique massacre, which was anti-feminist. 30 years ago, 14 women lost their lives because they were women. And yet, 30 years later, the weapon used against them remains available. It is not even a restricted firearm. The Prime Minister has stated that these weapons have no place in our communities. So will the government step in to ban this weapon that was used to kill 14 women at Polytechnique? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And our government has worked tirelessly over the past 4 years to better keep illegal guns off our streets, passing Bill C-71. But we know that there is much more that needs to be done. And in particular, we have spoken about the presence of military-style assault weapons having no place in Canadian society. They're designed for the battlefield and not for our communities for more than 4 decades. Police chiefs across the country have been calling for the banning of these weapons, and we heard the most compelling and heartfelt testimony from the victims of the terrible crime at École Polytechnique just on Friday. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to listen to Canadians, and we will have more to say about these next steps in the very near future.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, stop talking and do your job. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking about this for 30 years. It's time to act, and the government can do so. We on this side support it in its commitment to banning these assault rifles, but we have to add the weapon that was used to kill these women to the list of banned rifles. Does the government commit to banning the Ruger Mini 14 and put in place a buyback program for the people who own one? Before responding to the question, I hope the member wasn't talking to me when he said you should do your job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that in the coming days, everyone in this House will have an opportunity to do their job and to keep Canadians safe. Mr. Speaker, we are compiling a list of those weapons which will meet the definition of military-style assault weapons, and it will be published at the appropriate time. I would simply remind the member opposite that would we release the names of those weapons prior to the publication of that order in Council, it would merely precipitate a surge in sales in the market, which is something no one wants to see happen.
The member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, families across Western Canada are hurting. People in my riding tell me their stories about losing their jobs and are forced to sell their homes. In the last 2 years, over $100 billion worth of investment has gone from the energy sector and been cancelled. C-69, the normal pipelines bill, is going to make that even worse. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians are out of work because of failed Liberal policies. Many premiers are united against Bill C-69. When will these Liberals listen and amend their job-killing legislation?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly all Canadians are worried about the economic issues that are faced by the provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan. The Impact Assessment Act, which is now in force, was intended to enable projects to move speedily through the environmental assessment projects so that good projects can be built. It is a far superior piece of legislation to what was put into place in 2012, which has resulted in numerous project delays. It is important for us that we have a process that will protect the environment, that will enable strong, robust economies across this country, and that's exactly what the Impact Assessment Act does.
The Honourable Member Louis St. Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 4 years of Liberal governance, Canada has never been so divided since this government was in place. And the problem is that the provinces are being pitted against each other. And the Wexit, which was just a rumor just a year ago, is becoming stronger. There are the government is doing nothing about this. And worse than that, 200,000 Canadians lost their jobs in the energy sector. And one way of getting these people's jobs back is to abolish Bill C-69. It was even criticized by the Quebec government. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Impact Assessment Act accomplished a promise that we made to Canadians. It will reestablish the public's trust in the way that that major project decisions are made. The best rules that we have put in place will reduce delays by half for these projects, increase transparency, protect the environment, and encourage investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the PM said he was open to, quote, making improvements if necessary to his anti-energy, anti-business Bill C-69. We assure him it's necessary because more than 200,000 Canadians have already lost their oil and gas jobs. Over $100 billion in major projects are gone, and those losses hurt all sectors in all provinces. But last spring, Liberals rejected 80% of amendments to fix the bill. Today, every single premier still want major changes. So when will the Liberals finally overhaul their Bill C-69?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Impact Assessment Act has been put in place to ensure that good projects can move ahead, that we can ensure that the environment is protected and that good projects proceed and that investments proceed. It is a far superior process to what was put in place when Stephen Harper gutted the environmental assessment process in 2012. It will ensure that good projects proceed. This morning I had the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Environment from Alberta. We discussed this issue. We have been consistent in saying we are open to how we actually implement that. We will work together with all provinces from coast to coast, all provinces and territories from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, Reaching Home, Canada's homelessness strategy, is the single most important change in national homelessness agenda for over 20 years, and we're seeing the positive results across Canada. Although we've made great progress, we know that there's still work to be done. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please explain to the House how we will achieve our goal of reducing the number of chronically homeless people in Canada by 50%?
Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
The Honourable Member for his hard work in the fight against homelessness. When any member of our society ends up on the street, we are all diminished. And that is why our redesigned strategy has doubled funding in the fight against homelessness by 2021, and we're making more communities eligible for this important funding. While there is still work to do, Reaching Home and Canada's first ever national housing strategy will enable us to not only meet, but hopefully exceed our already ambitious homelessness reduction targets. Merci beaucoup.
Bravo. Way to go. Honourable Member for Flamborough, Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, on November 17th, the Liberals broke faith with our friends in Israel and the Jewish community and took part in the annual Israel bashing at the UN. The foreign minister is quoted as saying, "Everyone knows why Canada voted the way it did on Israel at the UN. Yet the Jewish community and our friends in Israel can't figure it out. They obviously didn't get the memo." Could the minister please explain why he decided to vote against the only democracy in the Middle East and our friends?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this is the first time I'm rising in the House this session, I would just like to say thank you to the people of Burlington for re-electing me. I am incredibly proud that Canada is one of Israel's strongest allies at the UN and many other international organizations. We are opposed to efforts that unfairly single out Israel for criticism and seek to isolate it internationally. We agree that there are too many resolutions related to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and we have called on the international community to channel its efforts towards helping both sides to resume direct negotiations and work towards achieving a lasting peace for both peoples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Grassy Narrows First Nation in my riding of Kenora have been suffering with the effects of mercury contamination for decades. Now, in 2017, this government promised a treatment center to support the community. It is now nearly 2020, Mr. Speaker, and we have still seen no action. Could the Minister of Indigenous Services please tell the House when the government will finally deliver on their promise and deliver support for this community?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to congratulate the member opposite on his election and, importantly, his advocacy in this matter. I'm glad to have had the opportunity to have met with Chief Turtle last week. We had a good, productive conversation. In the meeting, I reiterated my commitment and that of the Prime Minister's to building a mercury treatment facility, and that funding is not an obstacle. We share a will to move forward, and I look forward to working with Chief Turtle and the community to get this facility built, and I'll have an update to the House in short order. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, since this is the first time that I'm rising in the House, I would like to thank the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country to have earned their trust. Small business is the backbone of our economy, and it certainly is in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country. And I have personally spoken to thousands of business owners who have been affected by the Liberals' failed tax policies. Families are paying more in taxes and are struggling to just get by. And in BC alone, my province, 18,000 jobs were lost last month. Businesses are paying more taxes to invest due to the passive investment changes. Will the Liberals' economic update include tax cuts for small business?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to welcome the member to this House and let her know that in the last Parliament we did reduce taxes on middle-class Canadians. We also reduced taxes on small businesses. We were so pleased today to move forward with the next tax break for 20 million Canadians, which we know is important. People are dealing with economic anxieties, and we're trying to ensure that they have more money to raise their families, to lead their lives. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Many veterans in my riding have said how disappointed they were that the preceding government abolished the Veteran Service Card, a card that helps people recognize the service and sacrifice of these brave women and men for our country.
See, our government reintroduced the Veteran Service Card last year. Could the minister please update the House on the status of the card?
Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the people of Cardigan for electing me for the 10th consecutive time. It's a great honor indeed to serve the people of Cardigan. And I want to congratulate my colleague from Orleans for being elected and thank her for her question. And I can assure her the Veterans Card is now available for every Canadian Forces member who has been honorably released and is available to anyone who have completed basic training. I encourage all veterans to apply for theirs today so that they continue to link with veterans communities and be recognized for their valuable service.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding and across BC, the forest industry supports over 140,000 jobs. But this year's sawmill shutdowns have created uncertainty for many families. Now thousands more workers will be without work over Christmas, and the federal government is missing in action. At the very least, will the minister commit to coming to BC and meeting with local leaders? Will she work with us to ensure greater flexibility in the EI system so we can bring support and certainty to BC families?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Speaker, indeed, I've already had the pleasure of sitting down just last week with the BC Minister of Forestry, and we will continue to work together on programs like the Indigenous Forestry Initiative, which supported 15 Indigenous forest-based economic developments just last year. These investments are supporting diversification and innovation while boosting the long-term competitiveness of the industry. Most importantly, they are creating and maintaining jobs for hardworking Canadians in our forestry sector and the families who rely on those jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Monsieur le Président, the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities stated on before the Canadian Federation of Municipalities that infrastructure should be resilient to climate change.
At home in my riding of Fredericton, we have faced the dreadful consequences of some of the worst flooding of the Wolastoq River, known as the St. John, in recent memory.
and we've certainly not seen the last of this seasonal flooding. We need to effectively adapt to the effects of the climate crisis. Mr. Speaker, my question for the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities is this. How is she planning to use the Green Municipal Fund in New Brunswick to ensure that my constituents will stop suffering from the effects of these now reoccurring and predictable floods? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for a question. It is really important as we build infrastructure for the next 50 to 100 years that we consider the impacts of climate change. We know what the science is. We need resilient infrastructure. We need to be protecting communities. We need to also build in a way that reduces emissions. I look forward to working with the member opposite through the Green Infrastructure Fund. There's also the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund to help support efforts to keep the members, to keep the residents of Fredericton safe.
That's all the questions for today. C'est tout pour aujourd'hui. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mirabel has a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know I respect your position. I even wore a tie for you. And what I said applied to the government and not to yourself, sir. Thank you very much. To the honourable member for Mirabel, I appreciate his apology. I know that in this chamber, at times things get emotional and sometimes you get a little lost. So it's so thank you very much for that apology. We can all learn something once in a while.
There's the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Ranj Pillai, Deputy Premier for Yukon, Minister of Energy, Mines and Resources, Minister of Economic Development, and Minister responsible for the Yukon Development Corporation and the Yukon Energy Corporation. Following my election as Speaker, I've consulted with the leaders of the recognized parties regarding the nomination of the other chair occupants. I'm now prepared to propose for the ratification of the House a candidate for the position of Deputy Speaker and Chair of Committee of the Whole. Conformément à l'article 7 du règlement, je propose que M. Stanton, pour le poste de vice-président de la Chambre et président des comtés unies. La motion est répétée, proposée et appuyée. Is it to adopt the motion? So carried.
Now it's
tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 32(2) of the Standing Orders, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the report and recommendations of the Commission of Review of the Remuneration of Judges. Introduction of government bills. Oh, I apologize. There's another one. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Order 32(2), I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2017-18 annual report of the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Dépôt de projet.
Presenting reports from committees.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Grierson.
Sherwood's her.
Sorry?
Sherwood.
The Honourable... No, that's not Sherwood. Saskatchewan. That's Eric Grierson up here. Oh, I'm sorry. Does he have one as well? Oh, there he is. Yes. Yeah, so I'm sorry. She's got sharper eyes than I do, obviously. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an opportunity today to table 4 petitions. Thank you very much. The first petition is in support of bills that were in the last Parliament, Bill C-350 and S-240. These bills deal with the scourge of forced organ trafficking. Petitioners were no doubt disappointed that those bills did not pass in the last Parliament, despite having a lot of support, and are hopeful that similar bills will be able to move forward and finally become law in this Parliament. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from those who are concerned about the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China, and it asks Parliament and the government to establish measures to stop the regime's mass murder of innocent people for their organs. It also calls for the government to use every opportunity to raise the issue of the persecution of Falun Gong. The third petition draws the attention of the House to the challenges being faced by Afghanistan's religious minorities, in particular in this case the Sikh and Hindu community in Afghanistan. It calls for the Foreign Affairs Minister to continually raise this issue with his Afghan counterparts, and also calls for the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan to be sponsored directly to Canada. And the fourth petition is to highlight the plight of Pakistani Christian asylum seekers in Thailand. It asks the Government of Canada to raise this matter with the Government of Thailand, and also to seek to address the issue of how refugee status conferred by the UNHCR, it can be a particular challenge for refugees in this situation, because the conferral of that status is dependent on the good graces, let's say, of the country in which the application is made. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as it's my first time being recognized in the House, I want to thank the good people of Peace River Westlock for putting their faith in me to represent them in Ottawa once again. And I'd like to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, on your election to a Speaker. I know this will be a prosperous Parliament because of that. I too would like to present a petition today calling for the passage of C-350 and S-240. These bills were introduced in the last Parliament. They passed unanimously through the last Parliament, but were unable to be declared into law. And so we look forward to reintroducing them and having them pass swiftly through this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and as it's been my first time standing in this House, I want to thank the electors of West Nova for the honour that they have bestowed upon me. Of course, I look forward to addressing them more appropriately in a speech reply. Mr. Speaker, forced organ harvesting and trafficking is a growing global problem that requires urgent action. And I'm pleased to table a petition from Canadians who are looking for this Parliament to finally take action on forced organ harvesting, to make it criminal offence to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster, Burnaby.
I go by either name, Mr. Speaker, but it is New Westminster Burnaby following redistribution in 2015. And I'm pleased to present an electronic petition that was signed by over 1,100 Canadians from coast to coast, from British Columbia right through to Newfoundland and Labrador and up to the territories. I'd like to thank Leslie Askin, who's a local constituent, who is the instigator behind this petition. The petitioners call on, as residents and citizens of Canada, call upon the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons to completely waive all solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidentiality so that the member from Vancouver Granville may speak openly about the SNC-Lavalin matter and launch a public inquiry under the Canada Inquiries Act into whether either the Prime Minister's office or the Prime Minister politically interfered in the court case against SNC-Lavalin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition to support Bill 350 and S240 from the 42nd Parliament. Petitioners want the 43rd Parliament to be one that finally takes action on forced organ harvesting and passes these bills.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Bow River.
I would like to present a petition today
tabling a petition to support a bill C-352 S-240 from the previous Parliament. These bills received unanimous consent in both houses but did not pass in identical form, and thus the law was not changed. Petitioners hope to see this Parliament be the one that finally takes action on forced organ harvesting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today to save the wild salmon, and specifically to recommend to act on the precautionary principle and immediately implement all 75 recommendations made by Justin Cohen to save the Pacific salmon. And that would be to remove the Department of Fisheries and Oceans mandate to promote salmon farming, to remove salmon farming from migratory routes, and to look at prohibiting net pen farming in British Columbia. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you catching your eye today. I also would like to take the opportunity, this being my first time to rise in this House, to thank the good people of Saskatoon University.
Here, here.
I will have a speech later this week that will dive into a whole bunch of other thank yous, but I do appreciate the support. I also would like to join my colleagues in presenting a petition on the forced organ harvesting that is taking place around the world. Mr. Speaker, this petition seeks to combat global organ trafficking. Petitioners want the government to act to make it a criminal offense to receive an organ without their consent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. I think we got everybody. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Thank you. Agreed? Agreed. And I want to apologize. I understand the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North is now a Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Congratulations. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour. Adresse en réponse au discours.
Address and reply to the speech from the throne.
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for La Prairie has 10 minutes remaining.
Monsieur le Président, alors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was talking about health transfers, and I explained in detail just how provinces depended on money from Ottawa from the beginning of Confederation. Transfers from the federal government irrigate the provinces so that they can do what they have to. However, we've seen these transfers diminish in order to throw deficits into the yard of the provinces like in the 90s, or attach a great deal of conditions to those transfers. And the idea of centralizing powers and the federal power spending was being used to accomplish this mission of centralization. We haven't talked about the single tax return in this throne speech. As you know, May 15th, 2018, the National Assembly unanimously voted for Quebec to have a single tax return to fill out, and that tax return be taken on by the Government of Quebec. A unanimous agreement by the National Assembly, and I know this because I tabled it on May 15th, 2018. Even if the Premier at the time said it was rare for the National Assembly to be unanimous, well, he was joking, but that's exactly what happened in the single tax return. Was it mentioned in the throne speech? No, but there's hope, because our conservative colleagues have decided to make this a point of theirs as well. We want to ensure that we create in Quebec a single tax return managed by Quebec, which is what the National Assembly liked and which pleases Quebecers as well. 65% of Quebecers were in favor of a single tax return managed by Quebec. Research conducted, the only research done, considered that the annual gains of $425 million, that's gains in terms of money, but also gains in terms of time, which means that the citizens of Quebec could file their taxes faster. The Liberals, the Liberal government, the NDP, maintain the idea that we would lose jobs, that it's a serious thing, that we would lose jobs in Jonquière and Shawinigan. Is that a fatal argument? No. Because according to the Minister of National Revenue, many jobs in Quebec are used to manage the tax system. By taking on those responsibilities, the government of Quebec would add over 2,000 jobs that would be created by the government of Quebec to do that work. It would be easy for the government of Quebec to make sure that those jobs remain in Shawinigan and Jonquière. As for the remaining jobs, we could take those jobs and use those employees to deal with tax evasion. Those jobs would essentially be self-funded. And besides that, as we have a lack of workers in the federal public service, it would be easy for those individuals to go and work for the federal government. Considering that 4% of people every year in the public service retire, that means over 800 people over 4 years, which is the time it takes to transfer tasks from the federal government to Quebec. We realize very quickly and clearly that there won't be any job losses, actually. Let's ask the question, who between the Liberal Party and the ADP will accept a consensus that is Quebec-made, that does not lead to any job losses, but leads to a great deal of gains for taxpayers, for those who produce tax money in Quebec, and gains for the public service. The Bloc Québécois will have to wait for a positive answer, and we're ready to discuss in order to promote this great idea. We know that Quebec is not responsible for managing its presence on the international stage. We would have liked in this document for it to be clear that breaches in the supply management system be ended, that we ensure that farmers in Quebec are no longer being bartered to promote the car industry in Ontario or the beef industry in the West, that these people be respected. And never again will they be attacked, and that we go reach into their pockets, because those people work very hard and they deserve what is owed to them after all of the hard labor they've put in. To conclude, I will say that initially I had a historical component to my speech. I talked about the creation of the Canadian Federation. There's one thing that's changed. At the time, Canada's motto was from coast to coast. And now, unfortunately, it's drill, baby, drill.
Aujourd'hui.
Today, unfortunately, in the western part of the country, it's unfortunate, the economy is focused around one type of production and is not diversified enough. We need to help them diversify. It must be understood that depending on oil is not something that's only happening in the West. It's also banks. Those who invest the most are banks. Banks are the ones who invest in Canadian oil, 5 out of 12. Obviously, the Canadian economy is deeply involved in oil. There's a party here that has explained that we have to produce more oil. They have the advantage of being honest. There's the party over here, which plays with definitions, plays in contradictions, and is trying to put us to sleep that we're in favor of this, but not too much. We don't talk about oil. We don't talk about the elephant in the room, like my colleague mentioned before in the throne speech. We talk about climate change. we need to be clear. If you're in favor of an energy transition, we cannot promote oil. It's that simple. There are people who say we should change the Constitution. It's an old model that doesn't work well anymore. I explained the problems earlier. I will announce to you that the Bloc Québécois and Quebecers don't want to play with that anymore. We don't want to play in that movie anymore. Changing a comma in the Canadian Constitution is just as easy as to scratch your forehead with your top teeth. The Bloc, what's the Bloc going to do? We're here to defend farmers. We're here to defend Quebec's territory, to avoid getting pipelines put in without our permission. We're going to help agriculture. We're going to attack web giants and people in Lévis, extraordinary workers who have proven so many times how high quality their production is. We're going to protect the energy transition to ensure that our young people can have a future, a healthy future, in an extraordinary environment. That's the Bloc Québécois' work, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to do it in Quebec's name. We're going to work intensely until, one day, Quebec has its own country.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, just in response to the member opposite's comments on supply management, I am from Kings Hants. We are the largest agricultural concentration east of Montreal. Many dairy farmers, poultry farmers in our area. And I want the member opposite to know that I support farmers and I support our supply managed farmers as well. But as per the assumption that our government was somehow betraying farmers, I want them to remember that our government was forced into the deal with NAFTA. We maintained the integrity of supply managed system, and we've also compensated farmers. So that would be my comment for the member opposite, Mr. Speaker.
Good. Le député de la Prairie.
Merci bien. Je voudrais le remercier aussi pour ses bons mots, parce qu'il a des bons mots pour les agriculteurs, et ça, on va toujours être d'accord sur ce point.
We will always agree on the point that he has fine words for farmers. I have no problem with that. On the contrary, the Bloc Québécois is ready to work together. We're ready for a healthy cooperation. We want to table a bill that will end any opportunity to nibble on the edges in quotas to ensure that in the future this agricultural identity we have is respected. If you have that willingness, know that beside you, the Bloc Québécois will travel on the same road, and we will make sure that the mistakes of the past, which cost farmers dearly, are not repeated yet again. Before continuing, I would like to remind the members that when we speak through the chair, not to the president. When we say you, it's great when it's done politely, but please, as a third person, it would be much appreciated. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak today and to ask a question of my colleague, with whom we had the pleasure of sitting at the National Assembly during another time. A question from the government side talked about milk in Quebec. 4.5 years ago, when the Trans-Pacific Partnership was concluded, the government at the time, the Conservative government, had included in the agreement the amounts necessary, more than $4 billion, to compensate farmers. We were not waiting for there to be discussions and negotiations that lasted how long? 4.5 years. We promised it, we did it, and we budgeted for it. My question to the colleague is, yes, we recognize that there were breaches in supply management, but it led to agreements. However, we tied that funding to the announcement. Will my colleague from La Prairie, just want to make sure I've got the right writing, because at another time I would have called him the member for Saint-Jean or Sanguinet. Yes, sorry, my memory is failing me. But I'm sure I'll get it right very soon. Now, can the member tell us if he agreed with the approach of the Conservative government, which is when agreement is made, we immediately include amounts for compensation like we did?
D'abord, Monsieur le Président.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the comment that you gave to me because I actually had contravened the rules, and I apologize. My colleague and I had seen each other in a different setting. He said that we tied a sum of money to the trade agreement. I hope that's not how he attaches his hat, because he's going to lose it in the wind outside. If he had tied that, they would not have untied it. If he had tied that funding, we wouldn't be talking about it today. What I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, is that the best way to demonstrate that the funding was tied and then untied is that we simply prevent putting farmers' heads on the chopping block of international trade, and to ensure that it never happens again, even if we're acting in good faith. I'm not saying that this was done in bad faith, but the result, Mr. Speaker, is that it happened to farmers and it should never happen again.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague from the Bloc for his first speech in the House. It was very well done and very eloquent. I appreciated what he had to say. There's a lot of things that we share, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the issue of a transition to clean energy in BC, like in Quebec, like in everywhere in Canada. This is necessary. Or supply management. I'm very happy that the Bloc will pursue the work of MPs like Guy Caron, Karine Trudel, Robert Aubin, and others, and Brigitte Sansouci, who really fought to protect supply management in Quebec and in Canada. This is a real need. Now, the question that I have for him is, of course, we meet federal officials. I met Jean-Pierre from Shawinigan, and there are people who are worried about their future, about their jobs, and the impact on our system. There's advantages, but sometimes there's disadvantages as well. So my question is a very simple one. Does the Bloc's parliamentary leader, has the parliamentary leader met with federal officials to discuss what's going to happen next in this file?
La Prairie.
Si, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the leader, for his question. I have just started sitting in the House. I've worked on the single tax file. Did I speak to those people at the time? It wasn't my responsibility because it wasn't my task to do. But if he had met people who worked in Shawinigan and Jonquière who are worried, I propose with my colleague to go and meet these people and to discuss this with them and find solutions. I am persuaded that the government of Quebec is just waiting for that, to find solutions, smart ones, to ensure that this single tax return becomes a reality. And it's possible. I'm persuaded that those people fully understand that there won't be any job losses, that if we act in good faith, that there's a way to resolve this file without penalizing anyone. And if he's reaching out his hand, I will extend mine for us to go and visit the people directly affected by this file.
Commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot about the province of Quebec. I will say that other parties are here to unite the country. It's really important to have a country that is united. We've heard a great deal about the province of Quebec and a great deal against the oil sector. I would like to ask my colleague, and by the way, welcome and congratulations on your election. What will he do for Canada's unity during his time in the House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for La Prairie. I would like to thank my colleague for her question and to thank her for her congratulations. What will I do for Canadian unity? Good question. I won't answer that, but I'll say what I'll do for Quebec. Quebecers elected 32 members for the Bloc Québécois, and our mission from the outset, as we mentioned, very clearly and openly, we said that our work is about Quebec, only Quebec. That doesn't mean that we won't agree with them or them. That's not what that means. It means that we'll sit down and know this. And I'm not casting aspersions anywhere. If there's any way of improving the situation of Western Canada and for us to, and if we can participate in that, let's go ahead. We are the representatives of the people of Quebec. We're not bad boys or girls. We're ready to sit down with you and find solutions. And if you want to sit down with us to advance our goals, you are welcome to participate in that discussion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with honourable member from Kingston and the Islands. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to address this House, and I want to start by congratulating all members elected to the 43rd Parliament and to you, Mr. Speaker, on your appointment as the Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the residents of Surrey Newton for once again putting their faith in me to represent them as their Member of Parliament. I'm honored to be back and to be able to work hard on their behalf. I'm proud to represent one of the most diverse ridings in Canada. With that being said, I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt greetings to all who recently celebrated the 550th birth anniversary of Guru Nanak Dev Ji and Mawlad an-Nabi, which was celebrated to commemorate the birth of Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him. I also want to wish all those who are celebrating a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Mr. Speaker, voters across Canada have given us a responsibility to work together to grow our economy and better support their families so that it is easier for them to save, get an education, buy their first home, and have a good retirement. This is the mandate Canadians have given us, and the throne speech we heard from the Governor General last week lays out a roadmap to help get this done. In the previous Parliament, this Liberal government laid a foundation that has made the lives of Canadians better. With over 1 million new jobs created, record investments in programs and services that Canadians need, like healthcare, CPP, and the infrastructure, we have made progress. While the other side did nothing but oppose our government delivered results. This Parliament is an opportunity for all members to support the needs of Canadians and support the programs and services Canadians want. We will provide better health care and more affordable housing. We will lower taxes for those who need it the most and continue our record investments in infrastructure and public transit. We will address climate change while creating good-paying jobs. Most importantly, for residents in my constituency of Surrey Newton, our government will take steps to ban assault weapons and give cities the power to ban handguns. My constituents have said loud and clear that these type of weapons do not belong in our neighborhoods. On this note, I want to acknowledge the hard work of my friend and former Minister, Ralph Goodale. Ralph worked hard to make sure Canada remained a safe and welcoming country. Every time I went to him with an issue or concern, he listened intently and worked with me to find solutions. 2 years ago, when I spoke with Ralph about the policing needs for Surrey, he was clear that this government would support the wishes of municipal government, whether it was delivering 100 new police officers that the previous government failed to do so, or offering our support to the city of Surrey as they looked at transitioning to local police force. I'm confident that the member from Scarborough Southwest and the recently appointed Minister of Public Safety will take on this role with just as much passion and focus as our friend Ralph Goodale. I know all members on this side are passionate about doing what is best for Canadians. The actions laid out in the last week's throne speech will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. Canada's economy is growing and we continue to have low unemployment rate. We are going to further cut taxes so that Canadians and those most in need can keep more of their hard-earned money. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure our young people can turn their dream of owning a home into a reality. That is why we will work hard to address affordability and invest in affordable housing so it will be easier for families to buy their first home. Parents want to give their children every opportunity at a good education and chance at making their dreams come true. This government shares that same desire. That is why we are going to make before and after school care more affordable and more accessible. To help seniors retire with dignity they deserve, we are going to strengthen pension so that they can live with the confidence, not fear. The health of every Canadian is paramount. We are going to work with provinces and territories to make sure that all Canadians can access a family doctor, introduce mental health standards in the workforce, and make sure they can get mental health care when they need it. Finally, we will take steps to introduce and implement national pharmacare so that Canadians have the drug coverage they need. These are the steps we are going to take to make sure families have the support they need. But as I mentioned earlier, families in Surrey Newton want tougher gun laws so that we can reduce gun-related violence on our streets. It is time we took bold action to do that. That is why we will ban military-style assault weapons and introduce a buyback program. This is the action we need to tackle guns and gangs and keep Canadians safe. All these steps combined make a path that will lead Canada to a brighter future, where everyone will have a fair chance at getting ahead. This is what Canadians wanted. This is what we will do. I'm proud to stand in support of this plan, Mr. Speaker, and I request each and every member of this House to support this plan so as we can be a force of good in Canadians' lives to make their life better. With this, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to congratulate each and every member that got elected to 43rd Parliament. All the best, Merry Christmas, and Happy Holidays.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Speaker, and congratulations on your appointment there. Once again, I look forward to working with you. To the Honourable Member, Alberta has been kicked in the shins, its lunch money has been stolen, and its tires have been slashed. I didn't see anything in this speech from the throne that says that we'll get our tires pumped back up, we'll get our lunch money back, and we'll be able to get back to work. Did the member opposite see anything in there to restore confidence of Albertans that tomorrow will be a better day? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to thank the honourable member, and I want to tell the member that my first landing in Canada in 1984 was in Alberta, and that is where I went to University of Calgary to get my engineering degree, lived there for 8 years, and had 2 beautiful daughters born there. And I'm very proud Canadian, and I tell you, Mr. Speaker, all the work that we are doing, whether reducing the taxes for ordinary working class families or providing first-time home buyer incentives or investing in the pipeline, is going to help Albertans. And I'm certain, Mr. Speaker, in the coming days and coming months, this honourable member will be proud of the work that our government will do.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite, and specifically on his comments about pharmacare. Discounting the fact that the Liberals have been talking about pharmacare since 1997 and have never done anything, if they did want to do something, they would need the cooperation of the provinces. And we've heard clearly from Quebec today that they have no interest because they already have a program, as does BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. In fact, 98% of Canadians already have coverage, and the ones that don't exist in Ontario, Newfoundland, and some of the Atlantic provinces. So it's actually cheaper to put everyone on the existing provincial plans for $2.2 billion than to spend $15 to $40 billion on a program nationally that nobody wants. Would the member agree?
For Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member and fellow professional engineer as well. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to pharmacare, that is what people wanted, and we have the report ready. We have the plan ready to go and implement the universal pharmacare by 2027.
Time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank the Honourable Member for his intervention today. Very interested in housing and homelessness, and in the last 4 budgets, there's money that's been put into solving the crisis of homelessness in Canada. In his riding, I know, as in my riding, it's an issue that's facing Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Could the Honourable Member talk about the importance of continuing our programs in national housing and investing in homelessness in Canada?
For Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank and congratulate the honourable member from Guelph and the great work that he does and the conversation we have. And Mr. Speaker, I would love to tell the honourable member through you that this program is working. National Housing Strategy is working. In my own riding of Surrey Newton, we have built 173 new spaces, and we have helped to reduce the homelessness by 25%, and we're looking forward to working together with this member to keep on fighting and making sure that one day we are able to eliminate the homelessness.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you
you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise and to be back, and congratulations to you on just moments ago being affirmed as our Deputy Speaker of the House. I look forward to your great and very capable ability to sit in that chair as you demonstrated over the past 4 years, and it's a real honor to be standing again in this House. And I want to start having this being my first opportunity to do so by thanking the constituents of my riding of Kingston and the Islands for putting their faith in me to come back here to represent them in this new Parliament. There's nothing quite like that feeling of knowing that you have the support of your community to represent them and to make sure that their voices are heard in Ottawa, and it is a incredible honor for me to have that. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the tremendous amount of volunteers, just like all of the members in this House. We all have dedicated volunteers back in our ridings that make our elections a reality, or are able to bring us through the finish line. And there's no doubt that I have that great amount of support in my riding as well. In particular, I want to thank the Queen's Young Liberal Association, who have spent hours and hours donating their time and volunteering. If it gives me one sense, Mr. Speaker, it's that the younger generation is extremely keenly interested in politics, and I have a great sense of optimism when I see these young people getting involved in politics. I also want to thank my staff in Kingston. I have Anne, Nicole, Caitlin, and Parth, who do amazing work representing me and interacting on a daily basis with my constituents. And in Ottawa, I have Gina, who does great work to keep me on schedule and make sure I'm here when it's my turn to speak and whatnot. So thank you to my staff, but most importantly to my family. My wife, Vanessa, my children, Mason, Frankie, and Vivian. It's not easy, as most members in this House would know, to leave your riding behind and go for several days at a time without seeing your family. Even with the advancements of technology, it's still not quite the same as being in person, and I'm incredibly grateful for their love and support as it's required in a job like this. I also want to congratulate all of my colleagues, the 337 other members who are in this House for this session of Parliament. We all come from different parts of the country. We have been elected, duly elected by our constituents. And this time around, Mr. Speaker, our constituents throughout the country have decided to bring the Liberal Party back in government, but in a minority situation. The Canadians have mandated us, Mr. Speaker, to work together in a collaborative way that we can build legislation and present it to Canadians that truly reflects the form of this Parliament. And I think it's worth pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that some pretty incredible legislation has actually come along in minority parliaments from this chamber. Creation of the CPP, for example. Even our Canadian flag was created during a minority government. Healthcare was created during a minority government. So there are tremendous examples of how we can work together, and I really look forward to working with all members of this House, Mr. Speaker, to bring forward meaningful legislation that reflects the will and demands of Canadians. And so I think, I'd like to talk about three things in particular that resonated with me in the throne speech, Mr. Speaker. Those being the desire to improve the security and strengthen the economic position of so many Canadians. I also want to talk a little bit about the government's commitment to health care and pharmacare in particular, and of course a topic that I've spoke about many times in this House, Mr. Speaker, that of climate change. So on that first one, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the security and more security for Canadians and strengthening that middle class, I know that, and I was extremely proud to be part of a government last time whose very first opportunity to present legislation in this House was to give a tax cut to the middle class and ask those making significantly more, the 1% as we might coin them, to pay a little bit more. One of the other things we did very early on, probably the second or third piece of legislation that came forward, was the Canada Child Benefit. And we saw through the data that came out of Statistics Canada a few years later, Mr. Speaker, the impact that had literally on lifting just under 1 million, or probably now by this point, 1 million Canadians out of poverty. And in particular, almost 300,000 children out of poverty. This is the impact that these policies are having on Canadians. And so that's why I was extremely pleased to see in this throne speech, Mr. Speaker, similar talk. And I think it's important to mention that a throne speech is a guiding document. It's a principled document that sets the overall agenda for a government during that time that it will be governing. And to see the commitment and the dedication to continuing to build on that was extremely rewarding. In particular, as we look forward, I think of raising the basic income exemption to $15,000 so that every Canadian, in particular, I should say the Canadians that require it the most, won't be burdened with any tax up to that $15,000. Also, affordable housing mentioned in this throne speech. My riding in particular, there's an extreme shortage of housing right now. Our vacancy rate is at 0.6%. And for those that don't know, a healthy vacancy rate is more, you'd want that to be more around 3 or 4%. So what that means is it's driving up housing costs, whether you're looking to buy or you're looking to rent. And it's putting people in some very difficult situations. So knowing that we'll continue to build on our infrastructure, and not just, as it was referenced, the infrastructure of the bricks and mortar, but also the social infrastructure that goes into the housing family unit and how we can support them is extremely, I'm extremely pleased to see. And of course, the increases to the CCB, that signature program that lifted hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty and children out of poverty, knowing that we will now extend that to assist children under the age of 1, to provide more assistance to them. I have 2 very young children in my family, one of just over 3 years old, one just over 1 year old, and I know of the challenges that can be put on families when you have a child that's under the age of 1, a newborn, and knowing that people, in particular those who are already struggling, will have the opportunity to tap into more of the resources that are available to them and to be taken care of and to be looked after more in that very precious time of that first year is extremely encouraging. And I also know that that will give the opportunity to see even more children and families being lifted out of poverty. On the second topic on healthcare, and in particular pharmacare, there are 2 things in this healthcare that have been talked about with respect to healthcare that I'm very encouraged by. First is pharmacare, developing a plan that will address the prescribed medication needs of all Canadians. There's nothing, you know, there are many people in our communities, and I know there are many in my community in particular, that have to choose on a daily basis between, do I take my prescription or sometimes my full prescription, or do I pay for rent, or do I buy food? And the reality of the situation is, when you live in a country as rich as Canada, with the advancements that we have here, I don't believe people should be making those decisions between medications and taking care of the other necessities in life. So it is important for us to bring forward this plan on pharmacare, and I look forward to it. The other thing is access to a family doctor. You know, I am so glad to see that our government has put forward, or will be putting forward, and is talking about making sure that every Canadian has access to a doctor. I know that in Kingston, we had a huge shortage of doctors a number of years ago, and we set out on a plan as a city council to bring more doctors in. The only problem is we just ended up stealing them from neighboring communities and creating problems for neighboring communities as we were attracting them to our community. So having a nationalized plan to attract and retain doctors in Canada so that everybody has access to a family doctor is incredibly encouraging to see. And finally, when it comes to climate change, there's no issue that is more pressing in my mind for future generations than that of the action that we take with respect to climate change and the action that we take now. As the previous Minister of the Environment said, we are the first generation to feel the effects of climate change, and we will be the last to be able to do anything about it. We need to accomplish some of these extremely ambitious goals of reaching net zero by 2050. We need to reduce our plastic consumption in particular right now by reducing our single-use plastics, and we need to continue to grow that green economy and invest into technologies that will drive us into the future, both economically and sustainable from an environmental perspective. So I see that my time has run out, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to working with my colleagues in this House over the next months and years as we make sure that we can continue to bring forward legislation in a meaningful and positive way for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member opposite for being back. I was a Queen's grad myself. He knows I'm in his riding from time to time. And certainly, I think the member would agree that I'm one of those that in the last Parliament tried to work with the government to align their priorities to opportunities to create jobs in Sarnia-Lambton. And we were very successful, and as a result, now we have two other problems. One is affordable housing, and one is the availability of skilled trades. We're short maybe 1,500 skilled trades, and that's projected to go on into the future since we have a lot of expansion. So I'd be interested to hear what the member could tell me about the government's plans to offer actual dollars of affordable housing that I could take advantage of and skilled training for the trades.
Good question. For Kingston and the Islands.
I could take 10 minutes answering this question on each subject. And I do want to welcome the member from Sarnia back too. I regret that she wasn't able to come to her homecoming this year as it fell on the weekend before the election, but we look forward to seeing her in future years. When it comes to affordable housing specifically, Mr. Speaker, we have the National Housing Strategy that's in place right now. There's $40 billion over a 10-year period that through working with CMHC, housing providers in her riding and all ridings throughout the country can have access to in order to build affordable housing for people in their communities. The other thing, what was the other topic? Skilled trades, and that's an incredible topic that we really need to focus on. And although I don't have any answers for her right now, it's something that I'd love to work with her on. The reality of the situation is the average Mason in Canada right now is 58 years old. We need to do something about increasing the number of people, young people in particular, going into skilled trades, because guess what? That's where all the money is right now. Any of my kids want to go into skilled trades, I'd be the happiest dad in the world because they'll be rich.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his intervention. A quick question with regards to his party in the history with regards to single event sports betting as we look for tourism with regards to his region and mine and others, and then also about $10 billion going to organized crime from illegal offshore and also backroom basement type of betting. Will his government support that unification of having Canada similar to that of the United States that's moving towards there right now, and that of Europe to allow single event sports betting amongst the provinces? This just allows them to do that if they want to. Right now it's a free-for-all for organized crime versus that of actually having a regulated market that is important for tourism destinations in areas like his own constituency. Will he support that, and why did his government oppose it last time, but perhaps will change this time?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although single sport betting is not a huge in my riding, tourism definitely is. He might be confusing me with one of my colleagues from St. Catharines who's very, very passionate on this issue. But I will say that I don't have an answer to his question. It's a very direct question. I'd love to see the research into this, whether it comes through a private member's bill or from government legislation, and listen to somebody like him who is heavily impacted by this in his riding, so that we could put together legislation if it's warranted, so that we can reduce the amount of organized crime and ensure that if there are opportunities there, that they're seized.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Speaker. As the first time rising in this House ever, I'd like to thank my friends and family, and I'd like to congratulate you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you. So the honourable member mentioned how he liked in the throne speech that it was strengthening the economy. The reality is in Canada, we're actually facing a productivity challenge. Currently in the U.S., every hour of GDP generates about $60, and in Switzerland it's 65. In Canada, it's 50. And the wages, Switzerland is $33 per average. The U.S. is 23. Canada is only 19. The most affluent, the highest contribution to GDP per hour is in the oil and gas sector. The bill C-69 actually had a huge impact on that and is hammering our oil and gas industry. And currently, the oil and gas actually contributes $644 per hour. What issues, what steps, what concrete steps will his government take to improve productivity in Canada? Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I think that one of the most important things to do, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that we're working in a diversified market. Just like we don't want to always be trading partners with the United States, we want to diversify with our trade relationships throughout the world. But in particular, when it comes to the products and services that we sell, I think it's important that we make sure that there are many different products that we're working on, that our economy is diversified in the sense that we're not only relying on one or two different sectors in different parts of the country. So when we talk about oil and gas specifically, or in Alberta, I mean, I was really surprised to see recently that Suncor, oil-producing company, announced that it's investing $300 million in Alberta into wind farm. And so I think that just the idea that we can have multiple different forms of activity in our economy is the best thing to do. So let's not just rely on renewable, let's not just rely on oil, let's not just rely on one part of the economy or another. Let's diversify so that we can make sure that we're insulated against peaks and valleys in the economic system. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased to see you again in the House, and it's nice to see all other MPs as well. We have a different vision. We would have liked to have seen a different result, but Canadians voted at the end of the day. And here we are as the official opposition. And to follow up on what my colleague said earlier, congratulations to you for your appointment as the Deputy Speaker of the House. And you're acting as Speaker now, but we all recognize your good judgment and the fact that you are a courteous, distinguished gentleman, and therefore it is a pleasure for us to work with you in this chamber.
Share my time with a brand newbie MP in this House from Manitoba, the member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Lingley. One a day, Mr. Speaker, one a day. I will table a motion to cancel each and every name that is too long for this House. And I'm sure it will be an unanimous motion in the House of Commons. One a day. Alors, Monsieur le Président, comme vous voyez.
So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, I'm very pleased to be back here in the House, and I would like to begin by thanking from the bottom of my heart the people of Louis Saint Laurent, who again placed their trust in me. You can say what you want, but it's always a great feeling when you see the percentage of the votes which are going to you go up during the election campaign. And when there's a little dip, whoops, it gets scary. But then again, I'm here for the second time in the House. I'd like to thank my constituents. I'm born in that riding. I grew up there. I raised my family there. I still live there. Louis Saint Laurent has the Wendake First Nation. I represent them with honor and enthusiasm here in the House. They are an inspiration. They can show the rest of us how we can live peacefully with First Nations. They are a model and an inspiration for all of Canada and for the rest of the world. That said, Louis Saint Laurent are also the people who every year commit to charitable organizations. This weekend, I was with Guy Boutin. He has a foundation called Le Petit Boutin, and this foundation helps families whose children are struggling, and it was a pleasure to work with them, and it's a pleasure to work for them. This is my second federal election, but the fifth mandate I've received from the people, from Louis Saint Laurent. Years ago, rather 11 years and 1 day ago, I was their MPP in the National Assembly. I sat there for 7 years, and some of my old colleagues are here today. Not that I don't like them, but I thought they were really good in the National Assembly, and they should have stayed there. But then again, the people decided otherwise. Now, Mr. Speaker, with a great deal of emotion, I'd like to thank my family. We are nothing in politics without our families. If they don't support us, we are not here. I'd like to thank my wife, Pascale, and I make the same joke every time. I've made it 5 times. Pascale is a woman. There's an E at the end of her name, but there we go. Pascale with an E. So my spouse, Pascale, who is by my side throughout this adventure, there are high points and higher points, no low points. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my children, Beatrice and Jean-Philippe. They're adults now. They're very successful. I love them. I admire them. And they are successful, competent adults. And I'm so lucky to have children like that who are as generous and good. They're good kids. And to conclude, I'd like to talk about my parents. They're 95 and 96 years old, and they've been by my side for the last 55 years. And this year, for the first time, where they're not there when I showed up to vote, they were not there either when I took my oath of office. But those who were there, including all of my wonderful volunteers who are the reason I'm here, they love my parents as well. My parents are in the winter of their lives, and through TV, they see me here and they watch the debates in the House. And sometimes they're very hard on the government, but we're not here to talk about that.
Privilege that I welcome this new mandate that I've received from the people, and that mandate that I will serve here in the House of Commons. As I said the night of the election, I was live in an interview on Radio-Canada with Patrice Roy, and I said clearly, il faut que nous travaillions ensemble.
We need to work together.
And Mr. Speaker, this is a clear message that we receive, because yes, the government has been elected with most seats, but the official opposition received more votes. And we have to keep that in mind. This government lost nearly 1 million votes. We got more than 600,000 votes more that we had in the next election. We have now representation in each and every area of this country. We are the true national party in this House of Commons. We are proud of that. And that, Mr. Speaker, has been accomplished under the strong and proud leadership of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, member for Regina Capel. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we accomplished that a month ago. And we have to be proud of that. And we have to keep that in mind in the debate that we have. And I hope that the government will keep in mind that, yes, they are in office, but they have to look closely around, because more people vote against them than to them. And so this is why in the Canadian history, this is the first time that we have a government who had so low approval to get in office. Keep that in mind. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in the course of the last mandate, I had the privilege to serve under the current leader, but also under the Honourable Rona Ambrose, who gave me a great deal of responsibility, as did the leader of the official opposition. I was critic for Employment, Finance, and Treasury Board.
So nervous, you know, getting the critic of the finance minister. Whoa! Oh my God, who could say that? You know, I remember my mathematics teacher in the grade 5 in high school. You know, Mr. Speaker, he could have said, "Wow, you are the critic of the official opposition, the House of Commons, finance critic." Finally, you do something right in calculation. That's fine. So, Mr. Speaker, it has been a real honor and privilege to serve during the last mandate. Mais, Monsieur le Président.
But, Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to serve in the financial portfolio. And in politics, you never ask your boss for anything. But in the course of our conversations, I said, well, I've done this and that. If I got something new, that'd be good. And so I was very lucky to have become the critic for intergovernmental affairs. And for me, this is extremely important for the future of this country, and especially right now during this mandate, because unfortunately, never has the country done as badly when it comes to national unity. Now, obviously, in our maiden speeches, we all have nice things to say, but the fact that the country is divided is no surprise. It reflects on this government, because in the last 4 years, through bad decisions, through provocations, and with a confrontational approach to the provinces, well, as a result today, the provinces are all at odds with each other. The Bloc Québécois is resurgent. A few months ago, people laughed at Wexit, but it's not funny anymore.
With Wexit, this is no more folkloric issue. This is real, true reality of the political agenda in Canada, thanks to this government. And that's not good. That's not good for this country. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, as far as we are concerned, national unity is a major issue which must be tackled head-on. And I'm pleased to say that the signal sent by the Prime Minister by appointing the Deputy Prime Minister is a great sign. All political observers, commentators said that the member for Toronto, her profile has increased. As far as I'm concerned, she has the most authority in cabinet following the Prime Minister. And so now she is responsible for intergovernmental affairs. That is wonderful. But therefore, we expected that in the speech from the throne, the fact that he cares, the Prime Minister cares so much about interprovincial, intergovernmental relations, that it be in the speech from the throne. But no, the speech from the throne was vague on every front. Well, that's not exactly what we were expecting. We were expecting more. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, to this government, which says we are reaching out to the opposition, come up with ideas. Hey, our country, Mr. Speaker, is the world champion of free trade. We have 50 agreements with 50 different countries. This is great, isn't it, for the Canadian economy? But what doesn't make sense is that the provinces amongst themselves cannot trade. This is completely absurd. The member for Regina Capel, the leader of the official opposition, said that as of January 6th next, there should be a federal provincial conference to break down those interprovincial trade barriers. If there's one thing I have to say to the government, please take that idea, grab it and run with it. Make Canada a true free trade country so that there is free trade within our borders. And this will benefit all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate, always do listen attentively to my colleague across the way, and I would have to beg to differ on a couple of points. First and foremost, the government today has representation in all regions of the country. I'm from the prairies myself, and very proud of that fact. We do share some things in common. The national government doesn't have seats in two provincial areas, and the Conservatives don't have seats in two provincial areas, Newfoundland and Prince Edward Island, for example. When I talk about the issue of working with provinces, this government has, in fact, achieved a great deal through consultations with provinces. The Canada Pension Plan, which is going to greatly enhance retirement benefits for the future workers. That's a positive thing, worked with the provinces. The Healthcare Accord, working with the different provinces and territory, we were able to achieve that. Does he not believe that there is room for many other things, such as a pharmacare potential plan put in place, and yes, possibly even a freer trade amongst the different Canadian provinces, especially given now that the Deputy Prime Minister played such an important role.
So I'm going to try and keep the interventions to about a minute or so, because there's usually lots of interest in posing questions to honourable members. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent. Louis Saint-Laurent.
Why I'm so pleased to get back is to have the privilege to answer the question of my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. He's back, even if we work hard to get him out. But anyway. Next time we'll get it. Next time we'll get it. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is right. His boss, the Prime Minister, talked a lot about provinces. Yes, he talked against Doug Ford, he talked against Jason Kenney, he talks against Premier Moe, he talks against the Premier of elected people by the Canadian. That's not the way to do it, and that's not the way to run this country. You have to work together instead of rising and making political argument against the provincial elected people. That's the first point, Mr. Speaker. The second point I want to raise, when we talk about national unity, the first thing to keep in mind, respect the Constitution. Don't play a role as a federal government going inside the provincial jurisdiction like pharmacare. In Quebec, we have a pharmacare. This decision belongs to the provinces, not on the federal level.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time I have the honor of speaking in this place. I would like to congratulate you for your nomination to Deputy Speaker. I would like to say, like my colleagues, that I want to thank the electors in my riding and all of the volunteers who worked on my campaign. We know that volunteers are at the heart of political action in our ridings. Many thank yous to all of you. Trois-Rivières is a riding with a lot of seniors. They count on federal government programs to have access to a decent life that meets their basic needs. The measures in the throne speech, are they going to actually meet their needs? Between 65 and 75, between the two, what would you propose?
Louis Saint-Laurent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate my colleague from Trois-Rivières on her election. Yves Lévesque worked very hard, as everyone knows, and has the respect of the public, and the public elected the member for Trois-Rivières through you, Mr. Chair, of course. We all care about seniors. Why is that? Because I was saying earlier that it was important for Canadian unity to respect jurisdictions. Seniors are the most vulnerable people. At a certain age, one can only go back to school to learn a new trade. We can't work 45 hours a week. At a certain time, we want to dedicate ourselves to something else and benefit from family life. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we certainly uphold the suggestions of the member for Trois-Rivières, and we welcome her ideas.
Debate. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise in this place today as this is my first speech in this House. I want to thank my fellow Manitobans, the residents of Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley, for placing their trust in me and to be their voice in this great place. I want to thank my family and my campaign team, and also offer you my humblest congratulations, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As members of Parliament, it's our duty to be the voice of every Canadian, make their life easier, and build a future for our country that is prosperous and filled with opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne that was delivered just does not do this. With no plan or even mention of a balanced budget, we are passing our bill to the next generation to pay. This is unfair and frankly reckless. Right now, Canada is starting to see an economic storm coming our way, and instead of making plans to weather the storm, the government seems intent on reckless spending that leaves our cupboards bare and puts Canada's economic future into question. You see, Mr. Speaker, in the run-up to the 2015 federal election, the Prime Minister made a big promise. It wasn't a small one. It wasn't just something that was buried in their campaign platform. He said, we will balance that budget in 2019. Now, I think when Canadians hear the Prime Minister make a promise like that, they expect it to be kept, and particularly when there's a majority government, one would think that would be very attainable. But not only did the Prime Minister break this important promise, but the budgetary deficits under this Liberal government have been high and onerous for Canadians. In fact, the Prime Minister missed the mark in 2019, despite his promise, by $14 billion. Billion. With a B. While reading over the throne speech, I thought I would find the word balanced somewhere in there. But no, Mr. Speaker, that word, balanced, doesn't appear anywhere in the speech. Then I continued to look for the word budget. But again, Mr. Speaker, no mention of the word budget either. How could this government leave the word budget out of the blueprint for their parliamentary agenda? To contrast this, in the Conservative government's 2013 throne speech, there was an entire section entitled Balanced Budgets and Reducing the Cost of Government. They recognize that in Canada, balanced budgets are important because they leave us prepared in the event of an economic downturn. What's worse, in 2015, the Liberal government inherited a balanced budget. And since then, Canada's federal debt has increased by roughly $73 billion. Again, I say, Mr. Speaker, billion with a B. This additional debt has caused taxpayers to pay even more interest. If this trend were to continue, it would be safe to say that Canada has a structural operating deficit which, considering what they inherited during a period of economic prosperity, is completely irresponsible. It is the government's duty to look out for Canada's future, and it's ridiculous that there is not one mention of how the government is going to budget their promises. I know the Liberal government is used to writing blank checks, Mr. Speaker, but that's not how Canada and Canadians operate. Canadians spend a lot of time at the kitchen table working on ways to finding ways to balance their own budgets and stretch every dollar so they can make it to the end of every month, save for a rainy day. Their government should also be working on finding ways to balance the budget and leave more money in Canadians' pockets. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that their hard-earned tax dollars go to pay interest on all this debt. In fact, the interest Canadians paid in 2019 on our massive federal debt was $23.3 billion. I would say billion with a B, but I think everyone gets the idea. This is money that could have been spent on programs that help Canadians, but rather went to bondholders and bankers. Now, I know the finance minister is very fond of bragging about our declining debt to GDP ratio. It's far easier to talk about something debt-related as declining rather than increasing. But of course, Canadians understand that our national debt is increasing. Our debt to GDP ratio will only decline as long as our economy is growing at a pace faster than our debt is rising. Given the economic storm on the horizon and as our economy slows, soon the declining debt to GDP ratio that this minister likes to brag about may no longer be in his very weak arsenal of debate. I also wish to highlight Statistics Canada reported last week that our job market lost 71,200 jobs in November, while the unemployment rate rose to 5.9%, the highest in more than a year. This is the largest drop in Canadian employment in a single month in 10 years. These are real people, Mr. Speaker. Real people that had to come home and tell their families, I no longer have a job. While the U.S. economy is on the upswing, ours is on the downswing. As the members opposite scratch their heads wondering what went wrong, I would suggest a trip out west might help them understand. Alberta's unemployment rate is 7.2%, Mr. Speaker. The housing market is in a downward spiral. People are losing their homes, and many of Calgary's downtown office towers sit empty. This Liberal government could continue to look west for an example of how to be financially responsible. As a Manitoban, I understand personally what happens to a government when they don't take financial responsibility seriously. Manitobans toiled under an NDP government for 17 years, Mr. Speaker, a provincial NDP government that taxed and spent much like this federal government is doing right now. 17 years, Mr. Speaker, of debt decline and decay. This Liberal government appears to be taking Canada on a similar path of financial mismanagement and reckless disregard for the hard-earned tax dollars of all Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, it is very concerning. Premier Pallister and his PC government in my home province of Manitoba brought the province back on track to balancing their budget while continuing to make record investments in healthcare and education. They continue to do this all while lowering the sales tax to make life easier for all Manitobans. This is what all Canadians should expect from their government. Back in 2018, when all this was transpiring, I held out hope and thought there must be a plan to get the federal budget back to balance. Surely if anyone is on top of this, it would be the Liberal Minister of Finance. But then I happened to watch a Finance Committee meeting in which the Finance Minister was asked over and over and over again by my esteemed colleague from Carleton about when the budget would be balanced. It seemed like a softball question for our erudite Minister of Finance, and yet, Mr. Speaker, he could not answer. In fact, by the end, it was apparent he wasn't interested in the subject at all. Much like last week's throne speech, the minister couldn't even say the words balanced budget. The finance minister is supposed to be the guardian of the Treasury. He's supposed to have his hands on the financial steering wheel of the country, a steady hand. There is no attention being paid to the continued piling on of debt on millennials and future generations of Canadians, and that must stop. Mr. Speaker, and I begin to close, I want to remind members of the House, particularly those on the Liberal side, that it is our duty to serve every Canadian, create opportunity, and ensure the next generation has a brighter future, not limited by the debt we leave behind. To do this, though, the Prime Minister and his Liberal team must change course and must put some serious thought into ending this reckless spending and putting forward a serious plan to put Canada's financial and economic future at the forefront. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, and congratulations on his first speech. And I welcome him into the House, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps he's not familiar with the history of previous Conservative governments and their ability to balance budgets, so I'll fill him in on a little bit. Out of the last 18 budgets that were introduced by Conservative governments in this very House under Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper, 16 of them ran deficits. 16 of them ran deficits. Those two that ran surpluses, Mr. Speaker, one came on the heels of Paul Martin's $13 billion surplus, and the other came in 2015 when they slashed veteran services and sold off shares of GM at bargain prices so they could balance the budget in time for the election. So I'm curious, he spent a lot of his time today, Mr. Speaker, talking about balancing budgets. I'm curious why he thinks Conservatives are in a position to be lecturing on balancing budgets when their track record speaks absolutely nothing to their ability to do it.
Good question. Yeah.
Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but over here we take no lessons from this Liberal government when it comes to fiscal responsibility. The fact of the matter is, when they took office in 2015, millions of Canadians voted for a Prime Minister who said the budget would be balanced in 2019.
What happened?
Now, I think, when you vote based on a promise, and that promise is broken, that's a very serious thing, and I think we all have to recognize that, and I don't think you'll hear anyone on this side of the House forgetting about that, because we speak for our constituents, and I can say, Mr. Speaker, on the doors of my riding, I heard this over and over and over again. But the fact of the matter is this. In 2015, when this government took office, they had a balanced budget, and they squandered it. They said they were lowering taxes on the middle class, but they raised them. So I don't know, frankly, Mr. Speaker, how we can take any solace from the comments of the member opposite. And I would add, by the way, just as an aside, I could get into the litany of problems we're having now economically, but I'll just say 71,000 Canadians lost their job last month, and we're not hearing anything from that side of the House about how they're going to fix it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on his first speech in the House and welcome him to this august chamber. During the last federal campaign, I heard from many people, and particularly from young people and those who are particularly concerned about the climate emergency facing our planet. We know that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has issued some extremely serious and dire warnings that we have 11 years to take serious action now in order to avoid raising global temperatures above 1.5 degrees. If we don't, we risk planetary catastrophe, melting polar ice caps, disappearing coral reefs, and mass extinction. So I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague, what his thoughts on that subject are. Does he agree with the New Democrats that we need to take urgent, pressing action on climate change now and start making the transition to a sustainable economy that not only is the economy of the future, but also is necessary to save our planet?
Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that for countries like Canada to transition to a low-emissions green economy, we have to have the revenue to do it. Countries with smaller GDPs have a harder time converting to green economies because they just don't have the ability to invest in sustainable technologies. Our platform, we had one of the most comprehensive environmental platforms ever tabled by a political party in the history of this country. It wasn't just a tax on soccer parents, Mr. Speaker. It was a very comprehensive plan. It had some very good things in it. For example, it talked about the Green Home Tax Credit, which would affect millions of Canadians and incentivize them to make their homes more fuel efficient. It talked about taking the climate change global, that a molecule of carbon doesn't know borders, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm saying is that balanced budgets and growing our economy, getting bills like harsh bills like Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines Bill, C-48, out of the way so we can get our products to market, will provide our economy with the strength it needs to make that conversion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that I'll be splitting my time with the member from St. Catharines today. What a privilege it is to be here today at the center of democracy in our country as the elected representative of the great people of Kings Hants. Located on the shores of the Bay of Fundy and Minas Basin, Kings Hants is home to the highest tides in the world, to Acadia University, one of Canada's top-ranked undergraduate institutions, the birthplace of hockey in Windsor, a wine industry that is gaining international recognition, and a dynamic and diverse agricultural sector that is the backbone of our economy and a key piece of our identity. I would invite all members of this House, and indeed all Canadians, to come visit us in Nova Scotia, where diverse cultures coexist, extraordinary seafood abounds, breathtaking vistas await, and exceptionally friendly people will serve as your hosts. You will not be disappointed. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais...
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to commend you for your election. I'm already happy to know that you will hold us to account and ensure that we maintain the highest level of decorum in the House.
I would like to thank the people of Kings Hants for the support and confidence they have placed in me. I recognize both the privilege and the responsibility that accompanies this role, and I will be putting all of my energy to serving them and, of course, all Canadians in the days ahead. Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians can attest to the importance of family and having their support as we take on this important role as lawmakers in this chamber. I am so fortunate to have the love of a supportive family and friends in Nova Scotia, especially my fiancée Kimberly and my mother Shelley. Without them, I would not be the one standing in this House, and I know they're back home in Nova Scotia watching proudly here today. I'd also like to recognize my volunteers, Mr. Speaker. All of us have volunteers that help us get to this place to be privileged, and I want to thank all my volunteers at home that are watching here today. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I have two special people looking over me today in the chamber. My father, Gordon, passed away when I was 14 years old, and I recently lost my grandfather, Leroy, in January. Both were incredible supporters. They never missed a hockey game or softball game, and Mr. Speaker, I know they are watching from above today, and I hope they're proud. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canadians brought us here to work on issues that matter the most to them. I am proud to be a member of the Liberal Party, and I am eager to work with all members of Parliament under the guidance of the Prime Minister so as to improve the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast.
Importance of continuing the good work our government has done to support the middle class and those who are working to join it. I grew up in a working class family. My father was a truck driver, and my mother is an administrative assistant at the local school. And I saw firsthand how hard they worked to ensure I had a better future. In fact, there were times that we didn't even have enough money to pay for the groceries. So I'm proud to be a member of the governing party that is focused on supporting people who need the help the most. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell a story of a single mother I met during the campaign. Her name was Sarah, and she was working 2 jobs to support her 2 girls. Sarah was in tears on the doorstep, explaining to me how the Canada Child Benefit was allowing her to buy her healthier groceries and to put her 2 girls in soccer. Our government's policies have lifted 250,000 seniors out of poverty. Child poverty in Canada is at an all-time low, and at the same time we have created over 1 million jobs, while unemployment is near an all-time low. We know there's more work to be done, but when you invest in people and put money in the pockets of those who need the help, they spend it and drive our economy forward at the same time. Mr. Speaker, I am 28 years old. I am one of the youngest members of this House, and I am proud to be part of a party that is taking concrete measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and fight climate change. I want my children and I want my grandchildren to have a future and an environment we are all proud of, Mr. Speaker. In the same breath, we need to be mindful of ensuring no one is left behind, that our rural communities and residents can afford our necessary transition. This will not be an easy balance, Mr. Speaker, but it is a necessary balance to ensure we can all move forward together and united. Healthcare is on the minds of Canadians across the country. This was a prominent issue on the doorsteps in King's Hands. Recruitment and retention of family physicians in rural areas of our country is a top priority for many. As we know, healthcare is a challenge not only in Canada but across the Western world. While the provinces administer healthcare, it is vital that the federal government be a willing partner to support their efforts. And I am proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that our government has and will continue to be a strong partner with the provinces. For example, in Nova Scotia, since the Canada Health Accord was signed in 2016, there has been more money than ever before transferred to our province to support healthcare. Mr. Speaker, I say this knowing that there's more work to be done. And between our commitment to launch a national pharmacare plan and more money to support the recruitment of rural doctors, I know our efforts will improve healthcare in this country. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, there are 3 Indigenous communities that are part of my riding of King's Hands: Sipekne'katik, Glooscap, and Annapolis Valley First Nation. In my opinion, all members of Parliament, and not only those in the Liberal Party, have the responsibility to build solid relations with Indigenous communities because of the special constitutional relationship that we share with them.
There has been no other Prime Minister and no other government in Canadian history that has done more to support Indigenous communities and work towards true reconciliation. Our critics will say not enough has been done, but the legacy of neglect and impact of the residential school system cannot be turned around in simply 4 years. Our government will continue the hard work to bring meaningful change and long-lasting opportunities to these communities that represent the fastest growing segment of the Canadian population. As part of our government's efforts to make life better for all Canadians, we committed to make historic investments in infrastructure. I am proud to see the work is well underway on significant infrastructure projects in King's Hands. The twinning of Highway 101 at Windsor will save lives. The new Lance interchange will ease traffic congestion, and the new recreation complex in Windsor West Hants and the new aquatic center in East Hants will increase opportunities for people to lead healthier lives. Major projects already finished, like the new interchange in New Minas, the renovated science facility at Acadia University, and the rebuilt wharf in Halls Harbour, have all led to increased economic prospects. Finally, I want to speak about agriculture. King's Hands has the largest concentration of agricultural producers east of Montreal. It is the backbone of our economy and a key piece of our identity. The Agricultural Canada Research and Development Centre in Kentville has been providing vital support to Nova Scotia's agricultural sector for over 100 years. The facility has developed 60% of the strawberry varieties grown in Canada and identified the Honeycrisp apple, a high-value apple well-suited to the maritime climate. Importantly, our government recently opened a research winery at the facility to support Nova Scotia's burgeoning wine sector. I look forward to working with the Minister of Agriculture and indeed all members of this House on the issues that matter to farmers and on the initiatives that will support and continue to grow the agricultural sector. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are and will be challenges that Canadians will face every day. But with those challenges come opportunities. And that is why it's important that we all work collaboratively in this House to make a positive difference for all the people we represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, congratulations to you for your election as our Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my campaign team and all the volunteers, since this is the first time I rise to speak in this session of the Parliament. I thank the Richmond Centre voters to send me back here for the 4th time, and going into the 12th year of service, serving them. And there are a lot of issues which have not been dealt with in the throne speech. And, you know, first of all, when I look at the word count, the word seniors only come out once. And of course, they mentioned pensions, but those areas probably are very complicated. Not all seniors are looking at that. Now, first of all, it's about affordability of our seniors. When they go to the grocery stores, everything's gone up because of the carbon tax. And also, the Liberal government took away their transit credit as well. And there's no protection against fraud to protect the seniors. And some seniors get lost physically and mentally. And there's nothing they have done for so far. And then there's nothing to look after family caregivers who have to look after their own kids, look after their grandparents, and look after their own parents. And then that is something which we should look at. So I'm asking my Liberal friend, why have they forsaken our seniors?
Well, member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member opposite for the question and congratulate her on the 4th time in this House and, of course, 12 years in service. I think that certainly speaks for itself in terms of her ability to provide for her residents. The question was on seniors, Mr. Speaker, and of course we have committed to increasing old age security for those that are 75 and over by 10%. Over the last 4 years, we've invested in guaranteed income supplement to make life easier for all seniors. And this is an issue that resonates for me, Mr. Speaker, because there are many senior residents in Kings Hants. This was an issue that I heard on the doorstep. But I would ask the member opposite to look at the government's record. 250,000 seniors across this country in the last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, we will continue that work, and we will continue to fight for seniors and to make sure that they have a sustainable living. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the enthusiasm of my first intervention, I forgot to thank the people from Avignon-Matane-Matapédia, so I'd like to take the time to do so right now. I'd like to thank them for putting their trust in me. As my colleague, I'm also one of the youngest elected officials here. I'm 26, and like him, I am concerned about the state of the planet, than the one we're going to be handing down to our children. So in the throne speech, the government talked about fighting climate change, but it did not accompany its good intentions with policies that are commensurate with that. So I would like to know what the government is going to do concretely to fight against climate change. Thank you. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Over the last 4 years, this government has done more than any other government in the history of this country to work on the issues that we all know need to happen as it relates to climate change. We are on pace to be able to beat our climate accord by 2030. And as it relates to this speech from the throne, I would remind the member opposite that that is a general document, that it is outlining the principles and the work that will continue in the next 4 years, Mr. Speaker. And what I would say is I would reference the member opposite to our platform during the election, and that will really highlight the lot of work that we're going to continue to do in the next 4 years, Mr. Speaker.
Time for one more question. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member across for his speech. But he did mention about the seniors and how they're helping them, and he was boasting about helping the people on old age security that are 75 and older. However, I know that when I was in campaigning and door knocking, many of my seniors, 65 and over, are actually crying for help because of the high cost of living, their rent increases, the actual amount of money is being taken up by inflation. Why is it this government has taken an approach, which is good news, of raising the pension? Why is it only for people that are 75 and not for people that are 65 and over?
Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member opposite for the question. And what I would like to first start with is I want to remind Canadians that it was our government that brought the retirement age in this country from 67 back down to 65 that had been raised by the Conservative colleagues across the way. I'd like to point to the fact that we are going to be raising the personal exemption in this country up to $15,000. That will provide, on average, a family upwards of $500 a year in savings. We're going to be also investing in a national pharmacare plan, Mr. Speaker, hopefully with the support of this House, because I think it's important for not only all Canadians, but that will be very beneficial for seniors as well. So we look forward to working collaboratively in this House to make sure that we focus on issues that matter. I take a vested interest, so does this government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Right on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my speech, I'd like to congratulate you on your reappointment as Deputy Speaker. I know in the last Parliament there was a great deal of respect on both sides of the House for the work that you've done in the chair. So thank you so much. And since, as I've heard this many times today, since this is my first time speaking in this Parliament, I would like to thank the people of St. Catharines to put their trust on me. Thank you. Yes, yes. People of St. Catharines do deserve an applause. But no, seriously, this is an incredible honor to represent such an amazing city in this place. Going door to door, hearing from the residents, it was a much different feeling this time around than last time around. Running on adrenaline in 2015. But going door to door, hearing the concerns, addressing what we've done as a government, and going back to the polls and coming back with an increased margin really speaks to a lot of what our government's done. And I know, as the Prime Minister says, all of us here, our time in this place is temporary. All of us, all 338 of us. And to have that opportunity to represent the people of St. Catharines, I again want to say thank you. Yeah. I also want to say thank you to my wife, Charlene, and my children, Ethan and Hannah. As we all know here, this isn't always the most, and I shouldn't even couch it that way, this isn't the most family-friendly job. And it's difficult on all of our loved ones, on friends, on family. And my son, who's now 3.5, or as he tells me, I'm 3 years old, he's old enough to tell me that he doesn't like Dad going to work. And that's a difficult thing to walk out the door for a week, but it's oftentimes the families in this place that make the greatest sacrifice as we're doing what we love in this place. I'd also like to thank my team, to Cass, Zach, Sam, Kelly, to all of my supporters and volunteers. Obviously, and we all know this, that it's not a team of one that gets people elected. And we're not always the easiest people to work with, Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament. But to have a team behind you that have your back is an incredible honor. And they do outstanding work for the people of St. Catharines and all across this country. The people behind the scenes are the unsung heroes of what's going on.
Here.
4 years ago, I ran, Mr. Speaker, because I saw a great deal of poverty in my riding. I saw a great deal of concern, and I didn't like what I was seeing. That's why I put my name on the ballot. Too many politicians in Niagara were saying, everything's all right, and I didn't see it that way. And we went to work, knocked on a lot of doors, got elected. The first thing we did was a middle class tax cut, raising taxes or lowering taxes on the middle class, and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. And that had an impact in people's lives, coupling that with the Canada Child Benefit, increases to the guaranteed income supplement for those who need it most, and as my honourable colleague mentioned, lowering the age of eligibility to receive old age security and the guaranteed income supplement back to age 65 after the increase from the previous government. Those policies prevented hundreds of thousands of people from falling into poverty. It had an impact. And I was happy to see, and it was announced today, action on increasing the basic personal amount. It's something that we promised in the campaign, something that we promised we would bring to this Parliament as our first act in this government. And it will remove 700,000 people from the tax roll. It will help 20 million people save money. It will reduce poverty to tens of thousands of people and can save families to $600 a year. And we will make sure that it doesn't go to the highest income earners in this country. This is real action. This is continued action on poverty to help those who need it the most. Too often we see politicians saying we need to give tax breaks to the wealthiest, we need to give them to the wealthiest corporations, and eventually that will trickle down to the rest of us. It will trickle down to those who need it the most. But we've never seen that, Mr. Speaker. What we've seen over the past 4 years is giving money to those who need it most, either through tax breaks or the Canada Child Benefit. Those are people who are going to spend the money in our economy. Those are people who are going to invest in Canada. They're going to spend it right back, as opposed to saving it for perhaps a vacation or a rainy day. They're going to help stimulate the economy. And this is an opportunity to do that again. And I'm very happy to see the Finance Minister moving forward on that step, and I'm sure there will be support across the House for this. Because I know there was mention of no mention of seniors in the throne speech, or no action on seniors. This is going to have a direct benefit to those seniors who are making less than the 1%. Those seniors that do need assistance, that's going to be money right in their pockets. And couple that, I know my friend talked about it as well, pharmacare. I'm sure the honourable members from the Conservatives will take immediate action, because what I heard on the streets and at the doors of St. Catharines was seniors worried about pharmaceutical prices, worried about paying the rent or paying for pharmaceutical drugs. And so action on pharmacare is a must. And that will have a disproportionate impact on seniors, alleviating many of the costs that they face and many of the costs that they're concerned about. But what I'd like to talk about in terms of the focus of my speech, I know I mentioned my kids, is climate change. And in 2015, it was just my wife and I, and it was always an important issue to me. But looking ahead, after seeing my son and daughter born, I look at this issue through their eyes. Because everyone in this House will probably be fine. We'll probably be okay. But what are we going to give to the next generation? And what are we going to give to the generation after that? I talked to a lot of seniors in my riding, and they agreed with that same sentiment, that their time may not be long, but what was I going to do for their grandkids? How are we going to make this a better planet? And in the past 4 years, and I challenged my opponents during the election, name me a government that has done more in 4 years on the environment than our government. And no one could provide me with an answer. And I'll challenge my colleagues on the other side as well. We're moving forward on an ambitious plan. Does it mean our plan is perfect? Absolutely not. Does it mean there's more that needs to be done? Absolutely, and we're committed to doing that.
Yeah.
The residents of St. Catharines don't have to look far to see the impacts of climate change. In the last 3 years, we've seen 2 years of flood and 1 year of drought. We used to call things 50-year storms, 100-year storms, but they're happening annually. We need to take action. It worries me, and I hear some of the language from the other side about, I'm sure a lot of MPs will say, well, I believe in climate change is man-made, but then they'll use the language of denial. I just heard a member say, well, CO2 has no borders. Well, doesn't that mean we need to take action right away? This is the type of language that stalls progress. This is the type of language that hurts our kids and our grandkids. This is the greatest crisis facing Canada. And I'm sure people may throw up their hands and say, well, that's just a bunch of liberal nonsense. But when asked, the Chief of the Defence Staff, what was the greatest security threat facing Canada, it was extreme weather. We look at small business organizations, the insurance industry, all of them saying we need to take action. We're seeing bond and rating agencies reduce credit ratings of governments that refuse to take action on climate change. The time is now, Mr. Speaker. We saw this, and I saw it in St. Catharines, that this was the first election on climate change, and the residents of St. Catharines spoke loudly that they want to see action, and we're here to deliver. And I hope we're able to work across the aisle to deliver on progress that Canadians demand and deserve, and that our children and grandchildren deserve.
Right on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wanted to acknowledge the fact that you again have been appointed Deputy Speaker, and you've won the respect of everyone in this House in the past, and I'm sure you will going forward. I did note, though, that in the member's speech there was scarcely a mention of trade and how much trade contributes to Canada's prosperity. And what we've seen, Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government over the last 4 years effectively is a dismantlement of Canada's trade agenda. Originally, the Prime Minister appointed a Minister of International Trade. Then he changed that to a Minister of Trade Diversification. The most recent minister appointed was the Minister of Small Business, and they basically appended trade as an adjunct, sort of as an afterthought to the appointment of that minister. And quite frankly, I despair, Mr. Speaker, because we've seen a complete decline in the agenda that Canada has moving forward to use trade as a driver of prosperity in our country. Beyond the renegotiation on the NAFTA agreement, we've seen virtually nothing from this Liberal government. I'd ask the member to comment on why it is that the responsibilities attributed to the various ministers over the last 4 years have declined in importance.
Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member asked why I didn't talk about trade. I only had 10 minutes to talk about the great things the government was doing. If I had a few hours more, we would get to all of the great things, including trade. But thank you for pointing that out. Canada is the only G7 country that has free trade agreements with all of the other G7 countries. That is because of this government. This government got the CPTPP across the line. This government got CETA across the line. They were signed under this government's watch. This government is committed to free trade. This government, they can ask their former leader, their previous leader of their party, in terms of how good the NAFTA negotiations went and how strong Canada's trade policy is. So we have a strong free trade policy. We've done outstanding work, and I look forward to seeing what the next few years brings.
Right on.
Question commentaire. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Vancouver, I think I saw her there, Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I noticed that in the throne speech, one of the things that was not mentioned was about the arts and culture community. In Vancouver East, we have a very vibrant community. In fact, we're one of the highest per capita in terms of artists in our community, and we're very proud of that. One of the issues that we're faced with in our community, of course, is the spaces to which artists can thrive in, and we're losing that space in a rapid rate. So in the spirit of a minority government, in the spirit of cooperation, I wonder if the member would be amenable to working with NDP members across the aisle to ensure that the government provide infrastructure dollars to secure those much needed artist spaces so that the artists can continue to thrive and to ensure that they continue to contribute to our economy as well.
Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and we're always happy to work across the aisle. I know in the previous government we made historic investments in the arts, refunded the CBC, and we saw projects. I can only speak to, especially my riding of St. Catharines, projects for the arts that were funded. So I have no doubt that we will continue that great work and will build upon that progress of the last Parliament.
Right on. Question commentaire. La députée de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the throne speech, we heard about reimbursing student debt. That's an excellent piece of news. There is also several proposals about the climate. However, what will be done for scientists who are working on alternatives that will have a real impact for the environment? Right now, we are in a climate crisis. At the University of Quebec in Trois-Rivières, researchers are currently creating a forest biomass protocol that could replace plastic. This is a biodegradable product that could reduce the amount of waste that we produce that hurts the environment. Will scientists be able to feel supported, given that they're working directly to reduce the impact of climate change? The planet will directly benefit from this research.
St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker. We ended the war on science in the last Parliament. We've invested $4 billion into the granting councils, and I've seen work at Brock University, the incredible work being done by researchers there, and I have no doubt that at the University of Quebec at Trois-Rivières, that they're experiencing the same type of increased funding that will fund the projects that will help us out into the future and meet our commitments on climate change.
Right on.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to, first of all, thank the people of Vancouver East for returning me to this House with a strong mandate. Of course, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate to all members of this House for being here today. And I look forward to working with the new members as well as existing members, because I do believe that a better Canada is possible. Now, it is a privilege and an honor for me to bring the voices of Vancouver East to Ottawa as their representative. Vancouver East is one of Canada's most diverse and progressive communities in the country. I'm so very proud of our record. Here in Van East, we fight hard for what we believe in, whether it's the call for a national affordable housing program, or climate action to tackle the climate emergency, or justice for Indigenous peoples in calling out the government in taking Indigenous kids to court, or demanding action on the cause for justice for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, or electoral reform so that every vote would count. Now, Mr. Speaker, we speak with a united voice and a strong voice in Vancouver East on these issues. I have no doubt that my colleague, the member from Courtney Alberni, would join with me on this call as well, and I'll be splitting my time with him today. Now, before I get too deep into the throne speech, Mr. Speaker, I would like to give a shout out to the Vancouver Japanese Language School and Japanese Hall. Just last month, they were formally designated as a National Historic Site. And we had people who were displaced, who were interned at the ceremony that day. It was incredibly moving. And this recognition is so important on so many levels. It is a piece of history that all Canadians should learn about. Now, on a similar note, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the government will also work with the community to get the city's application for Vancouver's Chinatown to be designated as a UNESCO historic site. That would be something that we would all be proud of, would showcase the diverse community, the multicultural community, and Canadians who help contribute in building this great nation of ours. Today, we are in a minority government situation. The people of Canada has sent a clear message to this government. Business as usual is not good enough. We all listened intently to the throne speech that was delivered last week. And unfortunately, the people of Van East, like me, were left wanting after this throne speech. We saw this over the last 4 years. Lots of pretty words, lots of big talk, and sadly, we saw little action to match those words. The throne speech talks about the need for reconciliation, for example. We heard over and over and over again in the last 4 years that the new nation-to-nation relationship is the most important relationship for the Liberal government. Yet, we saw over and over and over again that the government failed to take action to match those words. If reconciliation is the most important thing for this government, then why on earth is the government continuing to take Indigenous children to court? How does that make sense? And how do you justify those kinds of actions, Mr. Speaker? Why is it that the people in Grassy Narrows who are suffering from mercury poisoning not getting immediate action from the government so that they can have clean drinking water? And I don't mean, Mr. Speaker, a bottle of water. I mean a permanent solution, Mr. Speaker. And why are Indigenous people continuing to live in poverty, in moldy housing? Canada is in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. In Vancouver alone, this year's homeless count identified more than 2,000 homeless people, more than 600 who are living on the streets, and 40% of them are Indigenous. with Indigenous women and girls getting murdered and going missing, reconciliation means that Indigenous people must have access to safe housing. Across the board, all Canadians are being hit by the housing crisis. High rents, low vacancy rates means that even working professionals have precarious housing. Never mind saving for home ownership, many are one paycheck away from being homeless themselves. Almost 1 in 4 homeless in Vancouver are actually seniors. Imagine that. Seniors today are finding themselves in the streets without a home, and the number is growing. To address the crisis today, we need robust funding for the whole spectrum of housing, from social housing to co-op housing to purpose-built rentals, and real paths to home ownership for Canadians. No more delaying of funding flow, and no more rhetorical advantages, double counting, and word games. It is not good enough that the Liberals choose to spend 19% less than the Harper government on affordable housing, and that much of this decline was in programs that are targeted to low-income households. It's not good enough that we saw a $325 million, a 14% reduction in funding for assistance for housing needs programs. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, it is clear that the vast majority of the remaining of the National Housing Strategy funding won't flow until after 2024. That's another election cycle away, Mr. Speaker. Funding in 2024 won't help anyone in my community struggling to find affordable housing today or tomorrow or next week or the next year or the year after. They can't wait years. They need action now. We need emergency funding so we can build modular housing for the people in Oppenheimer Park. These are people who are living in a tent for more than a year now, and the cold and wet weather is here. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. And 58 West Hastings is a project that has been waiting for federal funding for years now. We have funding commitment from the city, we have funding commitment from the province, but yet the federal government is missing in action, nowhere to be found. And we need the federal government at the table working with the city and the province and the nonprofits to deliver housing. Anya, the Urban Native Youth Association, is a fantastic organization in my riding that has been working diligently to support urban Indigenous at-risk youth. Their space is oversubscribed and they need a new center. Youth also need safe housing as well. The city and the province are in support of their work, and again, we need the federal government at the table. In Van East, there are some 47 co-ops with a total of over 1,600 units. All but 5 were constructed before the Liberal canceled the National Affordable Housing Program in 1993. The Liberals also promised in 2015 to renew operating agreements with Canada's co-op housing providers. Unfortunately, they only signed short-term agreements, and now we're back to where we started. Real action is needed, and we need long-term agreements signed, stable funding for people with subsidies so that we can ensure that the existing units remain affordable. In short, homelessness is systemic and structural, caused by a failure of government to meet the needs of the people they serve. And I hope we can work together in this minority government to better address the housing crisis across the country. On the opioid crisis, Mr. Speaker, we need the government to get on with it. We need to declare a national health emergency. And you know what? It would be so good if the government, in the minimum, actually got on with a pilot program on safe supply so that we can start the work to save lives. It would be so good for the government to support the workers, the frontline workers that are there right now, that are burning out, to provide resources to them so that they can continue on with this critical work. Mr. Speaker, let's not judge people for who they are. Let's get on with saving lives. Let us look at each other with humanity and to say that we can do better. On pharmacare, I challenge any member in this House to tell me that they did not come across someone at their doorstep to say that they need affordable medication. The government can do this. They've been promising this for decade upon decades. The New Democrats have been pushing this hard with our critic for health, pushing this hard And I urge the government to utilize this minority government to make that happen. Single-payer, universal pharmacare for all. Now, today we also put forward a suggestion on dental care. Instead of giving the tax reduction for people over $140,000 on the annual income, let's reduce that to $90,000, and let's redirect those dollars so that we can bring forward a dental care program that will support some 4.3 million people in Canada. Wouldn't that be something if we can get to work on all of this? We are putting forward these suggestions in the spirit of cooperation to say to the government, it is a minority government and New Democrats are here to work with you. Let's work for the people and make the changes.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I'm really encouraged when the member says, "Well, let's work with Canadians and for Canadians." And when you take a look at the throne speech, there's so many wonderful things that are within that throne speech. And I would really encourage members of the New Democratic Party to give serious consideration to those positive things. When she talks about, for example, the pharmacare program, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's been on the books for decades, but it's only in the last 4 years where we've actually seen any significant movement from a leader of a political party on that issue. And for the first time since we had healthcare, universal healthcare, the Canada Health Act, we're finally looking as if we're going to be seeing it become a realization, Mr. Speaker, and a vast majority of Canadians, I believe, support it. So whether it's that or the income tax cuts that we're going to be seeing, or the tax breaks for low-income Canadians, are these not good, solid, progressive initiatives that she could support?
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much to the member. I know that he wants to brag about what the great job the government's doing, but the reality is this, that actually I met seniors who actually are in need of pharmacare, and because they can't afford the medication. Now, the government says that they've been moving on this. They've been talking about moving on this, and we have yet to see real action. So what we want to see, and New Democrats will be there all the way, if the government brings forward a universal single-payer pharmacare program so that people can afford the medication that they need. Let's stop the big talk and let's match those words with real action. New Democrats will be there with the action.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Much, and thank you to all the work that the member from Vancouver East has been doing. I know that there are many challenges in that area, and one of them being the drug epidemic that we've seen. And when I was in that area, you could see it, and we were seeing it across Canada. Over the last 4 years, could she share with me what she has seen and the insight on what's happening within her own community and how this government has failed? Thank you.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank the member for her question, and I hope that would mean that all members of this House would support innovative ideas. One of the things that what our community wants to see is safe supply. That means that to really deal with the drug addiction issue as a healthcare issue and not a criminal justice issue. That is to say, for example, if you're somebody who's struggling with an addiction, you go see your doctor, and your doctor will make a prescription for you to address your addiction issues in whatever drug that they prescribe. Then the individual will be able to access that medication through pharmacare, and so that they can manage their addiction. That is what we're talking about in order to save lives. Insight is a tremendous program that has been working in our community. It is saving lives. It is reducing the spread of diseases, but that alone is not enough. We have the fentanyl crisis. Some 12,000 people have died across this country. It's not just in the downtown east side. It is all of our communities. So let's, I hope that the government, and I call on the government, in the very minimum, announce a pilot program. Let's do it in Vancouver's downtown east side with a safe supply program to save lives. And let's show the rest of the country how this could be done without judgment.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Vancouver East for her intervention, and in particular noting dental care and pharmacare. I know that those cost reductions from businesses also create employment. It's one of the things that we've seen us be able to compete with the United States and other jurisdictions when companies know that they actually have basic services and coverage for employees, and productivity goes up as well. But I'd like her to add to her discussion with regards to dental care. I represent a riding where we have some of the highest child poverty in Canada. And how wrong is it for a country like Canada to let kids go in pain when we don't actually have a dental care program?
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, and I thank my colleague for his question and also congratulate him on his return as the Dean of the NDP caucus. Now, I want to say that, you know, children who are suffering in our communities today, you know, there are children in my community, for example, who need food at the table, and we need the government to bring in, for example, a national food program in the schools as one item. On the issue around dental care, you know, dealing with the dental issue makes a difference in the lives of people, not just at that moment, but it also means that it builds their confidence. It has a lifelong implication. If you address the dental issues now, we can prevent other illnesses down the road, which will save the healthcare system money. And then I have people in our community today, because of the dental issues, because of lack of dental services, that they are unable to apply for employment because they're embarrassed about their teeth. They don't have the confidence to apply for employment. So I think that by doing this, we will actually save money down the road. It is the right thing to do, and the formula that the NDP had put forward is one that would work. Let's cap the tax changes at $90,000, and then that money, the $1.6 billion that would be saved from that change, could be invested into a dental care program, which will support some 4.3 million Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge pleasure and honor to rise today. First, I'd also like to congratulate you on your new appointment, but also to rise here on behalf of the people of Courtenay Alberni, and I'd like to extend my thanks to all of the people in Courtenay Alberni for giving me such a strong mandate to return here. Mr. Speaker, notably, I'd like to point out my thanks especially to the Nuu-Chulnjuth leadership, the Hawiya, which is the hereditary chiefs of the Nuu-Chulnjuth, who bestowed a name to me this fall called Suksi, which is the speaker of the hereditary chiefs of the 14 Nuu-Chulnjuth nations. I'm deeply humbled and honored to bring their voice and deliver their voice here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to, Madam Speaker now, I'd like to also honor my family, because we don't get here without our family, and most notably, we lost my grandma of 94 years old just last month, and she was the daughter of the late Chief Solomon Mallet from Fisher River, and she was the last Cree speaker in our family. And so, Madam Speaker, I pledge to her and to all of my family to be fighting for Indigenous languages, to ensure that we don't lose Native speakers like my grandma, Mabel Lazar, and lose their language, so that we do everything we can to support Indigenous languages. In terms of why we're here today, Madam Speaker, to talk about the speech from the throne, we're hearing from everyday Canadians that need help right now, Madam Speaker. And if this is all the Liberals are willing to offer in this throne speech, it's just simply not good enough for the people that we're seeing in our communities. The Liberals had a real chance in this throne speech to make a commitment to actually help Canadians deal with the challenges that they face right now. Instead, they completely ignored the message that they heard from Canadians during the election. And these are broken promises, again, Madam Speaker, early going. You know, we can't have these pretty words without concrete actions, and Canadians expect more. Almost half of the Canadians in every part of this country are $200 away from not being able to pay their bills. And we're seeing the effects and the urgency of the climate crisis all around us. Young people are taking to the streets. They're worried about their future, including in Courtenay just last week, where Youth Environmental Action, we're in downtown Courtenay, calling for the government to take urgent action. Instead, what we got in the government's platform was a date of 2050. And we needed, what they were expecting and what we were all hoping is we'd see the sense of urgency, what's been recommended by the IPCC in terms of reducing emissions by 45% by 2030. We didn't hear anything around that, Madam Speaker. So instead of working with us to help make Canadians' lives better, the Liberals offered more empty words and no indication of any real action. We hear them talk about their pharmacare plan, but really there's no language about any pharmacare plan that's being universal, comprehensive, or public. There's no funding amount and no timeline. And, you know, I hear from people in my riding. I heard from a young mother who has a child with cystic fibrosis and simply can't afford the medicine. When children can't afford to get the medicine they need, Madam Speaker, in a country as wealthy as Canada, we are failing miserably. In terms of the environment, we know the Liberals have given billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies instead of investing in renewable energy and job creation. And again, there's nothing on stronger emissions around 2030 and nothing to confront the urgency of the problem that's facing us right now. Instead, they're continuing to give massive subsidies to oil and gas industries. They failed to work with us to make sure that the ultra-rich pay a little more. And instead of throwing away and writing off billions in instead they continue to write off billions in corporate debt that's owed to Canadians. The Liberals could have worked with us to stop profiting off Canadians who struggle continually to pay off their own debts. And in terms of reconciliation, Madam Speaker, they continue to cite that their most important relationship is with Indigenous people. The Liberals are refusing to stop dragging Indigenous children to court. They refuse to commit to dropping the appeal against fairness for Indigenous children. And while they're also failing to refuse to fix the problem with the child welfare system. And just in my riding, Madam Speaker, you've heard me in this House talk about the government spending $19 million on just lawyers alone to fight the Nuu-chah-nulth on their right to catch and sell fish, which they won twice in the Supreme Court of Canada. But the government, instead of choosing to honor the courts, they continue to fight them and spend taxpayers' money. The Nuu-chah-nulth want to share. They want to walk together. They want to be out on the water fishing where they belong. And in terms of housing, Madam Speaker, they failed to deliver a real concrete plan around housing. We need 500,000 housing units right now to make up for the last 25 years. And we need co-op housing. Madam Speaker, I'm a person who came from co-op housing, a product of co-op housing, and we desperately need that. I know in Courtenay, there's a conversation right now where they need co-op housing, and they need federal help. The government made a promise to end veterans' homelessness. Nothing in here around ending veterans' homelessness. And of course, we know a lot of Indigenous people are living in terrible housing conditions, Madam Speaker. I heard my friend from Vancouver East talk about the opioid crisis and seeking a pilot project on a clean source of supply. Over 12,000 Canadians have lost their lives unnecessarily to a poison drug supply. We also need therapeutic recovery communities like they have in Italy and in Portugal, where they've been able to reduce the amount of overdose deaths, Madam Speaker. We're here in Canada, and especially in British Columbia, where we're 79 times we're likely to die of an overdose in British Columbia. 7 times means we got it wrong. 79 times means who's accountable, Madam Speaker, and we need to take urgent action. But Madam Speaker, right now I have to highlight the biggest thing that I see from the West Coast missing in this speech from the throne. There's no mention of the salmon emergency, Madam Speaker. None. We had a member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast yesterday, talk for 20 minutes and not mention the salmon emergency taking place. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege today to sit down with the new Minister of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to call on her to take action. This is as big as what would be a forest fire taking place in northern Alberta or flooding in eastern Canada. This is an over $1 billion economy in British Columbia. And it's not just our economy, it's our food security, it's our culture, it's our way of life, and everything is interconnected in our ecosystem, Madam Speaker. We had the lowest return in the Fraser this year in recorded history. And it wasn't just the lowest return, it was half the lowest return, Madam Speaker. In the Skeena, we had record lows. The Alouette River, they were expecting 60,000 chum. 450 chum came back, Madam Speaker. We had the Big Bar slide, and now we're hearing most of the fish didn't even make it. This is catastrophic times, Madam Speaker, and we don't want to, this government doesn't want to be the government that watched the West Coast and the Pacific salmon go the way of the Atlantic cod. We need the government to act with the sense of urgency that's taking place on the West Coast right now. I'm appealing to you. This isn't about blame or shame. This is about doing the right thing now. right now, and we need action. The government announces their salmon restoration funds, whether it be the BC Salmon Restoration Fund or the Coastal Restoration Fund. That money simply isn't flowing, Madam Speaker. We've got tons of volunteers out there trying to do the good work, and they're not seeing that money. We had over 60 people in Ucluelet with the Central West Coast Forest Society in Clayoquot and Barclay just on Saturday. Out there, they removed 23,000 tons of plastic and debris to clean up streams so we could get fish returning. But simply $100 million from the government, $102 million from the federal government is not enough. We need $500 million right now and just in restoration. In enhancement, the enhancement groups have not seen a raise in over 29 years. And this is while there's an urgent situation. They don't allow the catching and retainment of marked fish. It doesn't make sense. We should mark every fish from every hatchery and make sure that it's allowed to be kept by our sports fishers, and that will help in conservation. The salmon farms, the government made a commitment that they would remove salmon farms by 2025. Nothing in the speech from the throne around that, Madam Speaker. Despite the fact that we're seeing the record amount of sea lice, we're seeing the government still allow the transfer of fish that are infected with PRV, a disease. We've seen massive die-offs with algae bloom. This is happening along migratory routes of juvenile salmon, Madam Speaker, and the government is acting as both the double agent. They're acting as the agent for the industry, yet they say they're there to protect our wild stocks. This was recommended in the Cohen Commission, that the government can't play that double role. They're still allowing the herring fishery to open right now, Madam Speaker, unless we hear different. And this is fundamental because everything is interconnected. It is the bedrock species for our salmon, for southern resident killer whales, and Madam Speaker, it's a reduction fishery. Doesn't make sense. We're calling on the government to listen to local knowledge and Indigenous knowledge. So, Madam Speaker, we need the government to highlight there's a salmon emergency going on in British Columbia, and they need to announce that right away, Madam Speaker, and we need them on the ground.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I'm speaking in the 43rd Parliament. I'd like to thank the citizens of Longueuil-Charlemagne for their support again this election, and of course to my family, friends, and volunteers. So I was listening to the member opposite's speech, and I had the great pleasure of working with him in the 42nd Parliament on veteran affairs. And I noticed in his speech he said that there was absolutely nothing in the throne speech for veterans. So I'd like to just correct the record that, in fact, on the bottom of page 12 of the speech from the throne, he can see very clearly our commitment. In addition to the $10 billion of investments over the last 4 years for veterans, Canadian Armed Forces, and military and their family, we have also committed, working through partners such as Vets Canada and others, to ending veterans' homelessness. So I'd like to actually ask the member opposite if he will support this throne speech with respect to our support of our men and women in uniform and those who have supported him.
The honourable member for Courtenay-Albany.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague who sat on Veterans Committee with me. And we did hear clearly that the government actually put forward a motion in June to end homelessness for veterans. And it wasn't in the throne speech, the homelessness for veterans piece. Veterans is in the speech, but very vaguely, Madam Speaker, they put forward a motion to end homelessness for veterans. Where's the plan? They want to do it by 2025. We want to hear the plan. They also supported my motion, our motion, last November to end lapse spending, both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the official opposition. We hope they're going to honor that when they go to supplementary estimates because, Madam Speaker, we know there's money left over that they didn't spend, and they made a commitment that they were going to end lapse spending for veterans. So we're expecting that, Madam Speaker, to take place. And, Madam Speaker, they're still only meeting 6 of the 24 service standards. So while they're taking pride in their track record on veterans, maybe they could do something about it. Take the money from last year, at the end of last year, and apply it to meeting 18 of the 24 service standards they're not meeting, and that's what they promised to do when they voted for that motion, including that member. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Congratulate my honourable colleague on a powerful speech. that I think reflects some of the most profoundly important issues facing his riding in British Columbians. I myself was visited by a large group of citizens 2 weeks ago who are very concerned about the continued use of open net fish farms in British Columbia and concerned about the devastating impacts it's having on our wild salmon. And they were urging us to raise in this House at first opportunity the need to go to in-ground closed containment as soon as possible. But my question really is about housing, because that is literally the #1 issue that I heard on the campaign trail. And in my riding as well, we have very many successful co-ops that were built with federal funds in the 1970s and 80s that provided thousands of affordable units for families of all types. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague agrees with me when I call on this government to bring back federal funding for a national co-op housing program so that we can build the hundreds of thousands of co-op units that are so desperately needed by so many people in this country.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, for bringing that question forward. And again, I'm someone who was actually fortunate enough to live in co-op housing. It provided a safe, secure housing. In Canada right now, Madam Speaker, well, back in the 70s and 80s when he's talking about that era, over 10% of our housing stock was non-market housing. Most of it was co-op housing. Today, we're at 3%, Madam Speaker. In Europe, they're at 30%. They see housing as something, as a right, that everybody deserves safe, secure, and affordable housing. But making sure we have non-market co-op housing, make sure that people have a place to live, a safe, secure place to live, and it works because you can have all different types of income levels living in a housing co-op, all different types of needs in a housing co-op, Madam Speaker, and we can build them right across the country like we did in the 70s and 80s. And again, many people that I talked to that were privileged to live in the co-op housing today, a lot of them actually graduated into free market, and those that couldn't, a lot of them are still living there today. So we need to do everything we can, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we provide safe, secure, and affordable housing. The co-op model makes sense. And one thing I didn't mention in my speech, Madam Speaker, is that we desperately need the government to come to British Columbia and listen to people about the housing issue.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very pleased to be rising in the House this suddenly, I'm sure, for a lot of members. But I want to begin by thanking my constituents for sending me back here with one of the strongest results in Canada that I've received in this past election. I want to thank all of them for showing me that support, helping me out on the campaign trail, my volunteers, my supporters, and of course my family, without which I wouldn't be able to stand here in the House for this second term that I'll be serving in the House of Commons. I want to make sure that I also take the time to thank all Calgarians for sending back, and all Albertans for sending back, a strong Conservative team, 33 out of 34 members of Parliament. I think they have chosen very wisely in this Parliament to make sure that our voice is heard on the floor of the House of Commons in the Parliament of Canada, that Albertans will no longer be taken advantage of. And before I continue, Madam Speaker, I just want to make sure I'm splitting my time with the member for Durham, and I'm sure that he'll have many important contributions to make in this debate, and also to, no doubt, provide the perspective of Ontarians and what their expectations are in the Parliament of Canada. The speech for the throne, Madam Speaker, was a very deep disappointment, a slap in the face to Albertans. We have faced some of the hardest economic times our province has faced in multiple generations. Albertans are used to downturns in the oil and gas sector. They're used to downturns in the energy sector. It is nothing new. You know, when I moved to Alberta in 2005, it was something that every single energy worker would tell me about. I remember the last downturn, they would say, save for the next downturn. Put aside some money to make sure that you can weather it, because it would come and it would go, and the boom would come back. Projects would get built. We'd have new opportunities to grow the economy, to create good-paying middle-class jobs in the energy sector. Madam Speaker, we've seen a government over the past 4 years that has failed to do that. A government that has made its intention to phase out the energy sector, despite the fact that oil and gas companies invest in renewable energy, and they invest in their people. It's one of the sectors you will find no other companies as interested in maximizing the knowledge, the abilities, and the type of work that people will be doing. For what I always tell people back home is, and all those who I visit all across Canada, we spent a generation convincing young men, young women that it was worth their time to pursue a degree in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics because there were good paying jobs waiting for them when they left. And when they went into that private sector, they had cooperative jobs, they had internships ready to go. Some of them didn't even finish their degrees and they already had six-figure jobs in engineering waiting for them in oil and gas. The Suncors of the world. And now we have terrible news. Every week, Halliburton announced that it was shutting down its cement operations in Alberta. We have news from companies like Suncor, and Canada has now renamed itself and is moving to the United States. It's already moved most of its board of directors down there. Decisions are being made for a Canadian company, once what you would call in French le fleuron, the main natural gas company in Canada. Now those decisions are being made in Denver. We have TransCanada that dumped Canada in its name because they no longer have faith in doing business in Canada. Now it's called TC Energy to hide the fact to American investors that it's a Canadian-based company. What a lost opportunity. And that's where I have come here to make sure that opportunity rings out again in these hallways, that there is opportunity for Albertans within Confederation, within a united Canada. Because I heard at every single street I was on, most of the doors I went to, people would talk about it. People were fed up of being taken advantage of. I've said it on the floor of the House of Commons before. People in Alberta are tired of being treated like colonials. We're not. We've made an immense contribution to Canada. Over $600 billion has been transferred out of our province. And, you know, Albertans do complain about it. It's just something that we do. It's very much true. We want to be able to create the wealth, and then we're okay to share a slice of that wealth with the rest of Canada, to make a contribution into Confederation. We contribute more than our fair share right now. And all we're asking back is the things that the Premier Kenney, who is here today in Ottawa, and he's been making 5 simple requests, none of which happen to be in the throne speech, none of which the federal government has listened to. These are not new things. These are things that he has repeatedly asked for. Removing the cap on the stabilization fund to make sure that the deficit spending that the government of Alberta is forced to do at the moment, as they're closing their deficits, something this government's incapable of doing, as they're closing that deficit, to make sure that they get that money back. The over-contribution, I will call it, into Confederation, so that we can stabilize our healthcare system, our education system, and the social services that Albertans depend on. Those are extremely important things that must be done. The Premier has asked for a major significant amendment to C-69 to ensure that major projects, certain ones of them, will not fall under the C-69 rules. The No Pipelines Bill, as it's called in Alberta, ensures that basically there are no new projects being proposed. When I go into downtown Calgary and I talk to the managers and directors, people making the decisions on whether to pursue a project in Canada, they say there's no thought even being made into it about any new projects being suggested for the Canadian market. Most of the well-paying jobs in the oil and gas sector are in construction. Brand new projects that come online cost tens of thousands of people to be hired for the length of the construction season to build it. And for the past 4 years, all this government has to show for is that they have expropriated one pipeline company, taken over Kinder Morgan's TMX contract after dithering for years and trying to block the pipeline from being built. For years. And now suddenly they have a deathbed conversion. Suddenly now they are in favor of building, but only one pipeline. They canceled Energy East. They canceled Enbridge's Northern Gateway. They've canceled more kilometers of pipeline they've actually gotten built. The only one that are kind of pitter-pattering away at trying to get built is really the last major energy infrastructure project in Canada. And the same thing happens in LNG. Good paying jobs. Jobs that for a generation we've been convincing people to go into the STEMs, and we also spent a heck of a long time, Madam Speaker, convincing people to move from other parts of Canada, from other parts of the United States, to come to Alberta and earn a living here. We don't have the advantages of beautiful provinces like British Columbia. We have the mountains and the ocean. Alberta is just rolling foothills, and they're pretty flat on the east side. But what we did have was an excellent quality of life, an excellent opportunity to work in a sector that was always trying to do its best, on the cutting edge of everything. Wildlife biologists, people interested in environmental remediation. These are the people I meet at the doors, people who work for oil and gas companies trying to remediate the land. They were proud of the work that they were doing, the contributions that they were making to ensuring that every single project that came online, at some point, the land would be remediated and returned to as close as possible to its original state. Suncor was one of those great companies that managed to do that and earned an environmental certificate, and actually 2 provincial governments ago. And now you have wild bison on the territory, something you had not seen for an extremely long time. A bison population, by the way, Madam Speaker, that's healthier than the wild population of Wood Buffalo National Park. So this throne speech has very, very little for Albertans. So we'll be looking towards the government and actually reaching out to Albertans and making an effort, a true effort, at bridging the gap between what Albertans are feeling and seeing on the ground, the experience they've had over the past 4 years, and what we expect over this minority parliament. There is an entire province right now which is feeling neglected. And we're not asking for a handout. We're asking for the federal government to get out of our way and let us create the wealth. Let us create the jobs, the good-paying private sector jobs that we've been renowned for over the past decade, 2 decades actually. It's been amazing to see how fast Calgary has grown since even I moved there. I represent the deep southeast suburbs of Calgary. There are entire communities that didn't exist when I moved there. There's an entire hospital that was built in my riding that didn't exist back in 2005. Well over 30 to 40,000 people have moved in my areas like Cranston, Mahogany, Auburn Bay, Seaton, Rangeview, Copperfield. These communities did not exist before. Tens of thousands of people chose Calgary, they chose Alberta for those good-paying jobs from the energy sector. And we have diversified our economy much more than people could ever believe. The oil and gas sector is a much smaller proportion of Alberta's economy than it was back in 1987, than back in 1997, Madam Speaker. We have diversified our economy. We were moving in the right direction, and we've had a federal government that has impeded our ability to continue to create that wealth. So, Madam Speaker, this throne speech is just not good enough. There isn't enough in here concrete action that will actually provide any certainty, any comfort for the people back home who have lost their jobs, their severances have run out, and are finding no opportunities to work in a sector where they've spent 20 years between their education and their early career opportunities to actually make something of themselves and contribute to their families. So, Madam Speaker, I'll be proudly voting against this throne speech because it has nothing in it. Thank you very much.
Comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech today and welcome him back to the House as well. He talked about ensuring that there was a sense of opportunity for Albertans and coming to this House for that purpose. But he only seemed to focus his entire speech on assuming that that opportunity is built purely in the oil and gas sector. He also talked a lot about Suncor, which I find very interesting because Suncor on December 5th, just a few days ago, announced that it was building a $300 million wind farm in southern Alberta. So my question is for the member, you know, notwithstanding the fact that he is extremely passionate about the oil and gas sector, which I can appreciate, but does he agree that that sense of opportunity that he talked about can come in other sectors and not just the oil and gas sector?
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member points out that Suncor has indeed started this one project. The problem with his thinking is that energy companies, oil and gas companies, are just as interested in renewable energy and have been making investments for the last 20 years in it. It's nothing new. What he should be doing is noticing the fact that he has no colleagues from Alberta. Albertans have spoken, and they reject the Liberal government's 4 years of failure over the past 4 years. On every single street, I heard the same thing, Madam Speaker. Whether it's renewable energy, whether it's fossil fuel energy, we just want to get back to work and the federal government out of our way.
Just want to remind the members that when someone has the floor, he was answering a question, and I would hope that the member who asked the question would take the time to listen and that there not be any going back and forth between the parties. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments and congratulations to him for returning to this House. Now, the climate emergency is not going to address itself. That's something that we all know is our reality. We also know that the Liberal schedule to address the climate emergency is not going to do it. We're not even on pace to meet the target that's been set by the Paris Agreement. At this rate, we will actually be 175 million tons away from our emissions reduction targets in 2030. So having said that, what we do need, I believe, is bold action to avert a climate catastrophe. And we can begin with real investments. Investment in transit, as an example. We can stop the subsidies to fossil fuel industry as something that the Liberal actually promised in 2015. And we can actually put in a real just transition plan for the workers. The member talks about the workers and the need to ensure that their families are taken care of. And so what about actually seeing the government putting forward a real just transition plan for those workers so that they don't have to worry about their future, and to say to them that their future can exist in the reality of us tackling the climate emergency.
The honourable member Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm first going to take exception to using language like climate emergency to describe the real problems of climate change, because oftentimes when I get emails, and these are usually form emails I receive from people sending on to me, and they have a good-hearted concern about the environment. They're worried about climate change. They are truthfully, like I believe in their hearts, they really are worried. But the language of emergency and crisis is often used to then suggest massive government interference in the economy and government dictating to provinces, to companies, what they will and will not do. And I reject the whole premise underlying such a notion that is the only way that we can address climate change as an issue. I also want to reject the notion that, it's up to the government to provide what's called a just transition, very subjective terms, I think, in the first place. We have people who are looking to international markets right now and see an International Energy Association says that for the foreseeable future, both natural gas and oil the demand is going up, not down. And the expectation is all across the world that the world will need more energy, not less energy. So why not just make all of it more? Whether it's renewable energy through wind and solar, or whether it's fossil fuels, we can do both at the same time and manage those different expectations people have while trying and doing our best to meet our Paris Accords goals.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues, but most importantly, I'd like to thank the residents of Durham, my constituents, for giving me the honour to rise again in this House in the 43rd Parliament. It's a profound honour for me to represent my hometown in Parliament. And as someone that attended the Churchill Society dinner honouring David Crombie just last week in Toronto and former director of that committee, I'm very happy to start my first speech of this session with a quote from Winston Churchill. And it's self-deprecating because Churchill once said, "It's good for an uneducated man to read books of quotations," end quote, Madam Speaker. I've read many books of quotations, not just by Churchill, but also by this government, the Prime Minister. And I'm going to seize upon one of the quotes from the throne speech that I actually took away in a positive sense. And that was the throne speech ended with a remarkable passage from Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson's speech at the opening of the Centennial Flame, just beside us here from West Block. And the quote was this, quote, "Tonight we begin a new chapter in our country's history. Let the record of that chapter be one of cooperation and not conflict, of dedication and not division, of service, not self," end quote. Now, the irony, Madam Speaker, is that was kicking off our centennial year, lighting a centennial flame using natural gas from Canada. Madam Speaker. And I'm not sure that irony was found by the Prime Minister's office when they chose that aspirational quote. But that was how they celebrate it. And the Centennial Flame has all of our provinces and territories, now including Nunavut, around that. And Canadian natural gas, burning, allowing that fountain to burn throughout the coldest winters here in Ottawa. And earlier in that speech, Pearson complimented our industrial capacity and our resourcefulness as a country. So sometimes you often have to say, what did he say before the quote that the government liked to use for their throne speech? Well, this is what Pearson said in the same speech, kicking off the celebration of Canadian natural gas in many ways, Madam Speaker. He said, quote, "Economically, we've become a rich society and a great industrial power. We've built new dimensions of progress and welfare into the Canadian way of life. The boundaries of freedom and opportunity have been expanded for every Canadian," end quote. That was Lester B. Pearson's remark, speaking about the balance that Canada's been able to have by being resourceful, by tapping our natural resources, by being industrial, celebrating our industrial sectors, in order to provide for the welfare of the country. And one thing that people on this side of the House have been saying, both through the first term of this Prime Minister and this one, and what was missing in the throne speech, was recognizing the economic diversity of this country. There was no mention of the serious national unity issues we're facing as a result of the Prime Minister and the Liberal government's opposition to our resource sector in Alberta and Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and beyond, Madam Speaker. Not a mention. So unlike Pearson, who actually understood that resourcefulness, that industry, and celebrating it, the hard work of Canadians allows us to have new dimensions of progress for the welfare of our people. And I know the Premier of Alberta is here in Ottawa today. Alberta has been very proud to share not just that wealth with the rest of the country as part of the resourcefulness, their industry. There have been jobs in my province at times when our auto industry was struggling, more manufacturing jobs in Ontario attributable to our Western resource industry than into auto assembly. So when our national economy was struggling in the global recession, it was actually our resource economy that allowed us to lead the G7. That is allowing new dimensions of progress, embracing that. So I hope the Prime Minister, and really his whole cabinet, should read the entire Pearson speech, not just cherry pick some aspirational sections, because we need a Prime Minister that does not divide the country, Madam Speaker. The disappointment, the frustration we see in many parts of this country are the direct result of the Prime Minister hindering the progress of provinces already struggling with global resource prices, a range of issues, pipeline challenges. They've seen a government that has had policy decision after policy decision holding them back. Holding them back. And that's how the Prime Minister started. I spoke about this in my speech 4 years ago in January of 2016, how disappointed I was that the Prime Minister talks about diversity except for recognizing the economic diversity that our country has. In this Prime Minister's first speech abroad as the Canadian Prime Minister at Davos in January 2016, he said this, Madam Speaker, quote, "My predecessor wanted you to know Canada for its resources. I want you to know Canadians for our resourcefulness," end quote, Madam Speaker. What's disturbing that only a few minutes after he goes to an international forum and is essentially attacking his predecessor, but what makes it worse is afterwards the Prime Minister's office changed the speech to take out reference the Prime Minister made to predecessor and to just put Canada in the quote in the official record. You know how the press release often will say check against delivery? Well, Trudeau delivered, or the Prime Minister delivered something that he should not have. But more important than the slight against the previous Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, is the fact that he mocked the resource industry of Canada in his first remark at Davos. That is division. So I said at the outset I was going to look to quotations for guidance, much like the throne speech used the Pearson speech. Here is a quote that I used 4 years ago that rings even more true today, from Robert Stanfield in March of 1969. He said this, quote, "Let us be quite clear that national unity does not mean uniting most of Canada against part of it," end quote, Madam Speaker. What wise words when the division in the country at that time, caused by a Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau, I can say that safely in the House, Madam Speaker, and we see that in practice from this Prime Minister from his first speech at Davos, playing off resourcefulness and the resource sector as if steam-assisted gravity drainage and the ability of our oil sands to minimize the mining operations, minimize water usage, minimize greenhouse gas, those innovations somehow don't count to this Prime Minister. The resourcefulness of our resource sector and the capital markets that developed in Canada as a result of our resources have given us the new dimensions of welfare that Lester Pearson talked about on the eve of Canada's centennial. So what has the Prime Minister done in the 4 years to cause this national unity crisis? After the Davos speech, there was the cancellation unilaterally of Northern Gateway, no consultations with the one-third owners, Indigenous communities, zero consultations before taking that opportunity away from them, the cancellation of Energy East as a result of Bill C-69, which was still being brought up in question period today. Why, Madam Speaker? Because the majority of the country opposed that legislation, including my Premier, Madam Speaker. We saw Trans Mountain, the country withdraw because of a lack of confidence in Canada. Bill C-48, the tanker moratorium. The 2016 Arctic ban, where unilaterally the Prime Minister took away 17% of the landmass from Inuit and Northerners to develop. In fact, previous Liberal Senator Charlie Watt said this about the Prime Minister's unilateral action in Washington, quote, "There have never been clear consultations. As a matter of fact, when the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Canada made that decision, we were not too happy. Without even coming to us, they just turned around and said, this is what's going to happen," end quote. Not exactly reconciliation, Madam Speaker. So you see why Canadians are upset. What is missing from the throne speech is a recognition that Canada can and must balance our economic diversity. That means getting our resources to market. That means prioritizing pipelines. That means ending the divisive Bill C-69. That is what we want to see from this Prime Minister.
Well said. Any comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for his intervention. Welcome back to the House. I know we'll have fun over the next months and years to come. What I found really interesting about his speech is he accused the government of cherry-picking a quote in use in the throne speech, but then he went on to try to split a hair between the word using our resources and the resourcefulness of our people, which I found to be quite interesting in a description of about unity of all things. So my question for him, Madam Speaker, is can he point to some of the examples of what the Conservative Party has done to help the unity within our country? How have they contributed as parliamentarians and as a party to actually trying to improve upon that unity, as opposed to what many, quite frankly, would look at as driving the wedge even further into the issue?
For Durham.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Kingston for such an easy question to lob back at him. Madam Speaker, the fact that the Prime Minister's office had to change the speech that he gave at Davos to take out the reference to his predecessor, that's because previously Prime Minister Harper had used the Davos platform to talk about Canada as an energy superpower. liquefied natural gas from British Columbia and from Western Canada, offsetting coal-generating electricity in Asia, Madam Speaker. That's good for climate change and the fight against greenhouse gas emissions. It's good for our sector. We are world leaders in nuclear energy, small modular reactors, oil and gas, traditional forms of resource energy, Madam Speaker. We are an energy superpower, but we have a Prime Minister that won't even mention it in his speech. That's what's shameful. I'm not cherry picking. He had to doctor his own press release to take out his little dig. What we should recognize is that our country is diverse, and a job and contributing to our country, whether it's a fisherman in Atlantic Canada, someone in the north in the resource industry, we should be proud of that industry like Lester Pearson was.
Comments? The young member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for talking about resources and jobs, and especially fishers. We have the perfect storm going on right now in British Columbia, Madam Speaker. We have a downturn in the forest sector, especially for coastal communities. We have the collapse of the what's happening in our salmon sector, as you probably heard me earlier. We've got a salmon emergency taking place, Madam Speaker, where and the fishers, the people that are trying to make a livelihood, have had no help from Ottawa. No extended EI. Their commercial fishing season was extended to August 20th. They didn't get any support. Fishers are losing their boats, they're losing their homes, and the government is completely absent. We need an emergency package, Madam Speaker, for those fishers, for those families, to get people back to work and restoration. We need to take concrete action and fix the mismanagement that took place over decades, Madam Speaker, from both Liberal and Conservative governments, and take a whole of ecosystem approach and protect those bedrock species that those salmon rely on, Madam Speaker. We need urgent action. I'm asking my colleague and the Conservative caucus, do they join me in calling on the federal government and coming up with an emergency package in light of the fact that we had half of the lowest return in recorded history in the Fraser, which is the world's largest salmon river, Madam Speaker. So I'm hoping my colleague will join me in the call to action.
Durham. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from British Columbia for that intervention. He mentioned the importance of fishing in our offshore resources. These are types of resources that we should also be proud about. We should manage effectively, and we should give predictability to families that rely on that industry. That's our economic diversity. He also mentioned softwood lumber and the lumber industry, Madam Speaker. This is a government that, when they were renegotiating the most important economic agreement that Canada relies upon, the NAFTA agreement, they did not mention softwood lumber as a priority. They did not mention the auto industry as a priority. They did not mention the resource industry as a priority, Madam Speaker, or agriculture for that matter. They put in the progressive agenda that was more about the Prime Minister's own brand and political opportunity than anything else. We've seen that same approach fail in China, in India. It's about time the Liberal government puts Canadians, jobs and opportunity ahead of their own political fortunes.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke aura seulement...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke will have only 5 minutes. Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, honourable members, I would like to congratulate the Speaker and yourself on your new position, and I am sure that you will support the reign of law and order in this chamber. I rise for the first time in the House to represent my fellow citizens in Sherbrooke. They are engaged and dynamic people. I would also like to mention Kim Boutin from Sherbrooke, who won several medals in Shanghai this week in speed skating. She's an example of rigor, discipline, and determination. I would also like to pay tribute to a few people without whom I could not have hoped to become the representative of Sherbrooke. I would like to thank my family, which gave me support and unconditional love throughout this entire adventure. I know that I can count on my family to support me throughout. I would also like to thank all of my volunteers and campaign team. They work extremely hard to share our vision for Sherbrooke and all of Canada. Thanks to their excellent work, We convinced people in the riding that we were the best team to represent them. Since the 22nd of October, we have been working very hard. I plan to be extremely active and present on the ground to hear from people in my riding.
For our community, for Sherbrooke, for Quebec, for our country, for our planet, and far and foremost, for the next generations.
That's right. Here.
This is why I chose to enter politics. J'ai un plan et une vision claire pour Sherbrooke.
I have a clear plan and vision for Sherbrooke. I intend to use my mandate to bring forward several initiatives. The first issue that encouraged me to become a candidate is the environment, without any doubt. I love nature and outdoor activities, so I feel very concerned by climate change. I wanted to be part of our Prime Minister's team. He has a real plan for Canada. He wants us to be a leader when it comes to fighting climate change. Every action counts, little or big. We need to continue pursuing electric public transport in Sherbrooke, especially with hybrid buses. We need to bring into place a single-use plastics ban. We should also promote green technology and help scientists in our universities and colleges. We also need to engage with the public in order to raise awareness about the challenges of fighting climate change. Another issue that is important to me is the status of women. I am proud to be part of a political team that is not afraid to bring forward feminist policies. For example, our feminist aid initiative that was tabled by my colleague. The presence of women in the public scene, especially in politics, is a major challenge. I wish to work together with my colleagues in order to improve our policies in order to ensure that young women and young mothers can become MPs without neglecting their family. We need to encourage women to run. I would like to be a positive example for all those who wish to get involved in politics. Another important issue is the labor shortage and immigration. We need to continue to welcome new arrivals with generosity, and we need to help immigrants integrate into our society harmoniously. Throughout my campaign, I met a great number of business people. Many spoke to me about the problem of the labor shortage and the fact that they would like to welcome more immigrants. Finally, economic development. I would like Sherbrooke to become a hub for research and development as well as green technologies. We must also foster economic development and startups. There is already a fund for innovation which helps various businesses in the region, and our government will continue to promote these types of initiatives. The throne speech that our government presented was one that brings Canadians together with the middle-class tax cut. This tax cut will help citizens in Sherbrooke, and I will support the speech. Thank you.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui, la question sur le sous-amendement est...
The question on this amendment is reputed having been voted on, and a deferred vote has been asked for Tuesday, the 10th of December, at the normal time of adjournment.
The Honourable Parliamentary House Leader has a motion.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call it 6:30 at this time so we can get on to the next item on the agenda.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30? Yes? And so ordered. Carried. Pursuant to Standing Order 81.5, the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes in the Supplementary Estimates A for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Je quitte maintenant le fauteuil.
I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
order. Alors. Today's debate is a general one on all votes tabled before the House on Thursday, December 5th, 2019. Pursuant to the provisions in the motion adopted on Thursday, December 5th, 2019, the total length of time for debate will not exceed 4 hours. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government, the Bloc Québécois, the New Democratic Party, and after that, we will follow the usual rotation. Des périodes de 15 minutes à la fois seront attribuées à chaque député.
Each member will be allocated 15 minutes at a time, which may be used both for debate and for posing questions. Should members wish to use this time to make a speech, it can last a maximum of 10 minutes, leaving at least 5 minutes for questions to the minister. When a member is recognized, he or she should indicate to the chair how the 15-minute period will be used. In other words, what portion will be used for speeches and what portion for questions and answers. Members should also note that they will need the unanimous consent of the committee if they wish to split their time with another member.
When time is to be used for questions and answers, the chair will expect that the minister's response will reflect approximately the time taken by the question, since this time will be counted in the time originally allotted to the member.
To indicate that in committee of the whole, comments should be addressed to the chair, much as in debate in the usual House. I ask for everyone's cooperation in holding all established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. And just as another note to honourable members, as we are in committee of the whole, members are free to take, or they will be, in fact, recognized from the seat in the chamber that they choose. We will now begin tonight's session. The House and Committee of the Whole, pursuant to the Provisional Standing Order 81.5, consideration in Committee of the Whole for all votes in the Supplementary Estimates A for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. Debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be using my time for questions and answers. Mr. Chair, the people of Alberta are going through an economic crisis right now. Over 150,000 jobs have been lost in the energy sector, and billions of dollars of investment has left Alberta. Now, while these supplementary estimates outline an additional $5 billion in spending, they only mention the province of Alberta once. When they're implementing the carbon tax, $17 million, which will only make things worse for Alberta. Why aren't you addressing the concerns, the job crisis in Alberta?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be part of this Committee of the Whole and very pleased to hear this very important question on how we grow the economy in Canada in the 21st century. That involves working with all Canadians, investing in middle-class Canadians, as we're doing again today, in order to grow the economy while protecting the environment. And we are going to be extremely pleased to work with our colleagues on the other side to make sure that this happens across Canada, including in Alberta.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Again, Mr. Speaker, no specific plan for Alberta. There's actually a plan to spend $265 million for wealthy Canadians to buy foreign-made cars, yet there's nothing in it for Alberta. Why is this government giving subsidies to create jobs in other countries while Canadian communities suffer?
The lobby with the Bloc.
The President of
the Honourable Treasury Board President. Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to be participating in this committee tonight so that we can underscore how over the past 4 years, by investing in infrastructure and the middle class and also in activities that protect both the environment and grow the economy, allow us to achieve better results, and that in all respects.
Mr. Chairman, there is $99.7 million allocated for electric vehicles in the government's contingency vote 5. Why is the government using the contingency vote, which is supposed to be for emergencies, for electrical vehicle subsidies? What's the emergency?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a procedure which has been followed since the start of the Confederation in order to protect the integrity and the ability of the government to invest in Canadians at a time when all information is not yet available. This is the usual practice in the government, in the House of Commons.
Honourable member.
Chairman, that is not usual practice. Contingency funds are for emergencies. The government emphasizes making energy-efficient homes more affordable for the average Canadian, and yet you have $200 million for wealthy electric vehicle owners and $300 million to fight climate change in foreign countries. Where are the benefits for the average Canadian homeowner?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another example of the importance of investing in workers, in middle-class families, in helping more Canadians join the middle class, because this is the best way in the 21st century to grow the economy. Unlike other philosophical foundations in economics, we have learned in the last years that this is the best way, not only from an economic efficiency perspective, but also from a fairness perspective.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chairman, today's tax cut that the Liberals announced will mean only a savings of 38 cents a day for taxpayers and 76 cents a day for families. Meanwhile, the government is handing out $265 million for cars that the middle class can't even afford. Why the hypocrisy?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a perfect opportunity to remind everyone around the House that no, this government did exactly the same thing in 2015. The first thing we did was to reduce taxes for middle-class Canadians. That helped 9 million Canadians reduce their tax burden. And again, this year, with the promises we made in the campaign, we were able to reduce taxes for middle-class Canadians and for those aspiring to be members of the middle class for 20 million different Canadians. So this is something on which we're proud.
The Honourable Member.
Not sure how spending $265 million for electric cars is going to bring people into the middle class. But, Mr. Chairman, does the President of the Treasury Board agree that parliamentarians must have all the information before voting on important measures like spending plans?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Our colleague, Mr. Speaker, makes a very important point. It is not only the privilege but the responsibility of members of this House to do all that they can to support an open, transparent and accountable government. We have strived to do this in the last 4 years, but there is always more to do, and we're counting on the members of the other parties to help us do that.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Chairman, does he agree that incomplete plans should not be put to a vote, as the parameters of the plans may change significantly?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. As I explained earlier, some items for transparency and caution reasons appear in public accounts and since the beginning of Confederation, and they appear so in a specific way, and I'd be happy to explain the advantages to the member why it's that way.
Edmonton West with a point.
Mr. Chair, it is custom in the Committee of the Whole that the government should begin the same time to answer as a question. I understand when it is a difficult question, they can have a bit more time, but to take away members' time on a simple yes or no question, I would ask that you follow the rules set out that we generally follow for the Committee of the Whole and allow the government only enough time to answer a question as the question is delivered to them. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. I do watch the time intervals closely. I can say that through the course of all of this exchange, it's within about 5 to 8 to 10 seconds difference. And we'll keep an eye on that. I will say, though, and you raised the point, if a member poses a question that does perhaps pose the question in 7 or 8 seconds that requires more of a fulsome response, then obviously the minister has to have a little bit of time to be able to answer accordingly. But we will take all the diligence that we can to make sure that it's even. I thank the Honourable Member for raising the point of order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're seeing updates to the 2018 Vote 40 slush fund. We're still seeing them. Will the Treasury Board President admit that this attempt at alignment is a farce and committing to removing this unaccountable mechanism for future estimates?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best to answer questions as quickly and clearly as possible. And on this particular question that he just asked me, I will use technical language that the Treasury Board looked at Vote 5 and to help organizations when authorizations are insufficient in the beginning when there are the main estimates.
I was actually asking about Vote 40, not Vote 5. Mr. Chairman, the pilot for the budget implementation vote, formerly the Votes 40 slush fund, has clearly failed. The government is not approving funding any faster than before. In fact, the current PBO and the 2 previous PBOs have said it's a failure. Will he commit to transparency and end this failed practice?
Good question.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, I'm very happy to answer and hear this important question. As the member has said himself, over the past years, there was a pilot project that was successful somewhat in increasing transparency, not only with respect to government spending, but also with opposition members' ability to help the government to do important work in investing in people and in infrastructure.
Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Well, 3 PBOs have said that it wasn't successful. Mr. Chairman, in the 2018-2019 supplementary estimates, there was a central vote allocation for $90 million to LNG Canada, and no officials knew what it was for. Now, industry and Western economic diversification have $72 million in central vote money for LNG Canada support measures in these supplementary estimates. The department has known about this project for over a year. Why are these funds circumventing the normal process?
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, this is an important question that reflects the importance of investing in both people and infrastructure. And in Canada, we're lucky that we have sizable natural resources that have to be transported abroad. And by working with the members of the opposition, we will be able to do so and be able to benefit from these resources even more in the future to grow our economy.
The question was not about the importance of LNG, but it was actually about why is the funding circumventing the normal process. Mr. Chairman, in addition to the $99.7 million allocated through the Treasury Board central vote, the Department of Transport is asking for $165 million in additional funding for electrical vehicle subsidies. Why is the funding being split?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Of course, transportation is responsible for a quarter of all greenhouse gases, and out of that, 50% comes from motor vehicles, and that is why we put in place an incentive for people to buy ZEVs. The take-up on this has been exceedingly good in the past 5 months, and we want to continue to make sure that those who decide to invest in electric vehicles are going to be able to get their rebate from the federal government.
Member.
Mr. Chairman, from an historical average of 0 use, your government has pumped hundreds of millions out through the Treasury Board Central Vote 10, which is subject to less transparency. Why are these programs subject to special treatment?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy with the questions that are being asked, and also happy to be able to count on cooperation from the opposition to understand how they would like to further grow the transparency of these accounts. We've made important progress in recent years, and I would like to continue to do so.
Mr. Chairman, the government contingencies vote has historically been used for unforeseen expenditures, such as natural disasters or emergencies. Over a 10-year period, this government is the only one using it for grants and contributions. Why are these grants so urgent that they require emergency funds?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
There are established procedures that maintain not only the integrity, but also the ability of the government in making investments that may not be initially perfectly forecast, or for which the information is at some point imperfect, and therefore there are procedures that maintain, again, as I said, the integrity and the ability of opposition members to comment on such integrity.
We're down to 3 minutes. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chairman, in 2018, the Liberal government stripped seniority rights for veterans working in the CBSA. Will the minister stand now and tell veterans working in the public service that he will reverse this decision?
Wow. Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to our veterans, there are a number of transition programs that we have put into place to making sure that we support our veterans into getting different employment, especially when it comes to retraining as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Chairman, we're not getting an answer of why they stripped the seniority rights and will they stop doing that. Also now, will the minister confirm that he will never again use veterans' rights in the public service as a bargaining chip?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, as I stated, when it comes to supporting our veterans, we have put many programs in place. Our government is committed to supporting and honoring the veterans and their families and remain steadfast in committing to making sure that veterans receive the proper support. Since 2016, the government has made new investments totaling over $10 billion. That transition piece and making sure that retraining is done is extremely important for the veterans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
This is actually a Treasury Board issue where the Liberal government strips seniority rights for veterans in the CBSA. Will the minister please confirm that they will not do this again?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we have not only the highest respect for veterans, but we have also demonstrated this over the last few years, that not only do we need to recognize their important contribution to our country, but also to make sure that after their service, they deserve the right treatment that they also need from the government.
Member.
Mr. Chairman, D&D has $47.8 million for funding to expand what they're calling the defense team. What is the defense team?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, with our very ambitious defense policy program, which is our defense policy been fully funded with the 333 projects that we have and the massive procurement projects, we need to make sure that we have the appropriate people to manage our projects. So having the additional personnel when it comes to procurement is extremely important so that we can spend the taxpayers' money effectively. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chairman, I still don't think it was very clear about what is exactly the defense team that they're spending $47.8 million on.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, when we did the analysis, spoke with Canadians across the country to look at the Canadian Armed Forces that's needed. We also increased the number of regular force personnel, including reserves as well, but included with that is civilian personnel that's needed to making sure that the Canadian Armed Forces is supported well. Procurement is a very important piece to this, to making sure we have the right number of personnel to be able to handle the procurement projects. Thank you.
Will be the end of the first round. We'll now go to resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Chair. As I said earlier, it's a great pleasure to be with you today, and I would like to congratulate you, as well as your Chair, for your nomination. And this allows me to discuss with members of the Committee of the Whole regarding the supplementary estimates that were recently tabled. As you probably know, the supplementary estimates describes the financial needs that were insufficient in the main estimates tabled last spring. The supplementary estimates can also include projected spending that was part of the main estimates, but that was updated to take account of the evolution of certain programs and services. Chair, I would like to give some context around this, particularly for the new members of the House. The first main estimates was presented to Parliament in the spring, but this changed when the Parliament approved a pilot project for 2 years to create new opportunities for parliamentarians to update to their spending projects. One of the advantages of this project is that things could be included in the main estimates, allowing members of all parties and Canadians to see how estimates were reflected in the Finance Minister's budget as well. And this year's supplementary estimates included $5.6 billion in spending announced in the spring 2019 budget. Departments attained the necessary power from the Treasury Board to implement 82% of the financing announced in the budget.
Estimates following the budget, the tabling of the first supplementary estimates would occur later in the year, and those are the supplementary estimates we are here to discuss tonight. We will review with opposition parties the results of the pilot project as we continue to work towards improving how we report to parliamentarians and Canadians, and how we can be even more transparent on government spending. Turning to the estimates themselves, as tabled in Parliament, the supplementary estimates A, 2019-2020, include a summary of the government's incremental financial requirements, as well as an overview of major funding requests and horizontal initiatives. The document also outlines new authority requirements and structural changes, funding details by organization, and a proposed schedule for the appropriation bill to be introduced in this chamber in the coming days. Dans le cadre de l'engagement
Now, under the government's commitment to transparency, more information on supplementary estimates will also be available online. That information will include, among other things, a detailed list of payments made and outlined in the supplementary estimates, as well as details such as staff, professionals, transfer payments. I am certain that committee members know that transparency is much more than publishing information. Steps must be taken to make that information relevant to Canadians. We have put information online, and that reflects our commitment to all Canadians in order to help them understand where public funds are going and how they are spent.
These supplementary estimates make it clear that the government is investing in addressing key priorities identified by Canadians themselves, including strengthening and enhancing prosperity for middle-class Canadians and thereby growing the economy, supporting our veterans, and continuing to take meaningful action on climate change. We expect these estimates to be the first of suit of two supplementary estimates this fiscal year before we introduce the main estimates for 2020-21 by March the 1st. Les dépenses.
Statutory spending is different because one does not need approval by Parliament. They are authorized through approval via legislation. The idea is to provide Parliament on spending details by the government. $4.9 billion will be provided to 39 organizations. A good part of those funds will go to Veterans Affairs. That is an investment of $67 million to make sure that our veterans have access to the programs and the services that they need and that are based on their needs. $101 million will be for the suit on disability pensions. $116 million will be spent on compensating RCMP members who were injured while on duty. $296 million to Global Affairs Canada to help developing countries adapt to climate change will also be spent, and $165 million will be provided to Transport Canada for the incentive program for zero-emission vehicles. $177 million will be provided to National Defence for the combat support armoured vehicles. Several million dollars also will be given to Global Affairs Canada for providing crisis funds in order to strengthen Canada's ability to respond to humanitarian crises. Furthermore, for the Secretariat of the Treasury Board, $467 million to negotiate collective agreements throughout government. I'd like to conclude by emphasizing how important it is that all parliamentarians provide a rigorous examination of how money is spent for Canadians. I'd like to thank you for the time provided, Mr. Chairman, and if any questions through you would like to be put, it would give me great pleasure to answer, as well as the officials who accompany me. Questions, the honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank my colleague. Earlier, you mentioned that in the estimates, there are funds for civil servants. Could you please give us a summary of that and of the collective bargaining that is currently ongoing? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I'm so happy to see her again in this House. She knows, like we do, that respectful work with the public service is the best way to guarantee service to Canadians. Canadians expect good service from our government, and that's what we do when we negotiate respectfully with our unions. There is still a lot of work to be done, however.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first-time home buyers program is incentive is a key in Surrey Newton. And today I noticed Employment and Social Development Canada is requesting funds for the first-time home buyer incentive program. Could the minister explain how these funds will be used?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a wonderful question for a wonderful opportunity to speak about the importance of helping the middle class, and especially younger middle-class Canadians access their first-time home. We were so pleased in September 2019 to introduce the first-ever first-time home buyers initiative, an incentive that gives younger middle-class Canadians the ability to buy their first-time home, to invest in their families, to invest in their children, in their communities, in their workplace, and therefore to grow the economy, which is a manner which is so helpful, both socially and economically.
Question, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Earlier during the day, the government announced that there would be a tax decrease for Canadians. I would like to give the minister an opportunity to elaborate on this. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to congratulate my new colleague. We are so pleased to have her with us. Unfortunately, she wasn't with us in 2016 because what she would have seen is that was the first time that we provided a tax cut to Canadians. It worked in 2016 all the way up to 2019, and it's going to continue with a further tax decrease for the middle class and those working hard to join it. That was announced today. 20 million Canadians will be paying less taxes. 49,000 Canadians will be able to be lifted out of poverty thanks to this measure. Question.
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister, in his previous capacity, did seniors a great service, in particular with the guaranteed income supplement, where he substantially increased that. Well, at the same time, now we see these tax breaks again for Canada's middle class. He can reflect on the tax breaks also. I shouldn't say tax breaks, the increases for the Canada Child Benefit Program, something in which he played a critical role in. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of why, when you take a look at all of these and take them together, why that's so important for Canada.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, may I express my gratitude to see my colleague again back in the House, an informed colleague, an experienced colleague who has witnessed in the past 4 years now the key phrase of investing in middle-class Canadians in order to grow the economy. We have demonstrated that in the last 4 years with Canada Child Benefit, investment in seniors, investments in childcare, investments in housing, investments in public infrastructure, in public transit, in protecting the environment. We have demonstrated that when we do this in a manner which is not only historically strong, but very cooperative with provinces and territories and municipalities, we achieve great results in Canada.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens encore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank my colleague once again for all the work that he has done over the past 4 years. We've seen those results. We've been able to lift more than 1 million people out of poverty here in Canada. So I would like to ask the minister once again if he could tell us a little more about how important it is to continue cutting taxes for Canadians. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you. Yes and no. You see, generally, cutting taxes would not be a good idea. We in the Liberal Party believe that we should target those tax cuts and help the people who are most in need, that is to say the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. Yes, in fact, more than 1 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty. There are over 1 million new jobs. People have more money in their pockets now than they did in 2015. We have the lowest unemployment rate in our history. So there have been many good things that have been done, many reasons to be proud of these, and significant investments that we want to continue making.
2 minutes left. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the supplementary estimates, the minister was talking about investment in veterans, and veterans have contributed a lot to our country. And we had done a study on veterans and their reintegration into society. So if the minister could explain how this money will help veterans move along.
Well, the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, it's extremely important to support our veterans at their time of need when it comes to transition. Transition is a very difficult time when members of the Canadian Armed Forces transition into civilian life. Putting the right resources and investments into making sure that we can cater to the right type of education benefits that have been provided, but also when it comes to trades training as well. So that adjustment period to making sure that when they do take off the uniform, they're going to be reintegrated into civilian life as effectively as possible. Thank you.
Questions? Probably one last question. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the previous capacity as a minister, was there to do the groundbreaking for 173 affordable housing units in Surrey Newton, and 73 of them are complete and people have moved in. And I would like to ask the minister, is that strategy going to continue and how it's going to help the homelessness?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to commend the member for Surrey Newton to have worked so hard for his community to benefit from the first ever national housing strategy, the first ever strategy that Canada ever had on housing, and it makes a big and very important impact in his ridings. I would encourage all members of the House to follow his model and to work closely with the government in investing not only in housing, but most importantly, investing in making sure that every Canadian has the ability to live safely and affordably.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to use my 15 minutes to put several questions to the Minister and his team. First, I would like to commend the Minister for coming with his officials to go through this exercise. I would say that's unusual. I think it's the first time that all votes are being debated at a time in this House. Now, I would like to start with the Infrastructure Office. There are no extra votes that have been allocated to this. Why, Mr. Chairman? Well, money voted in the previous budgets has not been dispersed. And on a related issue, I'd like to know if the government would commit to making this an automatic and unconditional transfer to Quebec, just as was intended with the gas tax before the changes were made. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would also congratulate him on being re-elected. Now, as you know, infrastructure amounts to provinces are based on formulae, and they are proportional to the population of each province. Provinces then decide how they want to spend that infrastructure money, whether it be for public transit, whether it be for green infrastructure, or whether it be for social infrastructure. Now, on our side, on the federal side, we wait for the provinces to tell us how they would like to spend that money. They consult with municipalities and they decide on their priorities, and then they tell us how and where they're going to be spending that money. We can't simply just hand it over until we know what they want it for and what infrastructure project they want it for. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, on the contrary, I think money could be transferred as a lump sum to the province, and then Quebec can decide with the municipalities how and what it wants to do, just like it was going to do with the gas tax. And that was a promise actually in 2015 on the part of the government to transfer this lump sum. Now, I'd like to move on to First Nations. Once again, the money isn't being dispersed. So how can the process be improved, accelerated, and better respect the governance of our First Nations? The Honourable Minister of the Crown Indigenous Relations. Thank you very much, and thank you for that good question. This is a very important issue for us. It's very important to us to have the right infrastructure, to have healthy infrastructure, and for all First Nations in our country to be safe and healthy. Minister Miller, this is a priority. That is to say, there was a promise under our program to provide a strategy and to have all the necessary infrastructure for all First Nations by 2030 after conversations with the First Nations about their needs. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Minister for her work, and I'd like to congratulate her on answering in French. So we can expect that money to be spent on the First Nations and that their governance be respected. Now, I'd like to move on to the Canada Revenue Agency. When we look at the budget, we see that it hasn't increased over the past 2 years. But in the House, during the last session, the Minister of Revenue kept telling us that the agency had invested $1 billion to fight against tax havens. So where is that money? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. We're very pleased to see him back in the House, and he is right in talking about the Canada Revenue Agency and the importance of it having the tools it needs to be able to fight fraud and tax schemes in order to make sure that the Canadians' tax system works for them and gets the money where it is. We need to be able to ensure that we be able to collect this money so that the Government of Canada can do its work. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I see. So the importance is being recognized. However, that haven is still wide open. Now, on the issue of tax havens, fighting tax avoidance and tax havens is very important. We see that there has been some progress. However, there's another problem with tax havens. That's the legal use. For example, Bay Street banks that can save billions of dollars a year by using these kinds of schemes. So what I would like to know is if the government is willing to make illegal what is unethical. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to add to what I said earlier, the agency has $1 billion more to be able to do that kind of work. I would like to recall, and I'd like to point out that over the past term, compared to the past few terms, the Canada Revenue Agency has more money now than it ever had over the 10 previous years. And the agency is going to continue to do this important work, important not only for the integrity of our system, but also trust in our system. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I see. So the $1 billion might have been spent, but I don't see it in the votes. Anyway, again, on avoidance and tax havens, there are web giants. They're often called GAFAM. Now, the government committed to a royalties process, and the Minister of Heritage said that over the course of the next year, this would happen. I would like the government to confirm that it will actually be doing this, and I would like it also to confirm that this money will be spent on culture and media. In other words, 40% for Francophone culture and media. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, web giants, yes, are a threat to small businesses and to culture, especially in some areas. Goals were set out during the campaign, and by 2020 probably, or rather at the beginning of 2020, because we will actually have the holidays first. But as soon as we come back to the House, the government is going to find the right way to make sure that everyone pays their fair share so that culture and other activities are adequately funded. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, that is good news, Mr. Chairman. Now, I'd like to ask a question about the government's intentions. When we have a federal program, but it deals with provincial jurisdictions, for example, a pharmacare type program, what I would like to know is whether or not the government would be willing to support an opt-out option with compensation, for example, with Quebec.
Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Mr. Chair, that's a good question. Once again, with leadership in Quebec regarding drugs that are crucial, it's extremely important. Extremely important to have conversations and negotiations with Quebec to ensure that all Quebecers receive the same level of monies for drugs as under a federal program. That's the basis. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, I would like to propose to the government that when the government creates programs that go under provincial jurisdiction, that if Quebec had an opt-out right with automatic transfer, that would make it easier to collaborate in this House. Now I would like to raise the question of healthcare funding more directly. Year after year, we've seen that Quebecers' priority is to have access to quality healthcare. Since the 1990s, when the federal government cut transfers to provinces, this became a priority because these services are underfunded. And I would like to ask the government if it's planning to increase funding to health, education, and social services. 5.2% per year was asked for by Quebec and the other provinces in order to respect the increase in prices in these areas, which is going up faster than the cost of living in general. This year, we will be providing more than $40 billion to provinces and territories to support our system. That is more than $6 billion more than the Harper Conservatives invested in their last year in power. And this is accompanied by funding for home health care and mental health care. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We've already heard that answer of quite a few times, even though we've just started sitting. So we would like to continue asking the government to increase funding in health. When we look at the real amounts, it may seem like a lot. And indeed, it is about half of the Quebec government's budget in health, and we're asking for an increase of 5.2%. Now, regarding seniors, there is an area of overlap in our election platforms. Our seniors have not been receiving enough support over the past years. Government support is stagnating when compared to the cost of living. For example, look at housing costs in seniors' residences. the government has committed to increasing OAS, and perhaps why not from the age of 65? The President of the Treasury Board. Yes, indeed, we have committed to helping seniors who are the ones who built the Canada that we have today. So investing in seniors also means investing in younger generations. I would like to just recall what we've already done. We brought the age of eligibility for the federal pension back to 65. We also increased the guaranteed income supplement, which helped 9,000 seniors. We also increased the Canada Pension Plan, which will decrease the number of seniors living in poverty. We invested in housing, $55 million over 10 years. Healthcare, $11 billion. We have done all sorts of things. Now, I'm being told to stop, but if there are any more questions, I'll be happy to continue. There are about 2.5 minutes left. The honourable member for Joliette. I won't be able to ask all the questions I wanted to ask, but there will be another space for the block to ask questions a little later. I have a few more questions regarding agriculture. I would like the government to confirm that our dairy producers will indeed be compensated for loopholes regarding supply management as announced in the last trade agreements, but I can't find the line where that's written in the last supplementary estimates, so I would like confirmation as to the amount announced. Where exactly, in what vote will these amounts be announced? And I would also like an assurance that egg and poultry producers will be compensated, an idea of when that might be. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The good news is that these payments are already being made. It is very important to recognize the crucial work done by these producers, both macroeconomically and locally. Many rural communities need these farmers in order to continue flourishing. The good news is that these investments are going ahead. The honourable member for Joliette. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thought I didn't have any more time. So I'd like to know if our public servants could help me by confirming on what line and what vote these funds are laid out. This money to compensate agricultural producers. I'd really appreciate that. Now, one last question on immigration. The budget of the Immigration Commission has almost doubled over the last 2 years, but backlogs are continuing. Why? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Chair, budgets have increased to enable us to respond more quickly to asylum seekers and immigrants. Our goal is to be able to process 50,000 files a year. At the Immigration and Refugee Board, we want to be able to act more quickly, allow the IRB to act more quickly, given that there are more and more immigrants arriving in Canada.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a great honour to rise in this place. I'm very honoured to have the opportunity to talk with my friend, the Minister of Crown Resources, Crown and Indigenous Resources. I will keep my remarks fairly short so we can make the most of this. I think of the Prime Minister saying that his most important relationship is with First Nation people. When I talk to First Nation families, they tell me their most important relationship is with their children. And what we're talking about tonight is the policies of this government that have systemically discriminated without caution and been found to be reckless discrimination against children who have died. These have consequences. I think of Azrea Coco Panance Akpi from Grassy Narrows, Amy Owen, Chantel Fox, Jolyn Winter from Wakapika, Kanina Sioux Turtle, Tiana Quiche, who was found in a brutal condition in the McIntyre Riverway, Courtney Scott from Fort Albany, who died a horrific death, Jenna Roundsky. And I think when I read the latest ruling against this government, they said no amount of compensation can ever recover what these children have lost. This case of racial discrimination is one of the worst, and it warrants maximum awards. So I have named a few of the children that I am aware of and whose family I've spoken to. APTN says that while this government was fighting the Human Rights Tribunal, 103 children died in care in Ontario. Can the minister tell us how many children died in care across this country while her government fought the Human Rights Tribunal?
Honourable Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his ongoing advocacy. Every child that dies in care is one child too many. This has been a national tragedy that is a key part of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It's a key part of really how failed government policies for generations have ended up in this terrible tragedy. Our government has decided with the families to actually do everything we can to not separate families and not have children in care. The legislation in C-92 will mean that communities will have the resources necessary to keep those families together, to get that child to the healthy auntie or the healthy grandparents. They won't have to live on their own, and to bring their children home. It is the children in care in unsafe circumstances in the cities of this country that are leading to this tragedy. This is about all, but also I want to assure the member that we have to compensate the people that were harmed by this failed policy.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
The question is how many children died while this government fought the Human Rights Tribunal? Thank you.
Sure.
Member opposite knows very well that the numbers that we have had on so many issues, including missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, are not good numbers. And that whatever number that he would give me, it's probably way higher, and it's got to stop.
The honourable member.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that from the minister, but the minister's legal brief from her government to the federal government says the opposite. It says, in paragraph 31 in their latest filing, there is insufficient evidence to demonstrate that any particular children were improperly removed from their home. Does the minister agree with her government lawyers?
The honourable minister.
I believe that we know that apprehension of the children, whether it's all of the class actions that we have settled on 60 Scoop, on Days, on all of these things, we know the children are safest when they're with their family or extended family or in their communities. I do believe that we need to find alternate ways to keep these children safe.
Member.
The question was, this minister's government has gone to federal court to quash a ruling that's found them guilty of discrimination, and they said that no evidence was produced that there were harms to children. Is that the government's position, yes or no?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we all know that children apprehended from their families do not do well. Children aging out of care do not do well, that we actually need to keep these families together. That has been the focus, as opposed to the money going to lawyers to apprehend children, agencies, and non-Indigenous foster families. We need these children supported at home in their community.
The honourable member.
So how much money has the government spent on their lawyers fighting the Human Rights Tribunal? If you don't want them.
The honourable minister.
I think the most important number, Mr. Speaker, would be that from $600 million that used to go to child and family, it's now $1.6 billion going to children, and we have no intention of fighting children in court. We want to get to the table and get them what they deserve.
Member.
I believe the minister in the House has to tell the truth. So either she's not telling the truth or her lawyers in federal court are not, because the lawyers in federal court has taken the position that this government, the Liberal government, has gone to quash a finding of systemic discrimination because they said there is no evidence with regard to adverse outcomes that flowed from being denied services. So the minister has told us that she knows again and again and again that services that have denied to children have hurt them, but her lawyers are saying the opposite. So who's not telling the truth here?
The Honourable Minister.
The approach of our government is to make sure that all children who were harmed by these terrible colonial policies will be compensated. But we also have learned from the Indian Residential School and 60 Scoop that the children who had greater harm or were in care longer, that these things need, and their voices, they want to be able to tell their stories. And like the class action on 1991 forward, we want to get to the table and get them what they deserve.
Member.
Well, actually, what the minister's lawyers are saying, which I want to let the people know, is completely at opposite what she's telling this House, and she's obliged to tell the truth in this House. They're saying that these children who are represented by the AFN, by Anishinaabe Nation, by First Nation Child and Caring Society do not warrant compensation because they have not been tested by the government to the, quote, precise nature and extent of harm suffered by each individual. So what is the minister going to do? Put 4-year-old children before her lawyers like they did to the St. Anne's Residential School survivors? How are they going to test these children for the precise harms so that they don't have to pay?
Minister.
I think the member opposite understands that the class action that's now being certified on the 1991 post-60 scoop up till the present day it tends to be the way that we sort these things out in terms of what is the appropriate care for the amount of time people were harmed and the degree of the harm. This is very important that families have a voice, the children have a voice, and that there is some assessment of really fair and equitable treatment and compensation.
Member.
I'm quite shocked because her lawyers are in court saying there's no evidence any children were improperly taken. How can she stand up and misrepresent her lawyers? Then they said there's no reason for compensation. They have said that in the hearings. So to say now that we want to quash a legal finding that the tribunal spent 12 years adjudicating, and this minister's lawyers say there was no evidence to prove what was found, which they said was reckless, willful discrimination. How can the minister tell us that it's better to have that ruling thrown out so they can fight children in court and make them testify each single one? That is what they want to do. How can she justify that?
Honourable Minister.
To say that I believe that in terms of the CHRT and the good work of Dr. Blackstock, that many good things have come out of this. This is Jordan's principle. 0 cases were settled. Now thousands of cases are settled all the time. This is very important. But in the case of appropriate compensation, I think that the appropriate place for that is with the class action, where there are representatives of the victims and the survivors who they can determine what is fair. I don't think that there is a way for fair and equitable compensation to be done without the voices of the people who were harmed.
We're at about the 5.5-minute mark. The honourable member.
Well, I'm really glad she raised Jordan's principle. That brings us back maybe 4 non-compliance orders ago. And for the minister's lawyers to say there's no proof that any child was harmed is a falsehood, because the ruling on Jordan's principle was about the death of Jolyn Winter and Chantel Fox when her government decided that they were not going to bother to fund those children. And at the Human Rights Tribunal, they were forced to implement Jordan's principle, because every single time this minister's government came, they said we were in compliance, and children died. So children died because of that. So to say some good stuff's been done, now let's throw out the Human Rights Tribunal ruling. How can this minister claim that they went along with Jordan's principle when the filing showed they fought it at every step of the way and children died?
Minister.
I think that, Mr. Speaker, that the member opposite knows that we work very hard to to be able to put in place Jordan's Principle. At the beginning, the motion that we passed here in the House was only for children on reserve with multiple disabilities and where there was a squabble between the federal and the provincial government. We are now getting the kind of care that kids need on and off reserve, particularly when there's only one disability, a mental health problem or addiction problem, but also there doesn't have to be a squabble. We have moved way beyond what was passed in this House, and children are better for.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member.
Children are certainly better for it. I agree with the Minister. But children are better for it because Cindy Blackstock, the AFN Nishnabeyasky Nation fought them at the Human Rights Tribunal while they were refusing and children died. They have met the Jordan's Principle because they have been forced to meet Jordan's Principle. So I want to refer to the latest human rights ruling. It says there is sufficient evidence that Canada was aware of the discriminatory practices of its child welfare program, that they did this devoid of caution and without regard for the consequences on children and their families. That's the finding after 12 years, when this government spent $3 million trying to block them at every step of the way. So how is it that we should say, let's crush that ruling, let's throw that finding out, and then fight it out in court, and trust that this government actually cares about children, when the minister's lawyers say children haven't been harmed? Prove it. Bring in those individual children, the 4- and 5-year-olds, so we can test them. And that the tribunal found that this government has acted with devoid of caution over the lives of children. That is the finding of the Human Rights Tribunal. Is the Human Rights Tribunal lying? Or is it the government who's misled the people of Canada on this?
Honourable Minister.
I think the Honourable Member knows that our government has a very good track record on settling the childhood litigation. Anderson, 60 Scoop, day schools, we are doing what is right, and it becomes, and with the compliance orders, as I explained to the member, that from what was Jordan's Principle and on a multiple disabilities only on reserve where there's a squabble, we've gone way beyond what that original vote in the House of Commons was that I voted for. So it is hugely important that we go forward, understanding we have to do the best possible thing for these children. The lawyers have agreed that we want to compensate. The Prime Minister wants to compensate, but we have to do it fairly in a fair and equitable way that also covers the children from 1991 to this day.
Honourable Member, this will be the last question.
They want to quash the ruling, Speaker. That is what they are in federal court to say. If you look at the Human Rights Tribunal ruling, there's point after point after point about how to make compensation work, and this government says they will not compensate, they will litigate. That is the government's position. So I'm astounded that the minister's in here telling us that this government cares about the children when the finding says willful and reckless discrimination against children who died. The children who died had to be named. When they said there was no evidence unless we brought individual children's names forward, well, individual children's names were brought forward because of their policies, and those children died, and children are continuing to die, and they will continue to die as long as this government refuses to do the basic funding, because our minister tells us the discrimination has ended. Well, that's not what the Human Rights Tribunal found, and that's not what any First Nation family in this country will believe.
Minister.
I think that First Nations, Inuit and Métis across this country are very grateful for Bill C-92. We actually have to allow, and in terms of asserting jurisdiction, that they can assert the jurisdiction to look after their own families with the adequate funding to be able to do that. We know that in terms of how you determine fair and equitable funding, our government didn't think that we would be able to get that done throughout an election and by this week. So it is really important, and the January 29th date is coming up. But I am hearing from families they want this to be fair, and they feel that there has to be a negotiation at a table to actually determine what is fair.
Debate. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Monsieur le Président.
Chair, I'm pleased to rise before the committee tonight to discuss the supplementary estimates A and to discuss expenses related to my files.
It allows them to safely and efficiently reach their destinations and receive goods for their daily lives. Businesses and customers expect a transportation system they can trust to deliver resources and products to market and for the jobs that they depend on. Le dossier du transport.
The transport file has other areas such as ocean pollution, safety and security of the public, and economic prospects for all Canadians. Overall, transportation activities account for roughly 10% of Canada's GDP. Federal transportation includes Transport Canada, Crown corporations, and other entities that accomplish important work for Canadians. These federal organizations make our transportation networks safer, efficient, and environmentally friendly.
Canada, which includes the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, or CATSA, and Marine Atlantic, both of which are Crown corporations, is seeking additional financing resources through the 2019-20 Supplementary Estimates A. Transport Canada is seeking an increase of $227.1 million in these supplementary estimates. This includes $223.9 million in voted appropriations for 12 different items. At this time, I will focus my remarks on the department's three largest items. These are $165.5 million for the Incentives for Zero-Emission Vehicles program, $31.5 million to address Indigenous peoples' marine and environmental priorities regarding the Trans Mountain Expansion project, and finally $10.5 million for the Rail Safety Improvement program.
The incentive program for zero-emission vehicles to increase greenhouse gases contributes to a environmentally respectful network of zero-emission vehicles in Canada through purchase incentives. When the program was launched on May 1st, more than 30,000 Canadians and companies benefited from this incentive. Canada is committed to reducing its greenhouse gases by 30% with respect to 2005 levels by 2030. The incentive program helps us to achieve this objective.
Incentives, Transport Canada has had to advance funding from future years. Canadians understand that protecting the environment and growing the economy go hand in hand. The Trans Mountain Pipeline Expansion project has the potential to create thousands of good middle-class jobs and generate billions of dollars to help fund clean energy solutions. To address marine safety and environmental concerns raised about the Trans Mountain Expansion project by Indigenous groups, Transport Canada is leading on three measures that include providing Indigenous coastal communities with access to web-based maritime information, funding for marine safety equipment and training, and finally supporting a demonstration to advance low-noise and low-emission crude oil tankers servicing the Trans Mountain Expansion. This includes up to $30 million to support the Crude Oil Tanker Technology Demonstration Program, which will support the construction of next-generation quiet vessel tankers powered by liquefied natural gas. Reducing underwater noise and air emissions from those tankers will help mitigate the impacts of marine shipping on the environment, including vulnerable marine mammals such as the southern resident killer whale. Another $1.5 million will support the Enhanced Maritime Situational Awareness Initiative, allowing 3 more Indigenous communities to become pilot host communities. These funds will allow the department to continue to develop meaningful relationships with Indigenous communities through the project.
I'm proud to highlight that Canada's railway system is one of the safest in the world. And this is partially thanks to initiatives such as the Railway Safety Improvement Program that offers financing to improve rail transport safety and to reduce the number of injuries related to rail transport. It has taken many initiatives. It's improving roads and intersections by adding deviation sidewalks and routes, barriers, and other crossings. They've adopted innovative technology for security to detect data and communication. Research and studies are also being conducted to strengthen rail safety, and through the supplementary estimates, Transport Canada wants to reimburse the benefits, those who benefited from the financing that they are due but haven't yet presented a request for.
Transport Canada continue its work to protect and recover southern resident killer whales. This funding for the whales initiative would reduce the economic impacts on the shipping industry of an expanded voluntary vessel slowdown off the coast of British Columbia. Through a contribution agreement, the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority would administer funds to eligible vessel operators to offset the additional pilotage costs from participating in the slowdown. L'administration canadienne de la
The Canada Air Transport Safety Association is also seeking funding, and this deferred funding will help to create an explosive detection program and other projects to rationalize its activities with respect to control and safety. As under the Public Budget Implementation Act, the government is committed to funding air transport safety, and this association will become an independent and designated control agency that will be in charge of verifying air safety activities.
Constitutionally mandated ferry service to and from Newfoundland. This is a vital service for travelers as well as for the companies that do business in that region. It brings more than 1/4 of all visitors to Newfoundland, as well as 2/3 of all freight, including 90% of perishables and time-sensitive goods. Through these supplementary estimates, Marine Atlantic is seeking $3 million in 2019-2020 for fleet renewal to procure a new ferry. I'm proud to be resuming my role as Minister of Transport, in no small part because I'm proud of the ongoing achievements of Transport Canada and other federal organizations in this important portfolio. Nos routes, nos chemins de fer.
Our railways, ports, ferry services, and airports have to be integrated, sustainable, and allow Canadians and companies to access global market.
Is vital for our economy and for our quality of life. I'm looking forward to continuing the work we have done during the first 4 years, my first 4 years in this role. Ne fait aucun doute que les ressources.
Clearly, the resources requested in the supplementary estimates will allow us to continue this work. Thank you very much, Chair, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's certainly a pleasure to stand in this House for the first time. As you know, Mr. Chair, millions of Canadians use Canada's roads every day, and safety on those roads is of prime importance to everyone. Could the government update this House on how it contributes to improving the safety of roadways, road users, and motor vehicles in Canada to create a consistent national safety code framework across all jurisdictions?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for a question and congratulations on being elected in this election. Road safety is a very complex matter that is federal, provincial, and other levels of responsibility that are assigned to different groups. From a federal point of view, we're responsible for the safety of vehicles, of course, but provinces and territories have responsibilities with respect to road safety, the Road Safety Code. But we all work together, and we all work with the CCMTA. as well to ensure overall that we have a strong national safety code with respect to the use of our roads for transportation. And that is why we have a transfer program in place, and that transfer program allots funding to provinces and territories because of the work that they do, that we all do in an integrated fashion to ensure a strong regulatory framework for road transportation in this country. And in this particular case, in the supplementary estimates, we're asking for funding because we had not been able to complete an agreement on funding for two provinces, Quebec and Alberta, which are now complete, and we'd like to provide that funding to them.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under vote 35 and the supplementary estimates, the Department of Transport is asking for $350 million to deliver better service for air travelers. Could the Minister please expound on what these services are going to be?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and yes, there is no question that the Enhanced Passenger Protection Program is there in this particular case to ensure that when passengers go through an airport and get onto an airplane, that from a security point of view, that they're going to be well protected. And that is something that Canadians expect, and it is something that we need to provide. The program currently works with air carriers, of course, to screen passengers to and from and within Canada. And this is in respect of the Secure Air Travel Act list. And it is also managed by Public Safety Canada. The two of us work together. You've heard of the no-fly list, and these are measures that we are improving at the moment with funding as well to ensure that there will be fewer cases of rejected passengers in the future. But all of this is aimed at ensuring that when you go to the airport, Mr. Chair, and you go through the security, that when you get on board that airplane, that it is a secure airplane in terms of making sure that there are no threats to that airplane and to that air flight. Thank you.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his remarks. The Minister has heard from my constituent, former Côte Saint-Luc Councillor Glenn Nashin, amongst many others who have advocated for the idea of seatbelts on school buses. And I was wondering if the Minister could update this House on his progress on that file.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
It would be my pleasure to do so because it is an issue that is important to a very large number of Canadians. And I will remind all of us here that after the federal, provincial and territorial ministers of transport met last January, we decided to create a task force to look specifically on ways that we could improve safety in school buses. And this included looking at a whole number of factors, some of which are outside the bus, some of which are inside the bus, such as safety belts. So these are things that we have been working on. We have now produced a report which will be discussed with recommendations at the next gathering early next year of the ministers from the provinces and the territories, because we want to look at ways that we can improve it. Having said that, going to school in a school bus is the safest way for a child to get to school. Statistically, it is far superior to any other method. But if there are ways for us to continue to improve the safety of children in school buses, then we, as ministers of transport, must look at those, and that is what we are doing.
Time for a short question here. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
An honor to rise today in the 43rd Parliament. I would just like to ask, in the last 4 years, the government has made good progress on family reunification and reducing processing time for immigration applications, specifically in regards to spousal applications, parents and grandparents category, and the caregiver program. So can the Minister please expand on what important work has been done in this regard?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. With respect to the caregiver program, I would say the following. There's a high demand for caregivers in this country. And one of the things that we want to do is to process the applications for caregivers as quickly as possible. We have some challenges in bringing caregivers into this country because in some cases it means separation from their families living abroad. One of the things that we have looked into is to find a way to bring the families with them and to give them work permits and also student permits so that they can be unified with their with the caregiver who has come to Canada to work. So we think that this is a good approach to attracting more caregivers and also potentially, in the case of caregivers who may eventually become permanent residents, bring new Canadians into the country and provide strong caregiver capability across the country.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a pleasure to rise tonight as we debate Supplemental B estimates. Now, under Department of National Defence, I'll just say this, Mr. Chair, that I'll be asking all questions, no speaking, but under Vote 1A, operating expenditures is where we pay for the care and well-being of the Canadian Armed Forces, and we recently learned that the Minister of National Defence callously cut healthcare funding for our troops. Our troops, that if they require more care than what we can provide on a military base, need to go to public hospitals that are funded through the provinces. Now, this cut was made without consultation with the provinces, without consultation with us as parliamentarians. And so I'd like to ask the Minister of Defence when this decision was made to change the way hospitals are paid for the care of our troops.
La Ministre de la Défense Nationale.
Mr. Chair, I thank the member for the question, and as we had a discussion outside the House on this where I'll explain that, first of all, that all Canadian Armed Forces members will get the appropriate support. More importantly, that they do not pay for that support that comes from the Canadian Armed Forces. But at the same time, all Canadians should be paying for the same type of health care. You should not be charged more just because you wear a uniform. So what we're doing is making sure there's a fair and equitable discussion with the province as we move forward so that the Canadian Armed Forces member can get the appropriate care. Thank you.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, this is a long-standing social contract that exists between the Canadian Armed Forces and our provincial governments in the delivery of health care across this country, and that members of our Canadian Armed Forces are paid for out of the National Defence budget. And the cost of taking care of people who are not within the public health insurance programs that we have across this country is the cost that it is. That's how hospitals reach the decision how much they pay for visiting people who are not Canadians, who don't pay into our health insurance programs. But neither do the National Defence because they require often greater care. And so we do try to take care of them as best we can within the military hospitals that we have on base. But when they require extra services, when they require special attention and specialists, well, it's in the military's best interest to get those from the public hospital system that we have. So when was the date that this decision was made? When was it implemented? And will there be any opportunity to actually see savings that come out of this go back into our troops, or is this just another way to get cheap on the back of our soldiers?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, as the member opposite knows, and with the discussion that I had with him outside the House, where I explained in details, which he's also using as part of his questions. First of all, as stated, is that every Canadian Armed Forces members, if they requires medical support at a civilian hospital, they will get the absolute top quality for that support. More importantly, they will not be out of cost themselves. This is paid for through the Canadian Armed Forces. But as of right now, depending on the province, a Canadian Armed Forces member is charged 3 to 10 times more than a Canadian. And so what we have done is starting a discussion with the provinces so that we can come up with a fair and equitable solution, and then the funds for this will be used further to looking after our Canadian Armed Forces.
Well, Mr. Chair, Manitoba is saying that they're already out $1 million from the lack of funding from the Department of National Defence and taking care of our troops. The province of Ontario is out over $10 million. And we've heard some concerns that some hospitals may deny service to members of the Canadian Armed Forces. So I asked the minister, has he secured an agreement with the provinces to ensure that none of our troops fall through the cracks while he's going through this negotiation process?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair. I can assure the member opposite and all Canadians that every Canadian Armed Forces members, if they require the support, they will get it. And what we are doing is having a discussion so that we can come up with a fair and equitable solution on this, so that I think Canadians can also, look at the fact that Canadian Armed Forces members should not be charged 3 to 10 times more, depending on the province. And so we will have these discussions and making sure that Canadian Armed Forces members are looked after, and all at the same time the hospitals as well.
Well, member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, change gears here a little bit. Yesterday, Vice Admiral Alexander Moiseev, who's head of the Russian Northern Fleet, said in the Daily Mail, in the near future, we should expect a further increase in the military presence of the combined armed forces, and as a result, an increase in the likelihood of conflict. Russia considers building up its military potential in the Arctic zone as a necessary measure to counter possible threats and create favorable conditions for protecting national interests. Now, Mr. Chair, our adversaries are definitely challenging our sovereignty in the Arctic. It's more disturbing now than ever before, and we need to make sure that there is a plan to defend our Arctic. So, first and foremost, one of the things that we have to do in defending the Arctic and defending Canada and defending North America is the North Warning System. Does the minister have plans to upgrade and replace the current detection system that we have in the Arctic?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I'm glad the member opposite raised a very important topic when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty. This is something that we looked at very closely when we did our defense policy consultations, and to what is going to be needed to be strong in Canada, and also to work with our closest partner, the U.S. This is one of the reasons why we made sure that the entire defense policy now is fully funded, which now allows us, when it comes to our national shipbuilding strategy, the purchase of 5 offshore patrol ships. Plus, we were able to now purchase a 6th one as well. And just last year, the Coast Guard, we made as a government announced that the Coast Guard will also be getting additional too. We have put 3 additional satellites up that will also operate in the North Nanisivik refueling station, Mr. Chair. And when it comes to looking at the further aspects of the North Warning System, work is being done on this, but we're going to be looking at threats, not only from all the way up in the air, but we want to look at space, surface water, and underwater as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
No, the question was when, and we don't have a date or a time. And meanwhile, we have our adversaries like Russia building up their military presence. So we have detection, North Warning System has to be replaced. 2 is interception. Of course, we do that with our Canadian CF-18s. When are we going to replace the current fleet of CF-18s? Do you have a firm date on that?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, replacement of our CF-18s is a top priority for our government, and I'm actually very happy to hear that the member opposite in their party has also agreed that the competition is important for replacing our F-18. The competition is going extremely well. In fact, actually, when we did the analysis, talking about our Arctic sovereignty, we realized we actually needed more aircraft, hence the reason why we have decided on 88 and will be funding, which is fully funded. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
So the question becomes then, if the minister always talks about capability gap, which doesn't exist, if the whole idea is that we want to fly NORAD and NATO missions simultaneously, so the question becomes to the minister, when can we actually, as a nation, fly NORAD and NATO missions simultaneously, and do we have enough pilots to do so?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, absolutely. This is a very important talk to making sure that we live up to our obligations as a nation when it comes to our NORAD commitments, and also with NATO as well. This is one of the reasons why the competition for this project is extremely important. Also the reason why we're actually buying interim jets as well. But one thing we need to be very clear, Mr. Chair. Our obligations are very important. Our reliability as a partner on the world stage matters as well. And we're putting the investments into the right places to making sure that we live up to those obligations. Thank you.
Member.
Well, the minister had earlier mentioned the Arctic offshore patrol ships. The Harry DeWolf is way behind schedule already on being commissioned. We don't know when the entire fleet is going to be ready to go and be combat ready. But we have these ongoing delays. How is the minister and this government going to finally get things back on track so that we can get the Arctic offshore patrol ships built and protecting us in the north and get on with the surface combatants, because that's way behind schedule as well?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm glad the member asked the questions about our AOPS. In fact, actually, I was on the Erie to Wolf as it was conducting sea trials. A tremendous capability. There's a second AOPS in the water and a third and fourth one being built at the moment. This project is moving extremely well, and as they move and build the first one, those lessons are being transferred into the other builds, which is actually creating much greater efficiency. But when it comes to our Arctic defense, it's far more than just ships. We have to look at our satellites, which 3 new satellites were put up last year with the Canadian Space Agency under its control. Plus, putting the right research and development money into those key areas for surveillance is also equally important. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Well, we know that the radar constellation was really supposed to be 6 satellites, but we only got 3. Now, there's no wonder Canadians are a little bit cynical in everything that the Liberals have been saying about defence spending. And we know that in the first 2 years that they allowed $12 million to lapse or go unspent. And now we've just learned that another $7.79 billion in capital investment into our military has not been spent. Why is this government always falling short when it's buying the kit that our troops need?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I'm actually very proud to stand up to say that, one, the last 2 years, no money has been left on the table. In fact, one of the things that was very important when we talked to Canadians, Canadian defence industry, and also parliamentarians, is making sure that we continually improve our procurement system. What allows us now is some projects move faster. We are able to move projects sooner, like, for example, the lab support projects that we moved forward. And then in some cases, when projects we need to spend a little bit more time, gives us the flexibility to move that money around. But that money stays within defence to making sure that every project in the defence policy gets completed, because it is fully funded. Thank you.
We've got about 3.5 minutes left. The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can tell you that still Canadians are somewhat skeptical on whether or not the money will ever get out the door. They talk that it's there, but it hasn't been spent. And if it's not spent, then it's lapsed. And if they get to a point that they want to actually start making cuts for other reasons, like a downturn in the economy, this will be the first money to go because it hasn't been actually allocated and used. Now, NATO says that we're supposed to be spending more, and yet we just went to the NATO conference and the summit in London. And of course, we heard from the Prime Minister that in a press conference, he told NATO leaders that Canada was spending 1.4% on GDP. So I asked the Minister, was that truthful?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, when we launched our defence policies, one thing to making sure that this defence policy was whole is a commitment that we made that it was going to be fully costed and fully funded. And that's exactly what this policy does. A plan with 333 procurement projects in place for capabilities. Putting the right investments, making sure that we provide the right financial support into our defense, to invest in the right capabilities, to make the right contributions. Our defense spending will be going up to 1.48 by 2024. But more importantly, Mr. Chair, our contributions to NATO are equally important. That's something that we are back in Europe, in Latvia. We have an air policing task force right now, a naval task force that we're commanding, and also commanding the NATO training mission in Iraq for the second year.
The Honourable Member.
Well, what the correct number is that this year spending is 1.4 or 1.48. It's 1.31 of GDP. And of course, as the economy grows and if the money isn't rolling out the door, well, that means that those percentages are going to continue to drop. And right now, we're 5th from the bottom in NATO for the amount of spending that we're doing as a percentage of GDP. And we're not making the investments in our capital infrastructure according to NATO as well. So there's so much work for us to do. So is it any wonder that President Trump called our Prime Minister delinquent when it comes to investing in our military, and that ultimately what we're saying is two-faced?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I was in that meeting, and our defense relationship with the U.S. could not be stronger. And I'm glad the honourable member mentioned about when it comes to there's more work to be done. Absolutely. We also have to look at where we started with the significant cuts that were made with the strategic review and the deficit reduction action plan by when the member was in government previously, we started, our defense spending was, with NATO was at around 1%. And so we have substantial increase that we have made. Yes, there's a lot more work to be done, but we want to do it in a smart manner so that we can get the right capabilities for our Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Got time just for one short question and response. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we know, in the last Parliament, we learned of Vice Admiral Mark Norman getting treated very horribly by the Liberal government. And of course, they had to make a settlement and apologize for the way that they treated the Vice Admiral. Now, under vote 1A, there is a program called Funding the Better Transition Canadian Armed Forces Members, Veterans and their Families to Post-Military Life. Is that where the money to settle out of court with Mark Norman came from?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, supporting our families of our Canadian Armed Forces members is extremely important. And this is one of the reasons why we put the family of our members in our defense policy, so they can actually get what that policy allows us to give the right support. And something that is extremely important, because we ask our Canadian Armed Forces members to do very difficult things on our behalf, even when it comes to training. So we want to make sure that their family life is well looked after. Seamless Canada is another initiative, making sure that when members deploy overseas, they're tax-free regardless of the international operation. So we're very proud of the work, and we look forward to working with all members in all provinces in support of our Canadian Armed Forces members' families. Thank you.
The Minister might as well stay on his feet because we're at resuming debate, and the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to grab my speech here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations once again. I think this is our fourth time in Committee of the Whole together. I just want to say it's been an absolute privilege and an honor to be reappointed as Minister of National Defence to serve our women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces. And as I stated to many members, I welcome input from all members of Parliament in this House when it comes to serving our Canadian Armed Forces members. And I'm eager to continue implementing Canada's defence policy, Strong, Secure and Engaged. Strong, Secure and Engaged is a rigorously costed, funded, transparent vision for the next 20 years of our Canadian Armed Forces. We are increasing our spending by 70% to ensure that our women and men in uniform have what they need to do the important job that we ask of them. Because that work, it's not just about defense. It's about positioning Canada for success in an uncertain world. Canadians know that we can't be an island of stability in an ocean of turmoil. Eventually, those negative ripples of conflict will reach our shores. It is about promoting the values and interests that are core to Canada's prosperity and security. And it's about standing with our partners and allies as we put Canada's expertise to work on a global scale. Today, through our supplementary estimates, I'm requesting $463.6 million so that the National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces can continue their work. I make this request confident in the benefits and flexibility of the defence funding model. We only ask for funds when we need them. We make adjustments as the requirements evolve. Savings are reallocated, and earmarked funding is protected until we are ready to spend it. And we do not leave money on the table. These supplementary funds will allow us to continue implementing Canada's defence policy, directly supporting our people and their families, expanding our capabilities, and equipping our defence team to address the threats of the modern security environment. First, we must invest in our people and their families. A resilient, inclusive, and diverse defence team is critical to Canada's security, and we are proud of our progress to support our people. Just this summer, Bill C-77 received royal assent, marking a historic evolution of the military justice system and enshrining rights for victims into that system. And we're working to right past wrongs as well. The Canada Pride citations are a tangible way to recognize the contributions of former LGBTQ2 members whose service careers were cut short due to discriminatory policies. And 2 weeks ago, the federal court approved the final settlement agreement of the Canadian Armed Forces D&D sexual misconduct class action lawsuit. We hope that this settlement will bring closure, healing, and acknowledgement to our members who are harmed by sexual misconduct in the workplace. These are just a few of our efforts to ensure a safe, welcoming, and inclusive workplace. We also recognize the critical jobs our reservists play, which is why we restructured reserve pay to better align with the regular force, ensuring the same pay for the same day's work. And last year, we reintroduced the Veterans Service Card and stood up the Canadian Armed Forces Transition Group to better support Canadian Armed Forces members and their families alongside their journey. We will be building on these initiatives. We're requesting just over $179 million in voted and statutory appropriations to fund recruitment, retention, and other initiatives to support our people and their families, including competitive salaries and benefits, training, and expanded transition resources. Because investing in our people is not only the right thing to do, it is necessary to grow our defense team to the size it needs to be to face the challenges of tomorrow. So as we promised, it's something that we promised in SSE. Taking care of people also means equipping them to do their jobs. This summer, I was pleased to announce $250 million to upgrade reserve infrastructures across Canada over the next 5 years. So far in 2019-2020, we have invested over $440 million in major construction and maintenance and repair projects. And all infrastructure projects are done with an eye toward greening defense. While some parties continue to ignore the science on climate change and offer no plan to tackle this global challenge, our government is taking action against climate change. Our innovative energy performance contracts at wings and bases across the country are helping us to meet our climate objectives, while producing economic benefits for communities and creating significant long-term cost savings for Canadians. Our efforts to minimize our carbon footprint have put us on track to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. These estimates also include $27.7 million for our ongoing project to replace the jetties at CFB Esquimalt, so our Navy's infrastructure will be ready to accommodate the existing and future ships. But as climate change contributes to more accessible Arctic, we are also investing in the north. And that is why we're helping upgrade the Inuvik Airport runway, and why we have built the Nanisivik refueling facility. These investments do more than help us defend our sovereignty, and it also contributes to continental defense. These investments build relationships with our Indigenous peoples who live in the north. It helps us create jobs and economic opportunities and maintain access for all Canadians who live and work in those communities. Our new Arctic and offshore patrol ships and projects like over-the-horizon radar technology will enhance our operating and surveillance capabilities in that vast and challenging environment. These estimates include $8.3 million for remotely piloted aircraft systems to further enable long-range intelligence and surveillance in Canada and on deployments. We're requesting $26.4 million to ensure that our CF-18s remain operational and interoperable with our allies until our new fighter fleet is ready. And we are requesting $3.2 million to advance the Canadian Surface Combatant projects, along with $177 million to support and upgrade the Armored Combat Support Vehicle fleet. The latter highlights the flexibility of the Defense Policy's funding model, which is allowing us to begin this project 5 years sooner than anticipated. This will save us money that would have been spent maintaining an aging fleet. The project will benefit Canadians, supporting over 10,000 well-paying middle-class jobs across Canada. And even with all the right people and all the right resources, Canada cannot tackle modern defense challenges alone. Global instability is heightened by the effects of climate change and scarcity. Rapid advances in technology bring both opportunity and risk. We face threats to democracy and challenges to the rules-based international order. In this environment, we must be innovative and collaborative, working across departments, across disciplines, and across borders. That is why we are committed to being a reliable partner and a responsible global citizen. These estimates include roughly $42 million as Canada's contribution to support the NATO common services like military equipment and infrastructure. Our current contribution to NATO are significant. Commodore Kurtz is currently leading the Standing NATO Maritime Group 2. Major General Denis Carrion is leading the training mission in Iraq, and that we are also leading a battle group in Latvia, supporting our air policing in Romania, And we are rejoining the NATO AWACS program that was previously pulled out by the previous government. And this summer, we completed our United Nations peacekeeping mission in Mali and began providing tactical airlift support to other United Nations missions as part of Operation Presence Uganda. We continue to advance the Vancouver Principles and the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. As part of the LC initiative, the Canadian Armed Forces has partnered with Ghana Armed Forces to find innovative solutions to overcome barriers to women's participation in peace operations. But to grow representation of women in peacekeeping, it means increasing the number of women who serve in our armed forces. And that is why we are focusing on growing the representation of women in the Canadian military to at least 25% of the total force by 2026. So, Mr. Chair, I've barely scratched the surface of all the great work and collaboration happening across the security defense community as part of our SSE implementation. There's much more work to be done. The security challenges we face today are diverse, complex, and far-reaching. They pose serious threats to our collective security and prosperity. So it is imperative that we invest in the right equipment, capabilities, and initiatives to enable our women and men in uniform to do the difficult jobs that we ask of them. The additional $463.6 million is necessary to deliver on our commitments to support our people so they can continue to protect Canadians and advance peace and security at home and abroad. Merci.
Question. The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je remercie le...
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. And I'd also like to thank all the women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces for their extraordinary work. I, too, have family in the armed forces. And every day I see the incredible work that they do. I would like to ask the Minister, I know he went to the NATO meeting last week, and I would like to give the Minister the opportunity to tell us what Canada is doing within NATO and the extraordinary work that our allies are doing as well. I would like to ask the Minister once again to tell us about what Canada is doing to play its role. And when Canada plays a role, everyone benefits. I'd like to ask the Minister to tell us more about what we're doing within NATO, as well as about our allies. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The member from Acadie Bathurst for his question and his tireless support and advocacy for the Canadian Armed Forces. The 70% increase in our defence spending, Mr. Chair, has allowed us to invest in the right capabilities. And with the appropriate capabilities allows us to make the appropriate contributions. Because multilateralism is very important to our government, and it's also supporting NATO as part of my mandate as well. So now, with the contributions, we're leading a battle group in Latvia, commanding the Naval Task Group currently, and also leading the training mission in Iraq. 3 substantial NATO missions that we are currently leading on. We have air policing right now in Romania, plus the investments that we're making into the AWACS program, which is also extremely vital. So taking a leadership role is extremely important, and we set a great example for our allies, because not only with the contribution, they see an actual plan that's behind us that will take us into the well into the future. Thank you.
Questions? The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank the Minister for his excellent speech and for his leadership on national defence. My question is, we know that Canada is a world leader in terms of the proportion of women in its military and the areas in which they serve. Can the Minister please inform this House as to what are the forces doing to promote women as an integral part of the Canadian Armed Forces?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the member from Davenport for her tireless work in supporting the Canadian Armed Forces. When it comes to supporting our women, increasing the number of women in the Canadian Armed Forces is extremely important. For us to increase women on further operations, we need to increase our numbers. More importantly, we're also making sure that the inclusive environment we create to allow everybody to succeed. And I'm very proud. Currently, we have Commodore Kurtz, who's commanding the Naval Task Force in the Mediterranean for NATO. Major General Dean Carrions is commanding the NATO training mission, and we have a lot more leadership roles. And that's something we want to be able to foster, Mr. Chair, because research has shown when you have more women participating in conflict, we also reduce conflict as well. Thank you.
We have time for one more question. The honourable member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as this is my first opportunity to rise in this place, I just want to say thank you to all the residents of Brampton West for placing their trust in me once again. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the Reserve Force plays a vital role in enabling Canadian Armed Forces to be flexible and reliable military. Can the minister tell us how he ensures that we're taking good care of our reservists and who are ready to be called upon at a moment's notice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also want to thank the member from Brampton West for her question. Reserves play an absolute vital role in the Canadian Armed Forces. We're going to be increasing the size of the Armed Forces. And one thing I was extremely proud to announce that the reserve pay will be equal to the regular force. Reserves have played a vital role in the increased demand on domestic operations when it comes to tackling some of the challenges that have been when it comes to floods and fires due to climate change. We made the announcement to invest $250 million over the next 5 years on reserve infrastructure, something that's absolutely necessary. Some of the buildings need a desperate repair, and we owe it to our reserve force members. So when they do come to train, that they have the top-notch facilities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll direct my questions to the Minister of Transport. We'll keep them short and sweet. Can the minister confirm that all ministers have set up conflict of interest screens?
The honourable Minister of Transport.
I can speak for myself, but I'll have to get back to my colleague on that one.
Member.
Is Marine Atlantic an independent Crown corporation?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, Marine Atlantic is independent, and it assures the service between Newfoundland and Nova Scotia.
The honourable member.
Is the minister responsible for ferry acquisition?
There are a certain number of ferries that are federal, and we are responsible for overseeing that and funding the acquisition of those ferries.
Member.
Is the minister going offshore to purchase ferries from Marine Atlantic?
Minister.
Marine Atlantic has the latitude to make its own decisions with respect to where it will get its ferries. However, I would add that ferries for the Magdalen Islands to PEI, as well as between PEI and Nova Scotia, the Holiday Island, those are being replaced in Canada at Davie Shipbuilding.
The honourable member.
Did the minister sign off on an offshore deal for Marine Atlantic?
The honourable minister.
I have not.
Honourable member.
Is the minister aware of a national shipbuilding strategy was set up to revitalize the Canadian industry?
The honourable minister.
Yes, and I would say that this government has done more than the previous government to make that happen.
Honourable member.
I'll ask one more time. Is the minister aware of Marine Atlantic going offshore for the purchase of a ferry?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, we're in the early stages. In fact, in the sub-bays, we're allocating $3 million for that process to begin.
The honourable member.
Minister, with regard to the testing of the Boeing 737 MAX aircraft, we understand that reports are telling us or informing Canadians that the 737 MAX will be into the Canadian market in Q1 of next year, 2020. Will Transport Canada be conducting their own recertification?
Minister.
And, Mr. Chair, a number of false starts on that particular program. I will say to Canadians that I can assure them that the MAX 8 will not fly from, to, or over Canada until it is certified to be safe by Transport Canada.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, will Transport Canada be relying on testing of foreign nations or the relevant agency to recertify the aircraft?
Honourable minister.
We will do our own work, and if we have to put in different procedures or training, we will do so. But we are working with other regulatory bodies, such as the FAA, the EASA, which is the European equivalent, and also the Brazilian regulator.
Member.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, where are the funds allocated for this recertification?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, through regular A-based spending.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, through you to the minister, the disaster which killed 157 people on board, including 18 Canadians, was the second MAX crash in less than 5 months. UK, EU, Australia, India, South Korea, Mongolia all grounded that aircraft prior to Canada. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
You'll have to ask them, Mr. Chair, through you. My colleague will have to ask them.
The Honourable Member.
What type of answer is that?
Mr. Speaker, that's the Minister of Transport who's responsible for grounding that aircraft here in Canada, the safety of Canadians. There was an outcry at that time. I'll ask you again, through you, Mr. Speaker, the Minister, why did it take this Minister so long to ground that aircraft?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a clear question. We made our decision based on evidence that indicated that the performance, and this is satellite evidence, the performance of that aircraft resembled that of the Lion Air crash that occurred 5 months before. I can't speak for why other countries made their decision and whether they based them on any evidence.
Honourable Member.
But the fact remains that this Minister took time, further time than other carriers to ground that aircraft, potentially putting aircraft or Canadians further at risk. Minister, the train derailment in Saskatchewan last night emphasizes the need to do more. How much has your government put aside for crossing safety?
Honourable Minister.
My government, and as I've been fond of saying, rail safety is my #1 priority. And now that I'm in a new mandate, I'm glad to say again, rail safety will continue to be my #1 priority. We are currently looking at the derailment that occurred in Lanigan, Saskatchewan. It's too early at this point to say what has happened. But if my honourable colleague wants a list of the things that we have done since the 2013 Lac-Mégantic rail tragedy, I'd be happy to provide it to him.
Honourable Member.
We know, Mr. Speaker, that through the SUPSA that the Minister has put aside $165 million for green vehicles. How much has he put aside for rail safety?
The Honourable Minister.
We are continuously improving rail safety in this country. In the SUPS, which is what we're here to discuss, we mentioned $10.1 million for what's called the RSIP program, the Railway Safety Improvement Program, which is specifically focused on crossings and improving the safety at those crossings.
Honourable Member.
The Minister's Department has remained firmly in study mode regarding rail safety. When can we expect this Minister and his department to take firm action?
The Honourable Minister.
So if I have the opportunity to speak at length, I can begin to tell my colleague what we have done in terms of improving safety in this country. I'll start off by saying, you can interrupt me, Chair, when you want. We have new standards with respect to the safety of tanker cars. We have implemented key routes limitations for those transporting dangerous goods. We have implemented the installation of LVVRs, which are locomotive video and voice recorders inside. I am presently looking at the issue of fatigue amongst engineers and conductors on our trains. We have also started other initiatives with respect to trying to improve rail safety. We've increased the number of inspectors that inspect the 41,000 kilometers of rail line that operate in this country. And I can provide an exhaustive list to my colleague who just said that we've been asleep at the switch.
Honourable Member.
Will the Minister table those documents with this House?
The Honourable Minister.
Those documents are actually available online. I was just going to do him a favour by printing them and giving them to him.
Honourable Member.
If the Minister is willing to do that, we'll take him up on his offer. Mr. Speaker, some railways in Europe and U.S. have train controls that sound an alarm or even stop the train if the crew isn't paying attention. However, similar technology has not been implemented under this Minister's watch. Why?
Honourable Minister.
Glad to tell my colleague that we are looking very seriously at what's called enhanced train control. We think this is the new way to use technology to make train operations safer, and we are working with both the Class 1 main railways, CN and CP, to try to develop the technologies that will be used in the future to ensure greater levels of safety.
The Honourable Member.
One of the biggest concerns for the rail workers that were on strike just recently was railway safety and their own safety. The TSB has directed 16 rail safety advisories and information letters to this Minister resulting from employee concerns about fatigue, and he hasn't responded once. Why?
Honourable Minister.
responded, Mr. Chair. Of course, we did a big initiative with respect to pilots and fatigue with pilots, which came into force last year. And I had said at the time that I would turn my attention towards rail operators. I'm talking about those working that he's talking about, and as well the marine industry, because fatigue is recognized as a contributing factor to some of the accidents, and the TSB has been quite rightly pointing this out to us, and we are acting on it, and we have begun acting on it now for close to a year.
Member. 10th railway worker of fatality in less than 24 months took place in my province of British Columbia just last week. What is the minister doing to rectify this issue?
Honourable Minister.
My heart goes out to that 10th CP worker who lost his life in a rail yard, and we are currently investigating what the cause of that was. And when we have determined what the cause of that was, if there is action to be taken, we will take that action.
Honourable Member.
For runway incursions from 2013 to 2017, NAVCAN recorded an average of 445 runway incursions each year. There were 21 high-severity events in each of the past 2 years. Any of these could lead to a loss of life. The minister is spending $165 million on green vehicles. Why doesn't the government care about airline safety?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the government does care about airline safety, and in fact, Canada has one of the safest records in the world, but there's always more that we can do, including runway incursions and other issues such as runway and safety areas, and we're working on all these to try to increase even more the safety in the airline business.
Deputy.
Minister, if your government doesn't step up, it's only a matter of time before a catastrophic accident occurs. What are the Liberals doing to implement a more aggressive hazard identification regime?
La Ministre.
I would ask my colleague to define to me what he means by a hazard identification regime.
La Deputy.
There are all kinds of improvements that can be implemented for pilots, whether it's runway status lights, direct-to-pilot warnings. These things exist in 23 other countries, yet this minister has yet to implement them here in our country. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
In fact, Mr. Chair, we are doing a great deal in the airline business. I'm very proud of the fact, and this was a long haul, of the pilot crew duty day and fatigue regulations that we put in after a great deal of interaction with the airlines. We also are very proud of the ACAP program, which is the Airport Capital Acquisition Program, which is specifically focused and has been in existence for many years, and under the previous government as well, which also supported it, which is specifically focused on safety at airports, and that includes lights and runway conditions and equipment to make sure that ice is removed and sometimes fences to prevent animals from going in there. I know my colleague knows quite a bit about airports, and he will know about the ACAP program, some of which we funded in Prince George, which happens to be where he lives.
The Honourable Member.
Still not up to the par that the previous government invested in that airport, but maybe we'll get there. Will the government consider in-cockpit electronic awareness aids?
Honourable Minister.
I won't answer that specifically, but I will say in a generic way that we look at all ways that we can improve the safety of flying operations, including what's in the cockpit and what is available to pilots to do their job safely.
About 3 minutes left. The Honourable Member.
Will the minister commit to providing federal funds to expand Highway 1 from Langley to Chilliwack? This is one of the most crowded major highways in Canada, with one of the most highest numbers of incidents of accidents.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
For the clarification of all listeners, Canada, the federal government is responsible for highways that go through national parks. Other than that, it is a provincial or territorial responsibility to take care of the roads.
Honourable Member.
Will the minister commit to partnering with the province of British Columbia on the expansion of Highway 1?
The Honourable Minister.
As I say, we respect jurisdictions and areas of responsibility. I'm always ready to speak with my counterpart, in this particular case, Minister Trevena, on ways that will help to improve safety, although that is, once again, a provincial responsibility, but I'm certainly ready to make her aware of concern that has been expressed to me.
Honourable Member.
how much money has been allocated for alleviating the concerns and the challenges with the no-fly list?
Honourable Minister.
So a great deal has been put into this. We're talking, I don't have the precise amount, but it's in the tens of millions of dollars to try to ensure that that we're not going to be in a situation in the future where certain people with certain names are removed and not allowed to fly. At the same time, we must, of course, make sure that we keep a no-fly list that has people that we definitely don't want to see flying. But the investment that we are doing in public safety is leading that, but working with Transport Canada is to find a better way to avoid refusing an air ticket to somebody who happens to have a name that is the same name as somebody on the no-fly list. And that's been happening too long, and we have committed the funds to correct that problem.
Question, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Minister for Cariboo Prince George.
Will that fix the no-fly list challenges, or will that alleviate the challenges that are there?
Honourable Minister.
I am confident that it will solve the problem because the basis on which we will make decisions and the decisions will no longer be in the hands of the government, and I'm confident that this will solve that problem.
Okay, that'll do it for that round. We'll go to resuming debate. I could say I'm just about to switch shifts here, and one of our other chair occupants will be taking over. But mes compliments aux députés.
My compliments to the members and the ministers for their presentations, for the questions and answers. An extraordinary exchange. Thank you. Now, resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Yes. Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that we come together this evening on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. This evening, I'd like to talk about the government's commitments to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and how items included in the Supplementary Estimates A 2019-20 support our shared journey of healing and accelerate self-determination for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in Canada. As we begin this new session of Parliament, I would like to reiterate that our government's commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous people is as strong as ever. This government continues to place the utmost importance on the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. Reconciliation is too important to be a partisan issue, and I look forward to working with all parliamentarians across party lines to make significant and tangible progress on this journey. A significant demonstration of our commitment is the fact that I addressed the committee today as the federal government's principal interlocutor with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, but not as the Minister of Indian Affairs. I'm delighted to say that I was the very last minister to carry that title, and this past July, the Order in Council was finalized to dissolve the archaic department known as INAC and establish new ministerial responsibilities for the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and the Minister of Indigenous Services. Indian
and Northern Affairs Canada was a vestige of the colonial era. It was created to apply the Indian Act, and it was not at all adapted to support Indigenous peoples or to set up partnerships and relationships with their history, their situation, and their particular aspirations.
Been able to accomplish working in true partnership with Indigenous peoples. Together, we have made significant progress, but we still have much work to do. We must keep moving forward with a new level of commitment, determination, and partnership. Above all, we must continue to build trust through stronger, more collaborative relationships with Indigenous peoples, relationships founded on respect, cooperation, partnership, and above all, the affirmation of Indigenous peoples' inherent and treaty rights. The government's commitment to renewed relationships means working to support Indigenous capacity building and Indigenous peoples' vision of self-determination, including in the areas of fisheries, oceans, aquatic habitat, and marine waterways. These supplementary estimates provide $171 million to 3 organizations to advance the government's reconciliation strategy. The first item is $132 million to Fisheries and Oceans to implement agreements signed in August 2019 with Elsipogtog and Esquimalt First Nations in New Brunswick and the Malecite of Viger in Quebec to advance reconciliation in the fisheries and to continue engaging with Indigenous communities and stakeholders on fisheries policies. The 10-year interim fisheries implementation agreements reaffirm our shared commitment to advance the recognition and exercise of these First Nations fishing and harvesting rights, a meaningful step towards self-determination.
These agreements were reached in a spirit of collaboration and are based on the long and hard work of First Nations to ensure that everyone in these communities have job opportunities in fisheries.
Is $37 million to Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs to implement the Haysitut incremental house post agreement. In July, I signed this reconciliation agreement with the Heiltsuk Chief Marilyn Slett in Bella Bella on British Columbia's Central Coast. The reconciliation agreement addresses the priorities that are the most important to the Heiltsuk: self-government, housing and infrastructure, economic development, and language revitalization and preservation. I was interested to learn that Haysitut is a Heiltsuk word that means to turn something around and make it right again. It's the perfect word for this reconciliation agreement. The road that Canada and the Heiltsuk Nation have traveled has not always been easy. Canada put up many roadblocks along the way. What's changed is now Canada's listening, and we're taking our lead from the First Nation. The third item is $2 million to Parks Canada, support the negotiation of 3 components of a rights and reconciliation agreement with the Mi'kmaq, Malecite, Wolastoqey, and Passamaquoddy. It used to be Passamaquoddy. Pescotomakati First Nation, the stewardship of cultural and natural resources, the co-management of areas of mutual interest, and the pursuit of a moderate livelihood. At Parks Canada, natural and cultural heritage places, established before 1982, the removal of Indigenous peoples from traditionally used lands and the cessation of harvesting and cultural practices have resulted in profound cultural, spiritual, and economic impact to individuals and communities. The rights reconciliation agreements would include elements of harvesting and resource conservation and support capacity building initiatives for the management of cultural resources. These resources support changes to existing monitoring, resource conservation, and planning processes, and the move towards the cooperative management of ecological and cultural resources. Chacun devrait se demander ce que
What does reconciliation mean for us? It's a question we should all ask. And how can we contribute to advancing reconciliation in our own way? Reconciliation is a journey that must be guided by listening and then action based on what we've learned.
Century and a half, Canada wasn't listening. Instead, it put up barriers to true partnership with Indigenous people, and look where it has gotten us. We have to make the relationship right again. We need to embody the Haysitut word of the Heiltsuk peoples to turn something around and make it right again for all First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and indeed, a better future for all Canadians. This will only happen if we accelerate the progress to self-determination and self-government for all Indigenous peoples, based on how they want to define and govern themselves, and how they want the relationship with the Crown to be. We are determined to get this right, to work with Indigenous peoples to break from the unacceptable status quo and build the Canada of tomorrow, a better Canada for everyone. Chi-miigwech. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Don Valley East, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her presentation. You know, we understand that in the Indigenous community, the youth across Canada, their youth population is the fastest growing population. And I'd like the Minister to basically help us understand where the supporting Indigenous post-secondary education money, where is it going to go? Because lack of educational opportunities is really creating a problem for the communities.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank the member for the question. It is so important to all First Nations, Inuit and Métis, that education, as Murray Sinclair has said, education got us into this mess, and education is going to get us out of this mess. I think in the prairies they talk about education as their buffalo, that this is the way that they will move forward. And it is, again, as we've increased the funding for post-secondary, I think it's going to be ever increasing that it viewed as an Indigenous right, that we have had processes where the continuing students have first dibs at this, then the high school leavers. But I think we all know we've got to do more, because it's sometimes the young moms who want to go back to school to become a social worker, become a nurse, and that we know we've got to do better at this. But we also know that the tuition is not, and housing's not the only thing, that with Indigenous students, there needs to be childcare, there needs to be transportation back and forth to their communities, and I think we want to work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis and make sure that happens.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the things that the Minister has done on the Indigenous file. You know, the area of Winnipeg North that I represent, I suspect has somewhere in the neighborhood of about 18 to 20% of Indigenous people. There are many issues that are there. One of the greatest challenges, and she's made the reference to it, Madam Speaker, in terms of the education and the importance of education. I think of the high school Children of the Earth or other high schools like R.B. Russell School that are really putting in fantastic programs to try to get more young Indigenous people to graduate. And I just wanted to know, in terms of how, from the Minister's perspective, important it is that we recognize Indigenous leaders, school divisions, different levels or stakeholders getting behind and showing the support that's so absolutely critical to ensure that somehow we can lift more or assist in lifting and supporting Indigenous leadership in making sure that young people are getting the type of education that's going to be so critically important to their future.
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you very much, and I think that the situation in Winnipeg is very, very critical to as an example of how we go forward. That even in Winnipeg, it's going to be important for Indigenous children and youth to see themselves in the programming, to be able to speak their language, a proud, a secure personal cultural identity. We know that is what is the key to success. We also know that sometimes when we worry about high school leaving, that in some of the schools where they've actually got graduation coaches or consultants, where if you start by assuming every child will finish high school, you can actually turn around what had been the expectation previously. But I also think that the kind of on-the-land programming and immersion programming is also what we're hearing from the leaders in terms of whether it's in the summers or the ways that we can make sure that this feeling proud, a proud First Nations, Inuit or Métis student is the way that we go forward as we build the role models and the other examples of as they can see themselves in these people that are now scientists and doctors and lawyers, but also guides on the land and all kinds of things as they walk in both worlds.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dan Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I appreciate what the Minister for Crown and Indigenous Services was talking about, that INAC was the last bastion of colonialism and that the Indigenous communities want to take charge of their lives. So under Vote 40, improving assisted living and long-term care, how will that money help the Indigenous communities lead a culturally sensitive long-term care?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for that question. And I think as we have gone to communities coast to coast to coast, way too many elders had to leave their communities in order to get the kind of care they wanted. And so as we have begun to build the kind of accessible homes, but also to be able to have seniors' homes, but also the idea of assisted living and being able to, so that elders can stay in their community and be those knowledge keepers that the young people look up to, it's just heartbreaking to be in some of the northern Ontario communities and realize to be seeing their loved ones in a hospital bed in Thunder Bay, that it just breaks your heart. And even though that wasn't a line item that INAC used to pay for, in listening to communities, that this is why we've moved forward on this.
Time for a very brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And then again, I would follow up with a couple of the initiatives that we had passed in the last session dealing with Indigenous languages and how that is a very positive piece of legislation that passed through. We also did the child welfare reforms for foster care. And I'm wondering if the Minister in particular could comment on the latter one, but also, if there's time permits, on the importance of the language also.
Minister has 20 seconds.
These were the first two pieces of legislation that actually incorporate the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and it really is about that asserting of jurisdiction, Canada's responsibility to help protect those languages that are all at risk, but also, as we heard from the member from Timmins James Bay, the present system hasn't worked. And it will only be when First Nations, Inuit, and Métis have control over their child and family services that get them out from under the Indian Act that these children...
Unfortunately, I have to cut off the Minister. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I look forward to working with you. Maybe we can start with a bit of clarification here. The online sources and uses table for the 2019 budget says that the $66 million for boil water advisories was allocated, but the line item in the authorities to date in the supplementary estimates A was empty. Can you tell us whether or not it was allocated?
The Honourable Minister.
I will certainly get back to you. I didn't see that. Sorry, to the member opposite. We are on track to get the long-term boil rot advisories lifted by March of 2021. We are on track to do that. We had the significant investment in the 2016 budget. We've had to top up every year, but that money is getting out the door, and these boils...
I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Minister. Your department and the Parliamentary Budget Office are at odds over the true cost to get water and wastewater to Indigenous communities up to the same standards as the rest of Canada. Why is that?
The Honourable Minister.
I think, Madam Speaker, and to the member opposite, there is a lag from the design phase to the implementation phase, feasibility studies. And so the reason in the past things didn't work was because they had budget for 2 years at a time. As soon as we were able to give 5-year budget, then the communities were able to plan properly, and that we've been able to do the kind of system that they've asked for.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake Brock.
Any other contingency plans in place if it fails, the current plan?
A brief answer from the Minister.
Thank you. And the water systems is in the A-based funding, and that's not why it's not in the subs today. But it has been that by really focused on our promise and our commitment to get all the long-term boil water advisories lifted by March 2021 has meant that in successive budgets, if we've had to put in more money to be able to get to that target, we've done that.
I would just ask the minister to maybe to ensure that she's looking at the chair so she knows how much time I'm allowing. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, speaking of money, according to the Ontario First Nations Technical Services Corporation, the plan in place won't scratch the surface of the issues facing these Ontario Indigenous communities. Minister, why are your numbers so far out of line with the ones being presented?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, I don't know quite what the member is referring to and out of line, but thankfully in this the platform commitment to get all infrastructure needs up to what communities need by 2030, the needs assessment will begin, and we will get that done.
I just want to remind the honourable member as well to address it to his questions to the chair, not to the minister. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of Grassy Narrows, the minister has committed to building a community centre, building a care home. When will that happen?
The honourable minister.
Thanks very much. As you know, the expansion to the current health centre has already happened, and I think the minister has been in conversation with the community, and that care home will be built.
Our member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Speaker, there are estimates that indicate that if the standard from the Ontario water regulations were applied to First Nations people in this province of Ontario, you would double the number of boil water advisories overnight. Can you explain why there are lower standards on those communities?
Again, I want to remind the member to address his questions to the chair. The honourable minister.
For the member opposite, the standards are with provincial regulations. That is what all communities have to abide by. Our Circuit Rider program trains people to get to that standard, and I would say if you were in any community, you would see those water plant operators so proud of the work they're doing. There is nothing lower, any lower standard that I'm aware of.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. How many First Nations communities are suing the government for inadequate water supply?
The honourable minister.
That is a very interesting question in that I believe that we as a department have a very good relationship with the communities and are working very well with them to get them the kind of water treatment plants and long-term solutions that they require.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. Do you have a number?
Minister.
No, I don't. I think that we're trying to get out of court and to the negotiating table, and we'd like to work with those communities.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Chair. Can the minister explain why of the 85 long-term advisories that have lifted, nearly 40% have been placed back on short-term advisories within weeks or months?
The honourable minister.
I think I need to explain to the member that a long-term drinking water advisory is one that lasts more than a year. That means that we are always working with communities, from power outages to all of the things that happen in all of our communities, to actually temporarily have a boil water advisory. We have also prevented 130 communities from
the honourable member.
Thank you, Chair. Can the minister confirm or at least explain, are short and medium-term boil water advisories tracked and reported at the same standard as the long-term boil water advisories?
Answer from the minister.
I will have to check, Madam Speaker, with Health Canada, who tests the kinds of these systems. As you know, we absorb the ones that are also at gas stations and other things that aren't direct responsibility of the federal government, but we are always looking because we want to prevent long-term drinking water advisories.
Member.
Thank you, Speaker. Leaders from 5 Dene First Nations communities in northern Manitoba and Saskatchewan are slamming the federal government for suddenly backing away from a land resource deal after concerns were raised with Indigenous groups in Northwest Territories. This is known as the North of 60 Agreement. Now, the information we have from the Dene people is that they were told at the 11th hour that negotiations were off, even though they were on their way to sign the agreement. Why was that?
The Honourable Minister has 25 seconds.
Thank you for that question. And I think that as we look towards going forward with in order to stay out of court, we have an obligation with Section 35 consultations to make sure that neighbors and other governments are comfortable. And I think we're back on track. And it is. I think that there will be good news shortly.
Our member.
Thank you, Chair. This process has been going on for 18 years. Why weren't these concerns addressed beforehand?
A brief answer from the Minister.
Yes, I think the member needs to understand until there is a conversation to get to a temporary agreement, that then you consult on what that agreement has been with the neighbors in terms and the Section 35 rights holders as well as the other jurisdictions.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Will the Minister consider working with Indigenous nations such as the Chehalis and the Stolo peoples and construct a regional health centre in Harrison Mills? That's in the riding of Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Brief answer from the Minister.
Well, I'm sure that the Minister of Indigenous Services and the BC region would be more than willing to entertain a conversation about whatever the people need.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. We are going to move to the Fond du Lac Airport. I think the Minister might remember December 13th, 2017, there was a serious crash. 22 passengers, 3 crew members on a Westwind Aviation flight crashed shortly after takeoff. Infrastructure Canada and the Indigenous community have been working to secure funding to upgrade to that airport. That funding has not yet started to flow. Can you tell us why?
Again, I'd ask the member to address his questions to the chair. The Honourable Minister has 25 seconds to respond.
Well, that was indeed a terrible tragedy, and I certainly remember meeting with the leadership, and we will continue to work to get that airport fixed.
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you, Chair. Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families, something that has received a lot of support in this House. Minister, the throne speech articulated this government plans to move forward with Indigenous communities, and maybe how can the Indigenous communities move forward on C-92 by making their own decisions regarding child welfare when there is no plan for transitioning? The
Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would have to disagree with the honourable member in that it's very clear how it's laid out that any community who would like to assert their jurisdiction on their children and families will begin the process of writing their child well-being law, as the Anishinaabe Nation is doing so many, that as they write their laws, the jurisdiction will be transferred and the negotiation will happen in terms of the funding.
The member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Can the Minister clarify how a community can, quote, control their own destiny when many communities that we have spoken to don't see a plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it is very interesting in that last week at the First Minister's meeting on the status of women to see the brilliant presentation from BC. As communities develop their comprehensive community plans, that so many of them now are starting to move that plan into self-determination. It really is inspiring as they come together as a community to write their own destiny.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Chair. What type of advocacy body would be put in place to deal with such things as injuries, death, or that type of thing for Indigenous governing bodies under this?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have to say I don't quite understand the question in terms of a body to. I must say that it didn't make any sense.
Member?
A question given to us by the Alberta Minister of Child Services. But that's okay. Yes, I did. It was child. Would you care to answer that question?
Ask the member to address to the chair and the minister as well, that no questions are to go directly to each other. Again, the honourable member.
Chair, if it pleases you, the minister.
Honourable Minister.
I think the question speaks to the fact that having agencies and bodies looking after families has not worked. What we're saying is that communities, and whether it's a treaty nation or whether it's individual nations, that they write their own laws and they will look after their own children and youth.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. A number of the First Nations communities, including provincial governments, have expressed concern that they don't see a plan coming forward, and many First Nations communities that we have spoken with do not see an idea on how they can move forward. So maybe through you to the minister, this is 3 weeks away from coming into place. Are you not done the consultation yet?
I'd ask the member to address the chair. There's just a little under 2 minutes. The honourable minister has about 20 seconds to respond.
The whole excitement about this new approach is that it won't be designed top down, and that the plans will be built bottom up by communities, for communities, and in the best interest of their children and youth, to keep families together and to bring their children home.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. Can the minister explain, under the UNDRIP legislation, is there a definition yet of pre, prior, and informed consent?
The honourable minister.
Yes, I think that everything that we understand about free, prior, and informed consent is that Indigenous people and the rights holders have to be at the very first idea of a project and be able to give their best advice, their Indigenous knowledge, in order to move projects through.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. There's $171 million for funding to encourage Indigenous participation in fisheries and ocean sector. Yet the only Indigenous company bidding on tugboats as part of the Oceans Protection Plan has been shut out from the bid to benefit a non-compliant bid to Irving. Why?
The honourable minister.
Do you want to go?
Madam Chair, I believe that that situation has evolved with respect to the contract to Irving. I believe the Heiltsuk First Nation, which was involved in this particular case, has taken action that has changed the situation, and that it is before the courts at this time.
Sorry, there's out of time.
Acadie Bathurst.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député d'Acadie Bathurst.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to rise today to speak about an extremely important issue for all MPs here, but for all Canadians and members of the Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence. And once again, I'd like to thank the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces for the excellent work they do for this country. Thank you so much. I rise today, Madam Chair, to tell you about how our government deals with members of the armed forces as well as their families, which are a priority for our government. Our military members are very important for our government, and they contribute to multilateral efforts to make our world safer, more prosperous, and more sustainable. We have the most modern equipment in the world. We work on the most environmentally friendly facilities. We have the best policies that there are. We take good care of our men and women in uniform. That's why our government and the Minister of National Defence have people-centered policies for our military members, our civilian members, and our military families. Our policies aim to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces employ more people, that they're better equipped to deal with the work they must do, and that their safety is ensured once they've enrolled. Also, our government ensures that they have the right tools to respond to any situation in responding to their call for duty to the best of their ability and to help them continue to defend our country, preserve our values, and help ensure Canadians' security and safety. And that is why our government is setting up initiatives in order to improve the health care that we offer our military members and their families. Madam Chair, allow me to mention some of these initiatives. First of all, military families. I'll begin by military families because they are the support behind our members in uniform. Families are an important part of the contribution of members of our armed forces as well, and we thank them for the support that they provide to the members of our military. We are going to offer additional funding of $6 million per year for the Military Families Resource Centre. Under the another initiative, we are working with provinces and territory in order to facilitate their resettlement. We have also set up services for virtual consultations in healthcare for families and deployed members, so that we can support them everywhere and at all times. So we have also launched the network for military spouses so that those spouses can have privileged access to employment, to jobs, whether across the country, in the public sector or the private sector. Another very important aspect is support during transitions. Sometimes, as you know, military families continue to deal with unique challenges when they leave the armed forces, which is why our commitment towards their well-being goes beyond their years of active service. A year ago, we officially set up the transition group for military members of the Canadian Armed Forces. We are providing support for injured and ill members of the Canadian Armed Forces to facilitate the transition for all of them, as well as veterans and their families.
This is an important first step in improving the care available to members of the armed forces when they are transitioning to a new position or out of the forces. Another important aspect is remuneration and benefits. To ensure that members of the armed forces feel supported throughout their career, our government is ensuring that they receive appropriate remuneration. We have launched several initiatives to ensure that members of the forces are properly remunerated. We have various programs, including remuneration for forces who are deployed abroad. We have also improved the structure of salaries for reservists in order to ensure that they receive the same salaries as their colleagues in the regular forces for equal work. An important subject that we are also addressing, Madam Chair, is changing the culture in our defense forces. What we are doing is changing the culture of how we support members of the forces and their families. We are also helping to change the culture within the forces. That is why we are ensuring that we will apply the recommendations on equal treatment of genders in all of our programs and policies. Our defense policy is placing inclusivity and inclusiveness and diversity at the very heart of decision-making in the forces. We know that an inclusive and diverse culture within the forces allows us to be more agile and more effective. We would like women to represent 25% of personnel in the armed forces by 2026. We know that the forces have not always been welcoming to individuals from certain backgrounds. For example, individuals from the LGBTQ2 community or members of visible minority communities. We wish to improve the situation. The Prime Minister apologized to Canadians who have suffered bias because of their sexual orientation. This should never have occurred, and we wish to eradicate intolerance in the forces. We are now collaborating with government partners in order to implement the results of the class action lawsuit on the LGBTQ2 purge. Up to $110 million will be used to compensate those affected by these discriminatory practices. Federal public servants, members of the RCMP, and members of the armed forces. We are also implementing reconciliation and commemoration measures. For example, the Canada Pride citation that will be given to individuals who served Canada and experienced these difficulties. We have learned the lessons of the past. Our government will continue to make a range of initiatives in order to compensate these occurrences. Hateful behavior will not be tolerated. We will increase penalties for behaviors caused by hatred or prejudice. This was included in Bill C-77, which was given royal assent this summer. That was a key moment in the history of the military justice system in Canada. By enshrining in the legal system higher penalties for military offenses, we are also pursuing Operation Honor, which aims to eliminate sexual misconduct in the armed forces. As you know, 2 weeks ago, the federal court approved the final settlement of the class action regarding sexual misconduct in the Department of Defense and the forces, $900 million. We hope that this compensation will help make victims of sexual misconduct whole and will enable them to turn the page. Madam Chair, we are proud of what we are doing to help care for members of the forces. From the very moment when they first put on the uniform to the end of their service and beyond, we will be there for them and for their families. We need to be there for them, Madam Chair. They deserve our respect. We need to be there for them. Thank you very much. And once again, I'd like to congratulate the women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Oh.
Madam Chair, I would just like to say that the minister visited a base with me when I was the parliamentary secretary. And I would like to ask him, when it comes to family centers and the transition that members of the forces make from one base to another, I would just like to ask how these programs can help members of the Canadian Armed Forces to have a bit more of a smooth transition. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Madam Chair, I thank the Honourable Member for his remarks and his tremendous support to the Canadian Armed Forces. As we stated, that the families are the backbone of our members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Supporting them is extremely important. We have made the investments in the military family resource centers that provide that direct support when families get posted to province, sometimes base to base, and that they get the appropriate support. And have the privilege of also going to Gagetown on a number of occasions to actually see the great work that's done, especially when it comes to daycare, providing the direct support for challenges when it comes to mental health. And what we want to do is allow for the military family resource centers to be catered to the various regions, various bases, to the ones that they serve. And we will make sure that our support to them evolves as things change. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Acadie.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Earlier, I heard the minister discussing an investment of an additional $250 million for reserve units. I would just like to say that in my own riding, a unit with an extraordinary history during the Second World War, for example. Well, I would like to ask the minister how this additional investment will help units like that one and elsewhere in the country. Thank you.
Pence.
Madam Chair, and I thank the member for the advocacy for reserve members and regiments. Reserve units have a tremendous history that stems back from World War I, World War II. And the infrastructure that they use did not get the appropriate investments in the past. And one of the things that our government is doing is reversing that. A $250 million investment into reserve infrastructure over the next 5 years allows us to provide the direct support when it comes to immediate maintenance work that needs to be done. But then also we're taking a long-term approach as well, because in our defense policy we're going to reserves. As we grow the reserves are going to be needed more on domestic operations. So as we do the analysis, we're going to make sure that we take a long-term approach and make the appropriate investments into the various regions where it's needed most. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Another subject with regard to the Canadian Armed Forces that I hear about from members is about post-traumatic stress disorder, which is something that is increasingly an issue in the forces. I know that within our defense policy, this is a priority for our government. So I'd like to ask the Minister, what exactly are the programs that have been implemented to help members of the armed forces struggling with PTSD so that they receive appropriate care when they are struggling with the syndrome? Thank you very much. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, supporting our members when it comes to dealing with the challenge of PTSD for the immediate, we made in Budget 2017, our government invested $17.5 million over 4 years into an initiative of the Centre of Excellence focused on the prevention and assessment and treatment of PTSD, to making sure that we provide the right support. But what we're also doing with our plan, with our defense policy, looking after our people, is looking at when the time that somebody joins it, building that resiliency, making sure that they get the right support, making sure that their families are looked after. So looking after them all the way through, and especially when the time comes for when they do want to retire, that transition piece is going to be very important. And then making sure that the services are also available afterwards as well.
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Something else I mentioned in my speech regarding equipment for members of the Canadian Armed Forces. I'd like to ask the Minister for a bit more information. A bit of an update regarding our Arctic offshore patrol vessels. After all, we have committed to giving the appropriate equipment to members of the armed forces to help them do their work and support them appropriately. So I'd just like to ask the Minister to tell us more about what is happening with the construction of these vessels. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our AOPS, our ships are going to provide us tremendous capability. The Harry DeWolf currently is under sea trials, and I was able to visit that ship before it went off on sea trials. A second ship is currently in the water, and a third and fourth are already being built. But one thing that's really important is we're taking the lessons from the first ship and making sure it's applied. And this is actually providing significant improvements as they move forward. These ships are going to be extremely important for the support that provides, and more importantly, how it's going to be able to connect with some of the other procurements that we're putting on, making sure that it supports our communities up in the north. The Nanisivik refueling station is also going to be critically important in supporting our ships. Thank you.
There are 38 seconds left. Does the member have another short question? Just a quick question regarding the culture change within the Canadian Armed Forces. Could the Minister tell us a little bit about what we're doing to help transition the culture within the forces, to increase diversity, and also to reduce hateful behavior towards various groups? Thank you.
Has just about 10 seconds to respond.
Madam Chair, we have a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to any type of inappropriate behavior, and we're going to strive extremely hard to making sure that we create an inclusive environment inside the Canadian Armed Forces for all Canadians to succeed. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Verchamp. Thank you very much. This is the first time I'm rising in this House since the federal election on the 21st of October. So I would like to seize the occasion to thank my fellow citizens in my riding who entrusted me with this responsibility again. Now, before getting into my questions in depth, I'd like to start with a broader comment on the supplementary estimates and the votes that are being requested here, but certain things that are not in them that are generally included, for example, compensation for our agricultural producers. We've been hearing about compensation for supply management for quite a while. During the campaign, the Prime Minister visited the Lac-Saint-Jean area, and he said that there would be no change to the supply management system. That was right before the election, but soon afterward we heard that there would be more and more loopholes in the system. In all sorts of trade agreements, CETA, the TPP, the new NAFTA, increasingly there are blows to the system, the supply management system. Now, the Prime Minister said there would be compensation in the budget, but there are no votes for that. The appropriations are simply not there, even though we were told that it would be there by the end of the year. Nothing to compensate supply-managed producers. Why has there not been? Why have appropriations not been made here for compensating these producers? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, I would like to congratulate the member across the way on his re-election. It's nice to see him here again. And I agree with him that it's very important to invest in our farms and our producers. Their services are key. Now, with regard to compensation, as he knows, because I answered a similar question earlier, well, payments are already underway, and in some cases have already been received. Regarding some of the technical details of how exactly the government is implementing that, I'll be happy to give more information later. The honourable member. Well, Madam Chair, I would be very interested in hearing the technical details, because technically, one is not allowed to use money from a specific vote for a different purpose without coming back and presenting that to the House. So I'd like to know more about the mechanics that are enabling our agricultural producers to be compensated. Because I don't understand what the government intends to do. Nothing makes sense to me here. Now, regarding health transfers, there's a new request for appropriations here, $100 million about for the health department in the supplementary estimates. This money could be transferred to provinces. At least it would be a start, even though the provinces need billions of dollars. But this government is always making up new federal programs. Here we're discussing healthcare, but there's all sorts of federal initiatives. And that's all very well, but they don't necessarily complement Quebec programs well, and Quebec has a jurisdiction over health. And federal transfers don't necessarily follow inflation or keep up with the increase in the cost of these services. Unfortunately, the federal government only increases these payments by 1 or 2% a year, sometimes 3%, but there's always a deficit here compared to the increased costs of the services. And so increasingly, the province of Quebec bears an increasing burden of the cost of health care. Why isn't more money being transferred to the province? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to answer the question. As the member across may know, the Canadian government, since 2015, has committed to substantially increasing health transfers. Compared to the benchmark scenario of the previous government, 11 billion additional dollars for home care and for mental health care. Moreover, during the campaign, we committed to adding $6 billion to that in health transfers to help all the provinces, including, of course, Quebec, to help the provinces invest in these extremely important areas, which all Canadians require, especially seniors in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. The honourable member. I'm a little disappointed in the minister's response, because what's actually happening, well, we hear these big numbers, billions of dollars. Yes, there is an increase. We recognize that. But when you look at the increase in costs, the real increase is gnawed away by the increase in costs, and ultimately this is just not enough. Gaétan Barrette, who was until recently in the Quebec government, and he was a federalist, not a separatist, said that this was an example of predatory federalism. Now, turning to a new topic, we see that out of about $4.9 billion that were requested, well, in fisheries and oceans, we see about $427 million for defense and a bit more than $350 million for fisheries and oceans. That's nearly $1 billion in total for new money for defense and fisheries. But Quebec had various asks in these areas. For example, there's a shipyard in Quebec which is currently giving a call for tender, and with this money, about $800 million, how much of this is actually going to go to help the Davie shipyard? Madam Chair, these are remarkable questions. and I would like to thank my colleague for enabling me to answer about the Davie shipyard. In 2015, when we arrived, there was a very, very difficult situation. In fact, there was barely even a relationship anymore between the federal government and the shipyard. However, we ultimately invested in 2 ferries that will soon be built, 3 icebreakers, the first icebreakers that the government has acquired since 1993. We also renovated 12 battleships that the Davie shipyard will be carrying out the work over the next 20 years. This is the biggest contract that has ever been given to Davie shipyard by the federal government. Of course, there remains a great deal to do, but we're very proud of everyone who works at the shipyard. We will continue to work closely with them to enable them to support the substantial needs of the Canadian government when it comes to shipbuilding. The Honourable Member. Madam Chair, what I'm disappointed about is to see a member who comes from the Quebec City region, our capital in Quebec, and who says that everything is going great at the Davie shipyard, who says that the government is helping the shipyard, when we know very well that actually the government has not done enough. This is a shipyard with the greatest capacity in North America, and yet they're not even getting 2, 3, or 4% of contracts. That's unacceptable. The government is behind, is not capable of meeting its commitments, and yet even though the shipyard is producing ships more cheaply and quickly than others, things aren't being done. We're waiting for the Diefenbaker icebreaker, other vessels. When is this going to be done? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Well, Madam Chair, I am indeed very proud of the shipyard and everyone who works there. And indeed, my riding is in the region of Quebec's capital, Quebec City. I respect and I admire the shipyard, which is just across the river. And I can say unequivocally that we are very proud of what they're doing both now and what they will do in future. And there will be more responsibilities to hand to the shipyard so that they can continue demonstrating the excellent quality of their work and all of the needs of the Canadian government that they will be able to meet. The Honourable Member. Madam Chair, I'm not sure if the Minister is aware of this, but currently the Davie shipyard is coming close to the end of the contracts it had received, which means that hundreds of employees could be laid off in the next few months. Is the Minister going to take action before these people lose their jobs? Or is he going to just keep on saying that he's very proud of the shipyard and not do anything for it? Is he going to just let people lose their jobs and not lift a finger to help them? Even though millions of dollars are being spent here on the Department of Defense and on Fisheries and Oceans, our Quebec workers need that money. I would hope that the Minister can reassure me as to his intentions.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add a few nuances. A few people listening might have the impression that we'd be giving a favor to the Davie shipyard with these big contracts, but it wouldn't be a favor. It would be based on the quality of the work and of the workers there, and also the quality of the suppliers. There are 900 in Quebec alone. Suppliers who help Davie shipyard meet the needs of the Canadian government, which are large in the area of building and renovating naval ships. The Honourable Member. Madam Chair, I couldn't have put it better. I agree with the Minister. The government hasn't given any favors to the Davie shipyard. It's quite the contrary. If there have been any favors, it might have been to the Irving shipyard. They've had a lot of contracts, but Quebec is still waiting for contracts. I had another question. Further in the document, we hear about the Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Department that also needs more money. And I saw that there were $200+ million that would be given to the fight against climate change. Over the past term, I found out that there are $50 million for clean technology in the fund for sustainable technology development, and rather than go to developing sustainable technology, that money went to the oil and gas industry. What a surprise. So could the Minister assure me that that $296 million won't once again go to the oil sector. The Honourable Member for Transport. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd remind him that in 2015, when we went to the conference in Paris on climate change, the Prime Minister promised that Canada would provide over $2 billion to help developing countries with their challenges in the area of climate change. So the amount he mentioned today, that $296 million, is funding for that mission for advancing progress in developing countries in the area of climate change. The Honourable Member. My question is if that money will be used for the oil industry. Will it be invested in the oil sands? Because at the end of the day, if we say we're addressing climate change, but we're spending more money on oil, that's what happens in Canada, unfortunately. That's not addressing the problem, that's worsening it. So could the Minister provide a clear answer to my question? The Honourable Minister for Transport. Madam Chair, as I said, that money is for other countries, for developing countries that are facing challenges. We all need to participate in addressing climate change. It's a global problem. It affects every country in the world. Developing countries have fewer resources to fight climate change. So this money is provided by Canada so that these countries can better counter the effects of climate change. The Honourable Member. It's a big challenge when it comes to Canada to not put money to the oil sector. It seems like Canada can't help itself. You could say we'll give $296 million to other countries, but the countries that receive that money should be using it for other things than oil. In 2019, the federal government made $19 billion in promises to oil companies. They have money. They're swimming in it. When will we have a government in Ottawa? Maybe Quebec will need to be a country so that our taxes and our money is no longer used for the oil sector to worsen things. But when will they stop giving money to the oil sector? The Honourable Minister for Transport. I'm concerned, quite frankly. I'd like to ask my colleague where he's finding that information, that the money we're giving to developing countries to fight climate change, where is he finding information saying that that's going to oil companies? I'd like to see where that evidence is, what he's been referring to in his 3 previous questions. The Honourable Member. It's difficult to provide evidence because the money hasn't yet been spent. Once the money's spent, we'll be able to talk about it. But I want an assurance that the money won't be used for that. If we ask different questions regarding the spending I've seen here, I see $23 million for the Canadian Air Safety Council. I'm glad to see that the Transport Minister is here because during the last term, he allowed knives to be carried on aircraft. So that $23 million increase in the budget, is it due to allowing knives on flights? A response from the Transport Minister, and then the time will be up. The time is up. Okay, it's not related to knives. It's related to equipment to detect materials that could be explosive. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise le débat. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As this is the first time I'm formally addressing the House, I'd like to thank the residents of Davenport for placing their trust once again in me and re-electing me for the second time. Madam Chair, I'm pleased to rise in this House this evening to speak about the ways national defence and Canadian Armed Forces are partnering with Canadians to enhance our national security. Together, they are developing innovative tools and strategies and facilitating economic opportunity while ensuring our military can remain agile and adapt to constantly changing and often unpredictable security environment. It's no secret that Canada is facing threats in new and emerging domains. Global instability is heightened by the effects of climate change and scarcity, while rapid advances in technology bring both opportunity and risk. Unlike the Conservatives who cut billions in defense spending and mismanaged procurement projects, our defense policy, entitled Strong, Secure and Engaged, invests in our women and men in uniform and looks to tackle the challenges that our modern world faces. And Canada's looking at historically non-military threats through a military lens. Take cyber domain, for example. As cyber technologies continue to become a part of our everyday lives, Canada's responses must become increasingly nimble and nuanced to ensure we meet the new challenges they create. As a result of these and other emerging factors, national defense is increasingly looking beyond the traditional defense and security sphere for input and for solutions, a whole of Canada approach to conducting defense. 2 years ago, the Minister of National Defense committed that the Department of National Defense would strengthen our relationship with the academic and expert community. We are doing exactly that through our new Mobilizing Insights in Defense and Security program, also known as MINDS. This program allows national defense to reach out and mobilize the defense and security academic and expert community across Canada to gain expert insight on global security policy and generating knowledge in the public policy realm. These measures also allow us to better anticipate and understand threats, opportunities, and challenges that Canada will face. The MINDS program has recently launched 3 collaborative networks, bringing together multidisciplinary experts to address key defense and security challenges. And the department is reaching out even further with the Innovation for Defense Excellence and Security program, also known as IDEAS for short. Through this program, National Defense is supporting defense innovation across Canada because we know that the federal government does not have a monopoly on good ideas. That's why through IDEAS, we are reaching out to Canadian companies and innovators so that they can put forward their best solutions to help us solve defense and security challenges. The IDEAS program was launched in April 2018, and through it posted challenges for the Canadian innovation community. The various elements of IDEAS includes competitive projects, contests, innovation networks, sandboxes, and innovation assessment and implementation. Being able to adapt quickly to changing threats is one of the main goals of national defense. This program will help to bring forward the best ideas in each of these areas to help better support our women and men in uniform. It doesn't matter if you're working from home, in a university lab, or a small company or large corporation. Everyone is invited to participate in the IDEAS program. The department has launched 5 calls for proposal under competitive projects, encompassing a total of 40 separate challenges. These calls for proposals cover a variety of existing and emerging defense and security challenges, from supporting Canadian Armed Forces members' physical and mental well-being, to enhancing Canada's cybersecurity, to finding ways to green defense, to all other ways that the Canadian Armed Forces can be more nimble, more effective, more sustainable, more responsive to Canada's defense needs in the 21st century. IDEAS also presents opportunities for innovators to field test their projects in a realistic setting. This happened earlier this year at CFB Suffield, where participants had the opportunity to test their prototype solutions for detecting and countering micro and mini unmanned aerial systems in a real-world settings. And finally, through IDEAS, the department is also running a variety of independent contests like the Pop-Up Challenge, the Pop-Up City Challenge. Through this challenge, competitors are working with National Defense to develop improved energy, water, and waste management solutions for relocatable temporary camps that the military could one day use domestically or on deployments around the world. Although these challenges are centered on defense, we know that innovation sparks further innovation. Canadian innovators are encouraged to workshop their ideas in a defense setting, but their work could also have applications across many other domains. Just like how the camera in your smartphone was originally designed to be small enough to fit on a spacecraft while still producing imagery of scientific quality. Taken together, the IDEAS and MINDS programs demonstrate national defense's dedication to inspiring innovation and to learning from new perspectives on defense and security. We're also focused on ensuring that the Canadian Armed Forces receives the capability it needs now and in the future, one that takes into account our diversity. And that's why our defense team completes a gender-based analysis plus as part of all defense team activities, making sure that our policies and our equipment support those who serve, no matter what their gender. At the same time that we invest in our capabilities, it helps build up the Canadian economy, creating well-paying middle-class jobs for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. So as you could see, Madam Chair, National Defence is working hard to provide the Canadian Armed Forces with the capabilities they need to stay agile and effective. While the Conservatives spent a decade underinvesting in our Royal Canadian Air Force, our government is stepping up to ensure that we can meet our NORAD and NATO commitments at the same time. National Defence is making progress on the competition for Canada's future fighter for the Royal Canadian Air Force, the largest investment in Royal Canadian Air Force in over 30 years. By investing in 88 future fighters, Canada will have advanced capabilities it needs to remain a dedicated international partner around the world. And through this process, National Defence will work with suppliers and other stakeholders to support industrial and technological growth across Canada. In the meantime, National Defence is exploring ways to extend the lifespan of our CF-18 fighters until this procurement is complete. Phase 1 of the Hornet Extension Project is already underway. It will deliver enhancements designed to meet international regulatory requirements and improve interoperability. In the coming years, this project will also deliver key improvements to the CF-18's combat capabilities by enhancing sensors, weapons, survivability, and mission support systems. And throughout this project, in-service support will be conducted through existing contracts with Canadian industry, creating additional opportunities for the people who build and maintain Canada's fighter jets. Likewise, the department is continuing to make progress on the new Canadian surface combatant for the Royal Canadian Navy, which is scheduled to begin construction in the early 2020s. These warships will provide improved combat power at sea and facilitate missions like counter-piracy, counter-terrorism, humanitarian aid, and search and rescue. And they have started work on the Armored Combat Support Vehicle project. This means they can begin to replace Canada's current fleet of LAV-2 Bison and M113 tracked LAV fleets as early as 2021, ultimately saving money that could otherwise be spent maintaining an aging fleet. Because the combatant support vehicles are being built here in Canada, this project is estimated to support over 10,000 jobs across the country, and that's intentional. National Defence's capital projects have a significant impact on Canada's economy, providing jobs and opportunities across different industries. We see that in projects like the Arctic and offshore patrol ships as well. Last month, the Minister was able to go visit the future HMCS Harry DeWolf just as it began the Builders Sea Trials, a major milestone. Because of the hard work of shipbuilders and suppliers across the country, these will be the first Canadian-made ships in 20 years. We expect to see the plane arrive, which is the fixed-wing research and rescue aircraft replacement project. We expect it to arrive in Comox this spring, which will enhance the Canadian Armed Forces' vital search and rescue capabilities, including in Canadian North. Madam Chair, these projects demonstrate the ways that National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces are driving innovation and creating jobs for Canadians, ensuring Canada remains a valued international partner while also supporting Canada's economy. Whether we're talking about programs like Ideas and Minds or some of the largest procurement projects in the department's history, National Defence is making sure our military is ready for tomorrow's challenges that increasingly operate beyond a military context. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member has questions and comments to the ministers.
Yes, Madam Chair. As members of Parliament, we are very privileged to be able to interact with the many wonderful military families that exist in our respective communities. We hear their stories about the challenges our military families face, their spouses deployed across the country. They spend a great deal of time training and they move across the country when required. We can only imagine the stress that this places on our military families. Can the minister please tell us what this government is doing to support our military families?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Madam Chair, I want to thank the honourable colleague for her question and also for tireless advocacy for the Canadian Armed Forces. As I stated before a number of times, Supporting the families of our women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces is a top priority for us, to making sure that they're looked after. Drives the operational effectiveness of the Canadian Armed Forces, because when you know that your family's looked after, you're able to perform better. And we heard about the challenges the families go through when they go posting by posting. That's why the investments in the Military Family Resources Center are extremely important, where those investments allows everything from daycare, mental health support, for family members. We're also started an initiative called Seamless Canada to start talking with the provinces and territories about the challenges that military families go through when they get posted from province to province, accreditation issues, finding a doctor. So a number of provinces are looking at those challenges and figuring out how they can actually provide the right type of solutions moving forward, because they too agree that supporting the families of our Canadian Armed Forces members is the right thing to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Yes, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, our Rangers, the guardians of Canada's North, are a cornerstone of our forces. Can the Minister inform us of the latest activities concerning Canada's Rangers?
Minister of National Defence.
Madam Chair, our Rangers are a gem within our Canadian Armed Forces. They provide a tremendous capability for us that is sought after by even some of our allies. Supporting them, because it's about supporting our communities up in the north. Having that knowledge base is extremely important. That's why we're modernizing their equipment. Their new rifles have started to arrive, and the training on them. We're investing $32.8 million in delivering state-of-the-art equipment for them. But this equipment allows the Rangers to have the tremendous impact, because we got to make sure that they maintain those skills. And just as important the Rangers program is, the Junior Rangers program is just as important, because having Junior Rangers that eventually move up and if they decide to become Rangers, it ensures that we have this tremendous experience that we passed on from generation to generation. Thank you.
For Davenport.
Madam Chair, I would now like to ask about the international operations of the Canadian Armed Forces. Our military always punches above its weight when it deploys, and it does great work abroad. Can the Minister provide more details on the important work our military personnel have been doing around the world, working closely with our allies and partners?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, before I talk about the tremendous contributions and operation that we conduct internationally, I want to mention when we launched our defense policy, for any international operation that our Canadian Armed Forces members deploys on, it is now tax-free for them. And what that does is it provides a lot of flexibility for the family that is left behind. So when we have had a significant footprint since we formed government. Significant contributions to NATO, which I've outlined on a number of occasions, being in Latvia, in the Mediterranean with our ships, air policing, supporting the NATO training mission. We're in Ukraine, supporting our Ukrainian counterparts there against Russian aggression. The Operation Impact with our Middle East strategy, supporting our Iraqi partners. Where now Daesh does not control territory whatsoever, but there's challenges still remain from our Air Force training and our Special Forces doing tremendous work there. But also the capacity building that's also happening around Iraq in places like Jordan, Lebanon, and even in Kuwait is providing that regional stability. And I'll be remiss if I didn't mention the peacekeeping mission in Mali. Our troops there did tremendous work. They took the lessons learned from their allies and applied the Canadian ingenuity to their work and enhanced the mission. The way they were able to operate allowed the troops on their ground to actually reach more areas because of how they operated. I also want to talk about the Pacific, being from a member of Parliament from Vancouver. The sanctions monitoring that we're doing against North Korea, and I see you're giving me the hand, and I'll wait for the next question. Thank you.
I'm sorry, there's no time left, unfortunately. Reprise débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask questions of the ministers present before us. The Liberal government did not spend 40% of the money that it had allotted for infrastructure for these last 4 years. The Canadians still don't know how much the federal government will spend on infrastructure. How does the Treasury Board President explain these unused funds? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, we have not lost control of these funds. In fact, between 2015 and 2019, just in Quebec alone, there are over 6 times the projects that were funded by the federal government as compared to the 4 previous years. And that is not a coincidence. It's because investing in infrastructure is at the very heart of our mandate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Chair, we weren't asked, he wasn't asked to compare the two governments, but why the funding allotted for infrastructure in the last 4 years were not invested? The President of Treasury Board. Madam Chair, not only am I proud of the success we've had over the last 4 years, but it's also with pride that we are anticipating the projects for the next 4 years. There were some delays in coming to agreements with some provinces and municipalities, but we will be making a great deal of difference over the next 4 years. I can understand why the Honourable Member has no answer. We asked for a specific list for all of the infrastructure projects and how much money would be spent on them. Why not? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Well, I'm very pleased that he's mentioning the report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, because he's doing excellent work, and we are working with him to ensure that the members' work in this chamber is done in the most transparent and open way possible. The Honourable Member. Madam Chair, in that case, will the government commit to tabling the entire list of specific projects as requested by the Parliamentary Budget Officer? The Honourable President of Treasury Board, yes, we will do everything we can so that all members interested in our infrastructure projects have access to all the information. Madam Chair, my question is for the President of the Treasury Board. Mr. President of the Treasury Board, well, if he comes to speak with me after tonight's session, I'll tell him how to access the information, which is already available online and therefore already at his disposal. Honourable Member, after there was an infrastructure of $186 million, the PBO asked for an investment plan and was told that such a plan did not exist. How can the President of Treasury Board accept that nearly $200 billion is spent without a plan? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Madam Chair, it's extraordinary to be able to answer this question, because this was a plan that got us elected in 2015, got us re-elected in 2019, as a contrast to other philosophical approaches which lack ambition for Canada. Our plan is extraordinary. I'm always going to be pleased to talk about it. Honourable Member, Madam Chair, he's talking about a plan that doesn't exist according to the PBO, Parliamentary Budget Officer. Canadians want to I don't want to hear about massive tax increases, and in fact, the PBO said that the true number of infrastructure projects did not increase in Canada, so this is a resounding failure. And how does the government plan to correct it? Honourable President of Treasury Board, allow me to react quickly by reminding everyone of 2 contrasts. The contrast with the previous year, the years previous to 2015, and then the years that came after 2015. During the 10 years before 2015, we saw the worst rate of economic growth in Canada since the 1930s. Since 2015, we have seen one of the best performing economies in the world, with as well one of the lowest rate of unemployment ever seen in this country. Madam Chair, I'd like to remind the Honourable Member that if he loves critiquing, $35 billion were not fulfilled in Canada. The Canadians are always waiting to hear and benefit from these investments. Can the President of Treasury Board tell us how much what these people's salaries are? Treasury Board President. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm always pleased to provide the information provided by my colleague. Most of the information is already available online. If he finds it difficult to find them, I would be pleased to show him the way. Honourable Member, I will accept his invitation to the letter. Madam Chair, during the 2015 election campaign, Prime Minister promised to get rid of all the boil water advisors between now and 2015. Now, 57 advisors are still there. 47 of the advisors that were lifted are not back in place. Why the false hopes?
Madame la Présidente, c'est très...
Madam Chair, there's quite a difference between long-term advisories to boil water and short-term boil water advisories. All the advisories that were lifted remain lifted. The honourable member, Madam Chair, the government and the public and the PBR do not agree with the true cost of the infrastructure for wastewater treatment in Indigenous communities. Who's telling the truth? The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, Indigenous Affairs. The systems in place on reserves are maintained at a lower cost. The honourable member, Madam Chair, the federal government refuses to recognize and speak about the third link Quebec-Lévis project exists. Why is that? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Madam Chair, the federal government invested record amounts of money in Quebec since 2015. Even in my own riding, which is the biggest investment of $1.2 billion, which had never happened in my riding before. The honourable member. Madam Chair, is the President of Treasury Board able to say the words, the third link in Quebec-Lévis project? Well, with all the respect due to my colleagues, since I live there and my family lives there, and I can tell you that infrastructure issues in Quebec are the subject of continuous discussion and collaboration with the Quebec government. On the honourable member, I would like to point out that the President of Treasury Board was once again unable to say the words "the third link." I would like to mention that I am at Chaudière-Appalaches as well. I know my region quite well as too, and I regularly use these links between Lévis and Quebec, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, what about compensation of poultry producers between now and 2019? Are those going to happen? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for reminding me that he also has the great pleasure and opportunity to live in the Quebec region. It's a wonderful thing for both of us. I invite him to come and visit us, and we are very welcoming. It will always give us great pleasure to meet with them. When it comes to compensation, as I said recently, not only is it soon going to take place, but honourable member, Madam Chair, the President of Treasury Board is talking about dairy producers. I'm talking about chicken and egg producers that were left aside by this government. Why? The Honourable President of Treasury Board, Madam Chair, it's a major opportunity an important opportunity to emphasize how important it's been for the federal government to work in a respectful manner with all types of agricultural producers, and we are looking forward to continue that collaboration. Honourable member, Madam Chair, why has the federal government not planned compensation for poultry and egg producers? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Madam Chair, I know how intelligent my colleague is, and he knows quite well that the Canadian government is working with all of our producers, all of our agricultural producers, and following the negotiation of trade agreements. And we are pleased to continue to collaborate and work with those people. Can the minister tell us when the complete details for compensation for dairy producers are going to happen for this year as well as next year? When will they be announced? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. The beauty of this debate is that that many people are participating. If were the federal government to decide itself of all the stages and all of the terms with which the producers and government would work together, but no, we are all working in collaboration with many stakeholders. Honourable member, last year, it was said that the Quebec government should be ashamed to be requesting for a separate tax system. Is it going to be possible for Quebec to fill out its own single tax statement like everyone else in Quebec? Well, 2 words, respect and collaboration. We have enormous respect for CRA workers in Quebec, especially in Quebec's regions. And secondly, we have we take enormous pleasure in collaborate with Revenu Quebec in order to make things easier for Quebecers. Honourable Member, is the President of Treasury Board, does he agree with his colleague to say that those who are against a single tax statement should be ashamed? So, is this something that indeed people should be ashamed of asking for? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Once again, Madam Chair, this is a wonderful opportunity to speak about the results and the great work that we're doing with the Quebec government to make Quebec's lives easier, but also to invest in Quebec's families and workers. We, as federal elected officials, have a responsibility to ensure that, Honourable Member, with all due respect for the President of Treasury Board, but since I'm not getting very many answers to my question, I'll move on to another one. On September 5th, I asked about the transportation of dangerous goods by rail through the eastern townships. Why am I still waiting for an answer? The Honourable Minister for Transportation. Madam Chair, we are doing our work at Transport Canada with the inspections that took place this summer between Farnham and Lac-Mégantic. And that is the rail line that my colleague is talking about. And we inspected the repairs that were made. We have other inspections that we're going to continue to work on over the coming years. So we are doing our work to ensure that the transportation of dangerous goods is safe. The Honourable Member, Madam Chair. How many aerospace technicians under this budget have been planned to increase the defence team?
No. Defense? No. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Madam Chair, how many aerospace technicians and pilots under additional funds are planned to increase the defence team in this budget?
What we're doing is making sure that we invest in making sure that we have the right amount of pilots. We've started the program some time ago to increase, because one of the reasons we need even more pilots is because we're actually buying more aircrafts than the previous government wanted. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member. How many pilots and technicians are going to be hired under this funding, Madam Chair?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I don't have the exact number on me in terms of how we're going to be hiring this year, but the number that the Air Force is managing, we're going to be needing a lot more pilots, Madam Chair, because there is a challenge for recruitment. But one of the things that we're doing is changing the support to our members so that we focus on retention. Thank you.
Honourable Member. Madam Chair, on which military bases will the pilot projects take place?
Minister of National Defence.
Madam Chair, it's not about which bases, it's how the operational aspect of where our search and rescue aircraft go, our helicopters, our fighters, they're across the country. So when you look at the entire plan, it's about how many operational aircrafts that are going to be needed, and then the number is based, the number for recruitment has also been set.
Honourable député de Mégantic.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Madam Chair, there's over $1 billion project that was supposed to cost $700 million. It's going to cost over $1 billion. It may be delivered in 2003. This is yet another delayed project. Is the government going to tell us about the negative, extra costs and negative impacts of these new delays? The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Project the member was referring to.
The Honourable Member, the Diefenbaker Icebreaker project.
The Honourable Minister, l'Honorable Président.
The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to quickly respond. As the Honourable Member probably knows, the Canadian government has decided to make massive investments in the Coast Guard renewal, and additional funds and more details will soon be provided. The Honourable Member. Madam Chair, we saw the crisis with China that is harming our canola producers and other producers. We have seen inclement weather that has forced canola producers to leave, to lose some of their crops. How is this government going to help producers? In response, the Honourable President of Treasury Board. I remind my colleague, Madam Chair, that supplementary estimates that we are debating today do not have a specific items on agriculture, but I can tell him how important it is for the Canadian government to support our farmers and producers. They're so important in our remote and rural regions. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, through this whole process, I've been listening to several ministers talk about a number of different initiatives, and I really wanted to maybe take the time and the opportunity just to share a few thoughts. When we talk about the issue of transportation, for example, you know, I've seen the minister talk about the importance of airports to our local communities, and I only can imagine the potential impact that an airport and the facilities surrounding the airport, the impact it has on the economy and the community in which it's actually located in. And I know, even though the minister responsible talks a great deal about rail line safety and how important that is for him personally, being his number one priority, I also know that he does give a great deal of attention to our aerospace industry, in particular our airports. And you know, we have seen legislation that has really allowed for significant growth in terms of our aerospace, in particular our airports. I know in the city of Winnipeg, with our Winnipeg International Airport and how much it contributes to our economy, and as I said, mentioned just a few seconds ago, that social fabric of our community. And I'm wondering if the minister can just provide some of his thoughts in regards to how important it is, and when we talk about budgets, you know, whether it's a budgetary measure, a regulation measure, that the government recognize just how important our airports are to the many communities in all of the regions in Canada, and if he can maybe just share a few thoughts on that issue.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Airports in this country, whether they're small in remote regions or large ones in some of our urban centres, are actually engines of our economy in a very significant way. Canada is the second largest country on earth, and in order for Canadians to travel across that country, and in fact to go to foreign destinations, because we are a trading nation, and that requires us to visit other countries, our airports play an absolutely essential role, and the statistics indicate that flying is actually continuing to increase in our country. So we have to have airports that are capable of being, first of all, safe, secure, that are efficient, and that are well served by the different airlines. That can sometimes be a bit of a challenge. Canadians would like to be able to go to their local airport and sometimes go to some destinations that it's not possible to go to directly, and so those are obviously some of the things that we have to deal with. Some people have said that when they go to airports, it takes too long to go through security. That is another area where we're trying to address the challenge of trying to make it a smoother experience. So there are still things that we need to do in order to improve that situation. We'd like our airports sometimes to be transportation hubs, so that when you come out of the airport, you, particularly in large cities, can access other modes of transportation to get downtown and what have you. So there are lots of things that we can do, but the fact is more and more Canadians are flying, and it is important in this country to have safe, modern airports that cater to those requirements.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as many of my colleagues will be aware, I've had the honor and the privilege of serving in the Canadian Forces for a few years in the regular force. I was actually posted out in Edmonton, and in Edmonton, I participated with the 435 Squadron. Now, I was Air Traffic Control Assistant, and they were actually located in Edmonton at the time, Madam Chair. And, you know, one of the things that we were very much dependent on was the Hercules aircraft. It has been really, you know, a workhorse for the Canadian Forces, in particular search and rescue, for quite a while. And then just a couple of years ago, under this particular minister, we're now looking at the replacement of the Hercules for search and rescue. In fact, I had the opportunity to represent the Minister of National Defense in Winnipeg, where 435 Squadron, the Search and Rescue Squadron, is located, where we had a presentation, and I believe it's the C-295 aircraft, and it is a fantastic aircraft. And I raise it because the minister himself is really the leading individual dealing with, and I like the line that the minister uses, strong, secure, and engaged. It was actually a commitment that this particular minister, through this government, in recognizing the many different deficiencies of the Harper government, by saying that, look, we need to be more long-term in our thinking. We need to be able to ensure that we are moving in the right direction and moving forward on many different fronts when it comes to our Canadian forces. And we need to be there in that very real and tangible way. And that report highlights that. So my question to the minister is actually twofold. One is to provide some of his thoughts, some brief thoughts in regards to that particular report, but also for my favorite, and that is the 435 Squadron. And I must say, I was really impressed with the C-295. I had the opportunity to go in it, take a look at their radars, to take a look at their ability to magnify and get really close in terms of what it is that they're seeing from 30,000 feet in the air. It's amazing in terms of the details that they could actually see. They had infrared. It's actually very impressive. I'm not too sure in terms of what the actual deal was or how many that we were going to be acquiring, but I think it was a positive step in terms of providing our women and men of the Canadian Forces a state-of-the-art search and rescue, which I believe that all Canadians will benefit by, because it's not only for military benefit, it's also for civilian benefit. And we provide, I would ultimately argue, I might be a little bit biased after all, that's the area in which I was serving in Edmonton, second to no other search and rescue in the world. And if he could just provide his thoughts on those 2 points.
The Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also thank the honourable member for his service in the Canadian Armed Forces and his resounding advocacy for search and rescue. And it's also especially for 435 Squadron, who lost 2 of its members in accidents. And it just goes to show the tremendous work that our search and rescue technicians do on a daily basis, and they do get deployed quite regularly. So it's important for us to making sure that they have the appropriate equipment to carry out the very difficult work. And the fixed-wing search and rescue aircraft is going to revolutionize how we do search and rescue. No longer it's going to be strictly about looking out the aircraft with binoculars. We're using the same type of technology as we do when it comes to dealing with adversaries. We're using that technology to track, locate hikers who are missing or downed aircraft. And that's one thing that I'm really particularly impressed with is what our members are going to be able to do with this type of technology. And it's going to be able to save a lot more lives. And it just goes to show when you give the right tools to our Canadian Armed Forces members, they will do wonders for us. And I just want to give a huge shout out to all our fixed-wing search and rescue folks are going to be working on this project, because they're going to put the ingenuity to this and making sure that they continue to save Canadian lives. Thank you.
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was actually quite pleased that our Minister responsible for Indigenous Affairs was able to be with us this evening, because one of the most important files, and we see it in throne speeches, we see it in every budget that we propose, is the importance of Indigenous people and the responsibility that this government has to ensure that we establish, and the Prime Minister says it quite well when he talks about that relationship between Indigenous people and the national government. And I believe that in the last 30, 40 years and beyond, we have, I believe, been moving in a direction to really do some wonderful things by working with Indigenous leaders. And one of the issues that has really come to the table in the last number of years is the whole Truth and Reconciliation report. Calls for action, 94 calls for action. Now, I'm not too sure. I don't know if the minister would be aware of it. I know that we have a number of responses, direct responses to those calls for action. It's important when we talk about those 94 that we're not talking about every one of them are of federal nature or a national nature, but there are a number of them that are. And the minister and I talked about this a little bit earlier. We have the language, which was a part of it. We talked about foster care. We could talk about the issue of citizenship and the taking of the oath. In many ways, the government has looked at the Truth and Reconciliation report and has put that as a very high priority when we talk about establishing that sense of respect and having the dialogue that's necessary in order for us to move forward on such a critically important issue. And I know that the minister has spent a great deal of time on the whole issue of, it was through Bill 262 and United Nations. And I'm wondering if she could provide what her thoughts are in terms of progress, generally speaking, on the bigger pictures. After all, we see it in the throne speech, we see it in the budgets, and if she could just provide some of her thoughts on those two issues, and in particular, just reflecting again on the private member's bill 262, which actually passed the House.
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you very much to the member for that call to action that we all, I think, as all Canadians feel that we have to be part of. And we're pleased to report that of the calls to action, 80% of them are either completed or well on their way of the ones that the federal government has responsibility for. Obviously, we have the other roadmap in the calls for justice of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Commission. But I think that our commitment to be able to put the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into legislation is very, very important. And as the member has identified, the very important bill that the former Member of Parliament, Romeo Saganash, tabled and was debated and eventually passed here in the House, unfortunately didn't make it through the other place, but that we will work to co-develop legislation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to be able to go forward with a piece of legislation for which 262 would be the base, the minimum, and that we will build with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners a true piece of legislation that will really explain what the rights of Indigenous people are. And at this time, we congratulate the province of British Columbia for their Bill 41, which actually sets that tone and that legislative framework at a provincial level, and now we get to lift it up to the federal level.
The honourable member has a minute and 50 seconds to ask a question and get a response. The honourable.
Yes, Madam Chair, this was actually going to be my longest question, and I was kind of saving it to the end, so it's going to be a little bit tougher. The minister responsible for the Treasury Board is probably one of the more favorite ministers that I have in terms of my constituents and myself, because, he's really delivered on behalf of this government and this Prime Minister some really good stuff. We can talk about the increase to the guaranteed income supplement, taking hundreds of seniors out of poverty from Winnipeg North. North. We can talk about the Canada Child Benefit Program, taking thousands of again, residents in Winnipeg North, our children, out of poverty. Madam Speaker, there's so many other things that the minister has done in his other portfolio, yet we seem to be committed to being able to continue on. And a good example of that is with the seniors and the 75, to give a substantial increase for those seniors, the ones that are really, again, need it. And I'm wondering if the minister can just provide his thoughts on just how important it is that we continue to support our seniors and our youth through good, solid, social, progressive policies.
Say that the honourable member used up a lot of time, so the honourable president of the Treasury Board has under 30 seconds to respond.
So I'll be short, but there will be so much good to say about my colleague from Winnipeg North. One of my most preferred members of Parliament, one of those that I have enjoyed working with so much in the last 4 years. We're so glad to have him back. I know opposition members of Parliament are also very glad to have him back because he's a man of experience and knowledge, and we look forward for him to keep sharing that experience and knowledge with all of us. And I know that
I'm sorry, the time is up. Il reste presque pas de temps. Alors, the honourable.
There's almost no time left.
North Island Powell River resuming debate. For North Island Powell River has just a little under 7 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'll go as fast as I can, but since I'm standing for the first time speaking in the House, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the members of North Island Powell River for allowing me to be here representing them. And I want to take a moment to just recognize the many forestry workers that are on strike right now in my riding and struggling every day. My heart is with them and their families as they go through this very difficult time. Now, my questions are largely for the Minister of Defence, and I'm so grateful that you're here today. I'm so proud to represent 19 Wing Comox. Recently, Habitat for Humanity Island North did a key ceremony and gave several keys to several houses that were built in the Comox Valley. And there are many, many volunteers from the 19 Wing who have been donating significant amount of time to support building these houses, and I want to just appreciate their hard work. Their commitment really is the 19 Wing building our community. However, the other reality is that in Comox Valley, the rental vacancy rate is below 1%, and the housing costs are increasing and skyrocketing, in fact, in our area. And many people from the Wing are struggling to find appropriate housing. I know some of our members that are having to drive over an hour one way to get to work every day, which is definitely a challenge for them and their families. And we also know that many of the barracks were built in the 50s and need a significant upgrade to become more appropriate for the men and women in uniform. The other reality is we have the addition of the search and rescue training facility. Very proud of the work that we were able to do collaboratively with the community and with the minister to make that a reality. And that resulted in a small increase of housing, which is for the folks that are coming to get the training. It's not meeting that core housing need that so many of our members have of permanent housing on the base. So I'm just wondering if the minister could update this place on any resources that might be coming to the 19 Wing to address this important core housing need.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank the member for her tireless advocacy given her service as well, not only for the women and the Canadian Armed Forces, but specifically in Comox for the tremendous work that they do and the connection that they have with the community. I know that the members are extremely proud of that. We are having unique challenges across the country, and we're looking at making sure how we support our members. We have made significant investments onto base when it comes to the new capabilities that we're bringing in. The housing is a challenge in the area because there is a very low vacancy rate. So we're prioritizing this work. When I visited, I looked at this issue directly. I don't want to get ahead of myself to say that this is exactly what we're going to do, but one thing I can assure you, this is something that I'm personally looking into, making sure that the housing is looked after there. Thank you.
I also want to remind both members that they're to address the questions to the chairs, because both members have actually referenced each other during the debate. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the reminder. As we all know, that with the housing shortage and the cost of housing being so high, the reality is that is not the only high expense that the members are facing in our riding. It's an expensive place to live. I've heard one military military member tell me that when you move to British Columbia, you remember you have to bring cash, and that just adds that certain barrier for them. I'm just wondering if the minister could tell this House if they are exploring the possibility of offering the post-living differential to the members that are currently serving in 19 Wing Comox. It would be really important for our members to have this financial burden really acknowledged and some support for them to do the important work that they do. I want to recognize that it was many of my members that went to Mali and continue to do great work in our riding and across the world, and I want to make sure that they don't get set behind because of that important work that they're doing.
Great idea.
Minister of National Defence.
Madam Chair, we actually have conducted a review of PLD and how we support our members across the country, because as stated, there's unique challenges across the country, and we want to make sure we get this right. So more to follow on the PLD. We are, as stated, we will be investing more in housing in Comox, and we want to make sure that we get this right, because the real estate challenges are very different from region to region, and BC does pose a greater challenge for our members. We want to make sure that we get this right, but we're also going to look at making sure that if there's any current issues that our members are dealing with, we're going to look at short-term fixes as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, one of the realities that I believe everybody in this House agrees is that losing to someone to suicide is a devastating experience. I'm still very concerned about the fact that the self-harm is still included in the Military Code of Services discipline. I know that this prevents our men and women in uniform from feeling comfortable to disclose the fact that they may be having a hard time and considering suicide as an option. And I just want to make sure that all the men and women that serve us who are wearing the uniform in this country feel that they can disclose any thoughts or concerns or feelings that they have, especially around the issue of self-harm. I'm wondering if the minister can tell this House when self-harm will be removed from the code.
The last response from the Minister of National Defence, depending on how long it takes.
First of all, the mental health and the well-being of our women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces is an absolute priority for us. Putting in the right investments when it comes to the research and PTSD, the mental health support, the joint suicide prevention strategy that we launched with Veterans Affairs, with the exact topic that the member is talking about. Bill C-77 wasn't the exact place to have that the changes. So what I've said is that we'll continue to work with all colleagues of this House and also the Senate to take a look at what are the things so we can address those direct concerns, because there's a much wider discussion to be had on this. But one thing I can assure you is something that we're taking very seriously.
It being 10:18, pursuant to Standing Order 81-5, all votes are deemed reported. The committee will rise, and I will now leave the chair.
Pursuant to Standing Order 81-5, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.